rose up. SK Telecom continue to rule the world. Fuzi goes godlike. This is what peak League of Legends looks like.
Welcome everyone to beautiful Reykjavik, Iceland, host of MSI 2021. RNG have looked completely unstoppable so far, and today they are kicking off the action along with the Unicorns of Love, looking to prove that they can challenge the Titans at MSI. I'm Shox, joined by Verius and Raz, as we welcome you to the studio once again. So, I'm really happy to have Raz here. I think it's an apt day to have a LCS representative. Raz, what do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? Wait a second. Instantly. Look, I wish I was there in Reykjavik. It looks insane from there. But after that performance yesterday, it feels like a deja vu. I had to defend FPX's performance in groups when I was there, and it seems like I'm back at it again.
Yeah, not very good at picking the regions you support, apparently. Although this is, of course, yours. And after 3 days of competition, we're starting to see how our teams stack up. Nothing is set in stone, of course, but RNG, Mad Lions, and Damwon Kia, they are all undefeated in their groups.
They certainly are, and as a result of that, a couple teams sit at the bottom of the group, meaning that for teams like Wildcats, Pentanet, GG, and Cloud9, things may get difficult if they are not able to win a game today.
And of course, from tomorrow on, we get the days where you have the whole group played out in a singular day. Tomorrow it is Group A, but the front runner so far, Raz, it has to be Damwon. They were the pre-tournament favorites, and they have lived up to those expectations.
Yeah, and it's been incredible. I know coming into this event, we had questions on this man, Khan, taking the position of Nuguri that we've seen in the past, but he smashed, at least in the back half of the game versus Cloud9. And in the second game, they were just as dominant. Damwon is here to play, and they made that very clear in their performance.
They certainly have. I think that Damwon have looked convincing. And as you rightly said, I've been really impressed with Khan alongside Canyon. How can we not talk about this superstar jungler along with this hyper-aggressive bot lane? Like, there are only nice things to say about Damwon, and I think that they are living up to the expectations that have been put upon them as the current world.
I agree. It's one of those cases where it's going so well that we're even forgetting that Beryl is smurfing every single game as well. So we'll see more of that once we get to, well, the next stages and then finally the best of fives. Next up, we have Mad Lions, also still undefeated. We were on the hype train after their victory versus PSG. Yesterday versus the Wildcats, though, Vedius. Oof, they almost lost that game.
Yeah, things definitely looked pretty close. I will say that they looked extremely dominant. On your screen right now, you're looking at Kazi silencing the doubters and breaking some ankles because he did have a fantastic performance, but I think Mad overstepped a couple times. They gave a couple windows, like you're seeing on your screen right now, for the Wildcats to come back into the game, and they did just that, showcasing that these emerging regions can compete if you give them the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, and here's my thing, like, the fact that they were able to dominate in lane, bot lane, versus what I felt to be the Wildcats' strength in Holy Phoenix and Farfetch, I thought was insane. Because, you're right, the only questions that I had in my mind about Mad Lions coming into this event was a 2v2 bot lane. I thought Kaiser was a boss, absolutely. Especially in their, mid-game, late-game setup alongside his jungler. But it was more so around Karzi, as you mentioned, so the fact that they're able to get 2v2 kills bot side, I think is a really good showing for the team. And, great look at their development as they go on along in the tournament.
Yeah, definitely so, but also I think a couple of things to work on when it comes to the mid and the late game, but they're 2-0. And then we also had the shocker of yesterday. Detonation Focus Me took a historic win against the #1 seed of a major region. They beat C9, and it was the first time in the 7 years of the LJL they were able to beat a first seed of a major region.
Oh, I'm so happy to see DFM finally do it, right? They look so good, especially with the new additions to the roster. I think that for many, the introduction of Arya into the mid lane had some doubts because of how long-standing Seros is and how crucial he's been a part of this organization. But Arya stepped up, the team stepped up, and they had a huge performance yesterday.
And it's really been like a shocker for me on their level of team fighting, because event after event, we've seen this team, or at least the region, really kind of struggle in the play-ins portion of it. As you already said, the first major win that they were able to have, or at least the first win versus a major region, and the ability that they had in team fights to do that around Utapon and Arya, as you mentioned. Great stuff, and it really honestly shines a highlight in their performance going on. I really want to see these guys come out.
Yeah, that's a great point. And now we are thinking further, right? Vedi, they didn't just win this one game. Now we're thinking, okay, can they push through and make it to the next stage? Because I think that the LGL as a region are really waiting for that.
They certainly are. I think that with the additions to their roster, in particular with Arya coming into the mid lane, I think that they've been unlocked a little bit more in terms of what they can draft, how they can approach the game. And they also have that combination of new talent and veterans that I think we've been seeing across the globe develop and evolve into strong rosters. I'm excited to see what their future looks like, and I can't wait to see and talk about them more.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about them more now. You've actually been pretty calm considering this is your favorite team, your favorite region. You've been supporting them even when it hasn't gone so well. So Vedius, turn us all into that Nation Focus Me fans.
Yeah, because the thing about the LGL is that I've always been a believer, but unfortunately they've never really been able to deliver on the hype. But they were able to get a monumental win against Cloud9 yesterday, because the LGL have taken games off of major regions before, although far and few between. The opportunities have been there, but never have they fought a first seed and have been able to come out on top. So I want to talk a little bit about what went so well for them and why things struggled for Cloud9, starting off with the draft. So let's have a look at Cloud9's composition, because you'll see that it's actually very difficult to execute. They have this strong side top, and they also have priority in the bot. So there is options for them to actually play through the bot lane, but when you draft this Jace, it's all about the top side of the map and making sure the Fudge is set up for success. Meanwhile, DFM have got a pretty standard front-to-back team fight where they have really good engage, they have good follow-up dive, and they have pretty consistent damage coming out from the Zoe. So all they really need to do is chill out and wait for the fights. Now, our first clip looks at Blabber's early pathing. C9 can get priority in top and bot, but not mid early. So C9 have options where they want to play. C9 do have info on where Seal starts. C9 still choose to start on the bot side of the map though. The expectation is to get top Prio, and then play for the top scuttle crab. The problem with this is Udyr fast clears, so he's likely always going to be 4 for this scuttle fight. Nid won't be. And while Blabber does try to get some information and try to stop it, unfortunately he's unable to do so. While this is happening, the bot lane is conceding Prio, and so he realizes he's going to get double scuttled, so he feels like he has to force this. But the thing is, even though top lane has priority and can collapse, mid does not. Therefore, even though the Jace can collapse first, it does not matter. The problem with this whole thing is C9 wanted to play through top, and they end up just not being able to do that. Jace spends the rest of the early game just under his tower, and even losing it. By 10 minutes and 30 seconds, Fudge ends up dying top, and they take the top tower with the Herald. But why is this important? Well, the Drake fights. C9's comp doesn't have a great frontline. It's got good poke, some powerful CC, but with the Jace plus Nidalee combo, you need this duo to be ahead to leverage your strong poke and zoning tools. You can see a little bit of that, but then you can also see how far behind they are when this poke doesn't do anything, and Detonation Focus Me can start a fight whenever they want. Now, DFM actually misstep after this little fight, allowing for C9 to get some kills and even secure the Drake. Unfortunately for them, the same thing is not going to happen at the next Drake fight. C9 once again have really good setup on the Dragon. They deny vision and do exactly what their comp needs to do, have the enemy walk into them. You'll see they take a good chunk of damage off of Arya's HP bar, and in an ideal world, this is exactly what they want to do, so their setup is good. The problem is at this point in the game, their comp and the gold deficit is a little bit too much. So let's have a look now at how DFM actually execute. Oh look, Evi's here, let's just walk into the fog of war. Let's face check everything, because we don't actually need to be afraid of C9. They immediately collapse, and keep your eyes on Ulipon here. This is what Raz was talking about earlier. His positioning and execution of this fight was flawless. He drags Blabber over the wall, he's hitting perks, and notice how awkward it is for C9. Vulcan finally tries to get an engage, but now Evi has the ultimate available. He's able to land that 3-man CC, and then the rest of the team can come to follow up and clean up the fight to allow them to get this big win. DFM drafted a comfortable comp that they executed well after punishing the mistakes of Cloud9. On the other side, Cloud9 are not off to the best start here at MSI. For more, let's hear what Fudge thinks about the opening days.
I think we're obviously very confused as to why we're losing, and it also feels like we should be the ones beating, especially DFM or INF in our games, but obviously we're losing, and we need to go back and review and try to fix all our issues. And I think it might be champions, it might be the way we're playing, and I'm not too sure of it yet, but I think that I'm pretty confident that we'll be able to come back and at least get second in our group. I think that if we play the same, we'll lose again. In our upcoming games, we might just open the champions that we've been banning and just hope that either they take it and we play into it, or we just play it, because I do think that we're very good at all the champions that are currently strong. Even though we lost to DFM and INF beat DFM, I still think that we're much better than INF. I think that we'll still be able to beat them pretty easily.
I mean, I think that's a confidence you got to have, Raz, because if you look at the pre-tournament expectations, C9 shouldn't be afraid of, Infinity. They shouldn't be afraid necessarily of Detonation Focus Me, because we know that they can beat them. So how worried are we realistically at this point in time about Cloud9's future at MSI?
It's conflicting. Conflicting because, remember, there are not a lot of games to play. If you make one more mistake like you did in the previous game, then it's that much harder to be able to snatch that second place. Do I think that they're going to lose out? No, not at all. I think they're going to get second. The only concern now is the pre-tournament expectation that I had in the team that picked up perks, that had Blabber as the second MVP that he's had so far, and then losing based off just that alone. So I'm concerned. Just from how far I expect this team to go, but nah, they should be able to get out of this group.
Maybe we can offer you some support as people who've seen Sven and Perks specifically.
I'm in need of a
fall
support
behind.
Group, definitely.
Fall behind in group stages, fall behind in best of fives, Vedi, as we've seen firsthand that this usually doesn't phase, especially Perks and Sven, and for what I can hear, also not Fudge. He still has that confidence, so it all points to things looking up.
Yeah, it certainly does. I think that anyone that has followed Perks in his career will remember the last MSI, where they went 5-5 in groups. They lost to Fongbu Buffalo. He's also been in a group stage. Yeah, he's also been in a group stage where he was almost knocked out by the Flash Wolves at Worlds. So I feel like that Perks is a player that has been in this situation multiple times. He oozes confidence, and I'm sure that the team will very quickly figure out what their problems are and bounce back.
But as Raz says, there aren't that many games, and international events like MSI, they are a proving ground for rookie and legend alike. And while we've seen the rise of some superstars, we've also witnessed some less than stellar performances. So it is time to ask you who your studs and duds are so far at MSI. Raz, will you kick us off with your first stud, or your only stud, actually?
Absolutely. My stud here is Wei from RNG, because coming into this event, I mean, he's leading in MVPs in the regular season in the LPL spring for a reason. The early game for this team starts with Ming and ends with Wei. This jungle mid, the jungle support 2v2 that they have, the synergy is on point. He's been insane in this tournament so far. Even with an uncompetitive group, he just rolls over them. So I was looking at Wei in particular into this event. I think he is the second best jungler right next to Canyon. So there's a lot of hype from my end on what he can do in this tournament.
I totally agree, and especially when we get to the further stages of MSI, see how he and RNG can develop. But where there is a stud, there is a dud. Raz, tell us.
If it wasn't already obvious with the statements that I've made prior, it has to be Blabber in two fronts. The first front end is the fact that he's a carry jungler, someone that you want to play around ultimately, him and Perks. But game one that we saw versus Dom1, where the composition was good, and he wasn't really set up to succeed with this particular matchup. And then in game two, he makes a blunder like this that actually puts his team absolutely far behind. And so, I come into this event thinking that Blabber, starting in his first major tournament international, this is where he needs to come and improve, his strength to the world. And this is not the start you want to see.
Well, Raz, of course, you have watched Blabber for a while now. He also had a stellar split. He was the MVP. So what can you tell us about what we should usually expect from Blabber and what we hopefully will see in the next couple of games?
What I'm expecting is, exactly what we said. 2v2 through mid. Him and Perks have formed really a dominant, combination. And really, no one in North America has really been able to, puncture that. So what I'm expecting, more carry performances. I don't think Rumble's going to be in play, but certainly Kindred is something that's come up in the past and has been a conversation. So any carry jungler that he can have, then I think that he and the team really does thrive when they play for the jungle and play through Blabber.
So, a lot of junglers so far in the studs and duds. Vedius, who is your stud?
Well, I'm going to keep the trend going, and I'm going to have to talk about Down1's Canyon. The man just oozes talent. I feel like we've been seeing it last year. We're going to continue to see it at this tournament because the man has done nothing but dominate. His pathing is just so next level. We got Kadril breaking down some of it yesterday, and I think that in every single game, we're just seeing why he is such a great player. Down1 set him up for success, and I think that he rewards them by absolutely dominating the early game and getting very impressive stats like you're seeing on your screen right now.
Yes, and again, a jungler. That's 3 already in the studs and the duds. Is that a sign of the importance of jungler in the early game skirmishes, the champion pool, or the strength of the junglers, or all of the above?
I think junglers have just been OP for a very long time. I think that ever since the change to the jungle spawn timers, there being so much money and experience to be gained, junglers have so much more agency. And now we're actually seeing, I think, even more ganking junglers. Things like Morgana, Rumble, I mean, Udyr was already very prevalent. When you give these champions into the hands of a player like Canyon and a player like Wei, they're just going to run away and dominate the game. Now, you could sit there and say, perhaps the level of competition isn't someone that can rival them just yet, but I still think that what we see from Canyon in particular is just very smart pathing, intelligent play consistently, and just an overall dominant performance.
You can only beat who's in front of you right now, right? So we have to give credit where credit is due, but you also owe me a dud.
I do, and I hope that my Twitter doesn't get attacked once again, but I am going to talk about Pain Gaming's BRTT. I think that coming into this tournament, expectations were that he would be one of the big carries for Pain, and so far he hasn't been able to deliver. He has been dying a lot in the 2 versus 2. His impact in the team fights have not been significant, and I feel like that we expected a lot more from this player, and we need to see more, because Pain currently sitting at 1-1. I believe that if they want to make it out of this group, he is going to have to step up like the rest of his team have to be able to challenge and actually make a case to get out.
Raz.
Yeah, I mean, look, I definitely rest in peace to your mentions on this one. I do agree, and I think that from what we've seen from Pain so far, domestically in the region, they thrive off team fights, and you have to play through bot lane, and yeah, set him up to succeed, absolutely. I think the concern that I've always had is more so in the setup that they have around objectives. Whenever the setup comes through, they end up getting caught or picked off before it even happens. So I definitely want to see that progress there from the team.
Yeah, and just to reset kind of the expectations, if you are not so familiar with the CBLOL and with this representative, this really is a super team. 4 out of 5 of the members already have CBLOL titles. They're only the jungler who is relatively new to the stage. So there is an expectation amongst the Brazilian fans that this is going to be a return to the golden age. So that is why we have BRTT in the duds for Vedius, may I add.
Specifically at Vedius on Twitter. Yeah.
So looking ahead at our schedule, we're going to see all those studs and duds facing off today on the Rift. Way and RNG take on the Unicorns of Love, and then the Unicorns of Love will have back-to-back games. Later on, we'll see Cloud9 claw for a victory against Infinity. Raz, what game do you have your eye on? Do I even need to ask?
I would love to see that game, absolutely. Just in terms of how little games you have, you need to not only take this win, but restore confidence in North America and actually have a very Cloud9-esque win.
Yeah.
It needs to be dominant. And so I want to see strong play overall from the team.
I love that you said that, like a Cloud9-esque win, a win that can really instill confidence in themselves and in the fans. Well, no matter what region our teams represent, they're all together in Iceland. And for our Icelandic fun fact of the day, we're going to chill out with the Icelandic Jule lads. Please tweet me with help how to pronounce everything I'm going to say. But the Icelandic lore, it states that the children of Iceland are visited by 13 Jule lads in the 13 nights leading up to Christmas. And each night, the children place their shoes on the windowsills, and those who are well behaved are rewarded with candy. For those who don't pass the test, their shoes are filled with rotting potatoes with Jule lads. So, I mean, studs and duds, Raz, who would get rotting potatoes?
Probably said it to Vedius also back on Twitter, you know. Send that rhyme to make up put over there.
Yeah, I'm happy that we get to learn about all these fun facts. Not the biggest of countries, but certainly very beautiful and very interesting. And while not the Jule lads, the lads of RNG, they have quite a bit to celebrate after a successful first few matches here at MSI. And Dash, he spoke with their jungler Way about their journey so far.
What's up, everyone? Dash here on the ground at MSI, joined by Way, following a very dominant performance over Unicorns of Love. Way, first question to you. 3-0 in the tournament so far, and as I mentioned, each game has looked about more dominant than the last. How has this measured up to the expectation of both you and the team so far coming into the event?
首先，恭喜你们已经3连胜了嘛！目前为止的比赛当中，都是表现出了非常强的一个统治力，每一场都感觉比前一场打得要更好。所以目前为止，这个结果是符合你自己或者是队伍的整个预期的吗？
就3连胜就达到了自己的预期吧。对。
I think for now, are having a 3-game winning streak, so that's definitely reached our expectation.
All right, well, when we talk a little bit about what we've been seeing so far in the tournament, I want to talk about the meta and the champions being played. Teams across the event have been playing a wide variety of champions. I'm curious why you think that is and what it is about the game currently that supports a wide meta like that.
感觉目前为止比赛当中有很多不同的一个英雄的一个上场嘛，你觉得这是一个版本的就是版本所导致的一个原因吗？
我觉得这个就是11.9有很多英雄削弱了，然后也有一些英雄 AP 打野啊，很多 AP 打野都可以玩了，就感觉 AP 打野就是打野核的嘛，就物理打野大部分还是打团队的。对。
So because I think a lot of champions in this current meta are nerfed, so it brings more possibility for the AP junglers. So it means that the team can play more jungle centric. That's probably the most important. That why we're seeing a lot of variety of different champions.
Well, you've already played 3 unique champions. I'm very excited to see what else you have in store. Now, at the moment, if you guys continue this form, you will be moving on to the next stage of the tournament, which means more opponents. I'm curious if there are any individual or specific junglers in the tournament that you are excited to match up against and why.
因为按照这样一个气势下去的话，你们是非常的稳，能够进到下一个阶段了嘛，所以。也会有面对上更多的对手，更多的队伍。有没有哪一个打野选手是你特别想要去交锋的呢？
就更想遇见 DK 的打野堪勇吧，然后就特别厉害。
I really want to face off against Canyon from Damwon Kia. He seems pretty strong.
That will be probably the jungle matchup of the tournament right there. Last question for you is tomorrow. You're the first game of the day once again, and you'll be facing off in a rematch against Unicorns of Love. I want to understand a little bit about what the preparation looks like between today and tomorrow, particularly when you have 24 hours to look back on the game today.
明天的话，你们会跟Unicorns of Love 就独角兽会有一个再相遇的比赛，是第一场比赛嘛？想知道一下，因为你们会有24小时去准备这场比赛，会不会有一些特别的准备？
就回去更加认真的训练跟研究他们吧。
I think we will scrim pretty hard and just put a lot of efforts to do research on them.
All right, fantastic way. A beautiful start for RNG so far. I want to thank you so much for taking the time and wish you the best of luck in the rest of your games.
祝你好运，然后现在整个势头都非常好，希望之后的比赛也好运。
OK， 谢谢大家。
Thank you so much.
Well, there you go. Fantastic interview. And man, what I would give to know what's happening in those scrims, because we're getting like hints here and there from especially a lot of Mad Lions players, I have to say. I don't know if they're being a bit too self-confident, but he's saying it's going well. They're going to prep hard for this one. But to be honest, it's a bit of a free group for them, Betty.
It certainly feels like that. Yeah, unfortunately, with the VCS not being able to attend, the expectations were that Unicorns kind of looked like the next favorites. And I think that with Pentanet being in a position where, especially with a lot of veteran players, this is their first opportunity to make it to the international stage. Unicorns have kind of had that experience with their strong top side, which they've been, well, for a while now, leveraging to great success.
And Raz, of course, you are currently casting and working for the LCS, but you are also still a big fan of the LPL, where you've worked for many, many years. For RNG, it's, of course, the big story of return to glory, return to the domestic title, and hopefully return to international success. You know, it is a bit tricky because they've done so well in this group stage, but then you're going to think, is that a false sense of security? How much trust do you have that they will be able to elevate their play as they find opponents that are of higher caliber as they continue?
I have a lot of trust, and the reason for that is because of that legacy that you're talking about. With Xiaohu, when he made that role swap at the very beginning of the split, there were a lot of questions because the manner in which it happened was very haphazard, and so we were like, is this team set up to succeed? Hell yes, they were. Like, they came in incredibly strong, and you know, coming into this tournament, Ming, a big leader for this team, and I feel like the strongest or one of the strongest supports in the world. Is an amazing leader for the team. And the biggest questions that we have are usually the younger players that are coming in, because we have a lot of faith in the experienced lot. But for Wei to come in, or Cryan to come in and to perform well so far, sure, it's against lower competition, but we've seen people fall with that hurdle in the past. So I'm confident. We just need to see tough competition. We did give a lot of credit to Unicorns of Love coming in, that maybe that they would challenge them in a team fight. I want to see that, because last time it was a stomp.
Yeah, that is true. Let's talk a little bit more about Wei, who has been so impressive. You specifically wanted to look at how he shut down Pabu the last time that they met Pentanet.
Yes, it was not even just him too. It was a team effort, where this was a bad decision from Pentanet to challenge Udyr, Silas, and Lee Sin in a 3v3, especially when they were the ones there first. And when we see challenges like these or an advantage given to the jungler, we want to see him press on the gas pedal, and they did that. Constantly challenging for blue buffs and having not just the mid laner and Cryan come over, Xiaohu to also help in being able to secure that as well. And of course, Raptors challenged consistently. It was an objective to get him out of the game. Pabu was not allowed to farm. I have not seen a Flamer Horizon in the jungle in my memory. I know it's happened once in the past, but it was consistent. It was a concerted effort, and it's nice to see the confidence there from Wei. And hey, you know what? Push him out of the jungle and then go straight down mid when you know you can actually get a kill on a manaless mid in Chad. So it's just, I think, really a great showing from a team that now they are hungering for competition.
Yeah, I was feeling that last hit there. That is my kill.
Yeah, I think that Wei is continuing to demonstrate really good awareness and pathing. And I think that one of the biggest things for me is that the way in which Damwon won Worlds last year was, it wasn't about jungler playing for lanes, it was about laners playing for jungle. And this is another great example of how laners can help support their junglers and how you can get advantages in the jungle. And not only do you set your jungler up for success, but you deny so much from one of the big playmakers on the enemy team. And against Pentanet, it was super important. And I think that when you go up against the Unicorns of Love, it's a very similar conversation, because whenever we look at this roster, we also talk about their top side. We talk about players like Ananasik, and I think that when you're RNG, you're constantly going to look to try and shut down that enemy jungle.
So let's talk a bit about the Unicorns of Love then. I want to be careful in the words I choose here, because obviously going up against RNG is super difficult. But because of the pedigree of the LCL specifically, and the fact that this roster was for the majority similar, got to the groups of the world stage, the group stage of Worlds last year around, I have actually high hopes for them, and I want them to do well. And up until now, I've not seen them be even competitive in a game versus RNG. I want to see that today, Vedius. Do you think it's possible, and where do they have to focus?
I think that initially we would start by talking about the 2v2 mid-jungle, and be talking about how Ananasik and Nomans in the past are a large part of where they were able to find success. Unfortunately, I think that given the current meta and the champion pool that Nomans has, he doesn't have the same agency or playmaking power that he once did, which means that we now look and turn our attention to Boss up towards the top lane. Domestically, he was a bit of a powerhouse. He was one of the key carries, and he's been a big part of this trio that has helped dominate the LCL for so many years. And I think that going up against a player like Xiaohu, he's someone that you have to try and enable and try and give the winning matchup towards, and then just play the weak side bot. Make sure that they have a staple, safe bot side of the map to then try and shut down Xiaohu, set your team up for success, because you can't afford to be giving Lucian top lane over to Xiaohu. That's just like his bread and butter.
Yeah, and here's the thing, too, because, like, I agree with you absolutely. For me, with Unicorns of Love, I just want to see them get into a team fight setting where when they're not already in an astronomical deficit from the laning phase, as you said. So, like, giving draft resources to Boss so he's not put in a NAR matchup, whatever it could be, of course. If it's the Lucian, if it's the Jace, set him up to succeed and play towards the top side pretty heavily. Make your bot side play safe, because that's just, I think, going to be the strategy that RNG go for. I don't think they're going to be piling towards the bottom side of the map. So then when you get to the team fights, you can play to what you are known for. And so I think Unicorns of Love didn't get the opportunity to show their strength last time.
That missed ban right there has Lucian's face written on it. That's what needs to change coming into this matchup, because again, I think that if you deny the strong top jungle duo rather from RNG, it's already one step closer to getting closer to actually having that close game.
And as is the nature, when you talk about options, you immediately see then, you know, it's very difficult, because RNG, as said, they played a lot to topside to Xiaohu in the regular season. They shifted that in the finals versus FPX, were more proactive and put more resources in the bottom lane. But now we see that Cryan yesterday had a huge game on Silas as well, and Wei is out jungling everybody. So, I mean, I don't want to make you less excited for the matchup. If anything, I want to build up the possibility for Unicorns of Love to make the upset. Raz, any last words for the Unicorns of Love to hopefully show us something in this match?
What I saw from them in their finals, domestically, was drafting creativity. I know they lost that from losing Gadget, that's fair, but at least in the mid lane, I think they're really creative in what they can pick. If they see a great matchup, I know that Cryan loves his Rise, right? Then you can put down the Cassiopeia that you stomped in that moment. So I think that giving yourself a strong 2v2 is good, and then just being aware. Because you're right, like previously being a coach, seeing the missed draft in the second phase tilts me, because that's when you need to be clear, and that's when you need to be, have strong direction of what your composition wants to look like. So I don't expect that to happen again. I expect them to be a lot more confident in what their game plan is, and I expect them to be giving a lot more resources towards Boss and Nomans.
Yes, I hope for a good game, and when the expectations are at the lowest and they're the biggest underdogs, usually the Unicorns of Love are able to perform. The group stage has now reached the final day of the first round robin, and some teams are under a lot of pressure to turn things around. Let's see what happens.
MSI always feels to me like the tournament where surprises are more likely to happen, where the result is not as set in stone.
DFM, a team that has never made it past their initial station at any tournament ever.
今日こそは絶対勝つぞって気持ちでやって、実際勝てたんで、本当に今後の自信にすごいつながりますね。
DFM looking to make Cloud9 have a 0-2 start to MSI 2021 with a win on the books here for the Japanese team.
I was not expecting that, but I think they just had a bad day.
I think we're obviously very confused as to why we're losing, and it also feels like we should be the ones beating, especially DFM or INF in our games, but I'm pretty confident that we'll be able to come back and at least get second in our group.
We know that they are a really good team. They are probably better than every team on Latam, but I know we can beat Cloud9 and we are going to be ready.
Gillette Infinity have done it. They will take down Detonation Focus Me in their first game of MSI 2021.
前回の INF 戦、僕たちが一気に投げて試合が一気に終わってしまったんですけれども、次はもう投げないので僕たちがね INF 戦にリベンジして勝ちたいと思います。
There are a lot of strong teams here at this tournament. There have been some very one-sided games that we have seen that I think are making people underestimate some of these minor region teams.
RNG dominate, decimate, deconstruct, and obliterate Pentanet.
Well, I think morale is always good in our team. Like, we're all really good mates. Probably even when we're losing, you can probably see on the camera we're having a laugh. I definitely think we have an opportunity to win games versus UOL.
RNG destroy Unicorns of Love and make again a statement in a heavily favored match.
We learned a lot, and every loss for us is experience. That's what matters.
我们肯定会以小组第一的身份出现嘛，然后现在我们什么队伍都无法。
RNG, we might have lost you, but next time we're gonna crush you.
And welcome everybody to Lull Park for MSI 2021. I am Valdez, joined by Wolf today for this lovely cast we got going here. We're going to be covering the first 3 games of the day, and boy, do we have some bangers. How are you doing today, Wolf?
I'm doing pretty good. You know, it's really exciting that we are actually going to get to cover MSI here from Korea, and I'm very excited to do my very first MSI cast with you during your very first MSI cast. It's going to be an exciting 3 matches we have here for the beginning of the night here. We've got some rematches, and you don't always get lucky enough to get rematches in a group stage like this, but this is international competition at the highest level. And, you know, as we just saw in that video just moments ago, Unicorns of Love get a chance at revenge for that match they lost yesterday.
They absolutely do, and it's going to be interesting to see if they can challenge one of the big favorites of this entire MSI 2021. So very curious to see what they bring in today. As you mentioned, the rematch. There's a lot of pressure on these guys to try to change something up and prove to everybody that they're not just going to get stomped once again, as was mentioned in the analyst desk before during the countdown. You know, it is a 3 team group. So yeah, it is just, okay, if they can beat Pentanet GG, they're probably still going to be feeling good, but you want to get some wins as well before you do move on to that Rumble stage. So very curious to see if they mix anything up, maybe some weird, wacky picks here in the draft. I think you got to change something when you're going up against a team this good.
Yeah, I think you really do, and we'll see what Unicorns of Love have planned here. And going to the last series, we saw the high priority on the Trundle, which did not work out, unfortunately. They tried to get some early leads. It looks like we are about to head into Champion Select here for the first match of the evening. As you know, this is a group where, you know, with the Vietnamese team not being able to make it, you know, the rich do get richer and the poor do get poorer sometimes in the standings. And I feel like this is the breaking point for Unicorns of Love. If they can actually, you know, take this match here, they might be able to have a really nice finish in this group if they can get their mentality, you know, fixed. But I think that coming into a series like this, you know, you lost yesterday, you are the underdog. You're not going to feel too disheartened if you do end up falling behind. We see removals here on the Renekton. The Senna is out already.
Yeah, and also the Tristana is going to be taken away. We'll see if we get a Lucian ban here. I know everybody's calling for Xiaohu to not get that pick. And honestly, after what we saw, I don't think we should see him get it for the rest of this tournament. They've got 1 ban left. We saw Morgana come through here for RNG. That makes a bit of sense, but you'll notice here that the Lucian is left up. The Kai'Sa does get banned away from Gala, another one of these power picks. here for RNG, but the Lucian left available will be interesting to see if they jump on that right away.
I mean, the Rumble is also left open. You don't necessarily have to pick the Lucian blind straight away. Could end up being more of a counter pick, and they will go for this Rumble once again. It's only been 3 champions we've seen Wei play so far this tournament, the Olaf, the Udyr, and the Rumble being the highest tier of the 3, and he will pick it up here early. Save that Lucian potentially for a counter pick later on.
Yeah, and it's a great point because you look at UOL and you say, well, these guys haven't played too much Lucian. Maybe we can take this Rumble right from the get-go. And you would say, oh, okay, if they were really trying to get this Lucian pick, or at least get one of Lucian and Rumble, they would pick it here in the first stage, but they don't. They take the Varus and the Nidalee, and it's going to be really interesting to see if that does work out for them here, because you get that 80 solo laner with the Lucian, a guy who can pilot it to this effect alongside of this super top tier AP jungler in the Rumble. Things are already looking pretty good, but let's see what they go for here. They are highlighting the Lee Sin.
Yeah.
And they will lock it in.
Just going to go blind with this one. He's played it already once here in MSI, and I'm not shocked to see it come through once again. It feels like Unicorns of Love are going to put their focus once again on Ananasik here in the jungle, bring up the Nidalee here very early on in the draft. We'll see if we can lock in some CC here for the mid lane, because, you know, since there is no lock-in evolution early, it can be removed in the second ban phase. Looks like they're going to go towards the Leona instead here. Lock the support down before we get to that second ban phase, leaving mid a little bit open right now. Unicorns of Love waiting to see what RNG is going to make for their first move.
Yeah, you mentioned the CC. The Leona does get locked in. We've seen this lane here before. Definitely get a nice amount of priority down in that bottom side with the Varus and the Leona. And now let's see what they do go for here in the bans. Obviously, that Lucian just still stand out just a bit.
Yeah.
But we'll see if they would even want to go for it, especially with the Lee Sin that did get picked up here, as the Ashe is going to be the ban away from Gala this time around. So really focusing the 80 carry here on the side of RNG.
Yeah, removing a lot of those champions for him. He's one of the stronger players on this roster, you know. He's also kind of stepping into the shoes of Uzi a little bit here for RNG, a team that has had so much international success, just missed their first Worlds in 5 years. Last year, or back here on this international stage in MSI. And a lot of eyes are on Gala right now. You know, a lot of people are saying that he's one of the best 80 carries in LPL. Some people saying otherwise, that in fact, you know, he has really strong play, but he might not even be the next best in the region. We do see the Lucian come out, though. The Lucian is removed here. There's a lot of flexibility still with this RNG draft, the Lee Sin and the Rumble that can be flexed.
Ooh, and this is going to be the Nocturne just immediately locked in, followed by a straight-up lock-in from Gala as well. He will be picking up the Kalista this time around, so... And followed up by the Orianna. Okay, so they add some more AP into their lineup, and some pretty nice wombo combo when you do look at that comp there from RNG.
Yeah, it's really scary when you think about all the CC as well, and how much mid-control can come if the bot lane does go into favor with the Kalista Nautilus. You know, you can roam, you can actually put a lot of pressure on that mid lane. It's not going to be an easy matchup there against Cryan for Noman's here for the side of Unicorns of Love. We're waiting for that final counter pick here, and it looks like we might see the Kassadin. It's an old favorite for Nomads. He is going to lock it in. This is something that was mentioned on the desk just before. This is not a meta where Nomads feels at his most comfortable, right? He has to play a lot of control mages. Victor is his most played champion in the playoffs for the LCL. Not the kind of champions that he likes to play more aggressive. I like the Kassadin a lot more here for his play style. Yeah. They've already changed things up quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the pick here for Noman's. He was 2-0 in the LCL in the full season, and his KDA was 22. So the guy knows how to pilot that pick. Yes, this is kind of the next tier of League of Legends play on the international stage. So I'm really curious to see if he can have kind of a banger performance here, coming out, trying to mix things up, bringing in his pocket Kassadin. And a pretty interesting comp as well on the side of UOL. Definitely not a straightforward one. Can be difficult to pilot, and we'll see if maybe they can get some solo carry performances this time around.
I'm really excited to see the Rumble once again. One of my favorite champions in League of Legends. Like to see him coming back into the meta, flexible in so many roles, like the Lee Sin right now. As we have coaches shake hands here, we are about to jump onto the Rift for what should be a great opportunity for Unicorns of Love to bounce back. You know, this is a group where, as mentioned before, You know, it's a quadruple round robin essentially, so we're going to have a lot of play between these two teams. This is the second time they will meet, so there's already some history brewing. It was just yesterday that RNG won a very one-sided game, and you know, if you're a fan, if you're an LCL fan watching MSI, you're hoping they can turn things around here. But like as you mentioned, RNG, one of the big favorites to go to the finals, at least, if not take the whole thing. One of the big challenges people are looking at next to Damwon Kia in this international event.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of people are expecting a bunch from RNG, and they might not expect too much challenge here in the first stage of the tournament. But we're looking for UOL to maybe try to turn the tables and mix things up, maybe provide some upsets and some interesting gameplay here in this first one. So we're kicking it off onto the Rift once again. And this is going to be RNG, currently 3-0 in their group up against Unicorns of Love. And man, this is going to be pretty interesting. I'm also curious, you know, we've had some stumbles with the Nidalee jungle coming in already in MSI. I'm curious to see how Anasik is going to go into the jungle up against that jungle rumble, and Wei has been playing pretty well so far as well.
Yeah, he really has. You know, Wei is definitely one of the names that doesn't stand out as much, I think, for a lot of people, because it is his first major international event. You know, he doesn't have the same attention Gala has, because he's obviously stepping where Uzi once walked, right? Xiaohu, one of the longest standing players in China, who's swapped now to top lane, and a lot of the resources RNG have been giving have been to him. But Wei has quietly had a great, you know, first 3 games here in MSI.
Oh.
And here we go.
Hold the phone.
All right, you got a lane swap, the Orianna into the Nocturne.
Yeah. You're about to hang up that phone. Don't hang it up just yet. Xiaohu, you were just mentioning the lane swap that this player has pulled off in his career. How about in this game?
Yeah.
Lee Sin, you know, it's a matchup we haven't seen in a extremely long time, but this is a very fun one for the Lee Sin, especially early on into that Kassadin.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very tough. You know, on the top side of things, Boss did, you know, try to interrupt that swap there for Cryan. Didn't make it easy for him to go into lane. And meanwhile, on the bot side,
ooh, this is a very early flash. This is at level 1, okay? This is just a straight-up dredge line from Ming and a follow-up from Gala, and you already get the flash away from Lodic. I think that, yeah, Xiao was able to move forward and actually spot the Nidalee moving in as well. So that was a nice maneuver. Pings out the Nidalee. They know exactly where she is. And that's just an extra boost of information, as now Unicorns of Love will do a little bit of swapping.
Yeah, and when you're on the, you know, receiving end of the swap, where you actually are matching the swaps, you lose a lot of time in lane. You're going to lose a lot of experience. You may even lose a significant amount of farm. As you can see here, 6 CS up right now, currently Xiaohu, who's actually going to head bottom and look for a play. I mean, there's so much lane pressure here already. That's what Kallista's going to give you in the early game.
Yeah, and this is a pretty good idea. It's very early on, so it does come with its own risks. But remember that Lodic doesn't have his flash. He's level 2 right now, and let's see what he can do with just the heal. This is just typical LPL play, going for the super early dive. They're going to get the teleport out of Boss, and they're like, yeah, so what, buddy? We're still going for the dive. This is a 4v3 under the turret, and they pick up first blood 3.5 minutes into the game.
And meanwhile, on the top side of the map, look at where Cryan is. He's actually not overextended. He's able to get away. You know, you see the counter gank come through from Anasik, whose name I practiced several times saying before the broadcast today, but I still got it wrong. Sorry. I'll get it right eventually. But yeah, he's able to avoid this counter gank. He's totally fine on the top side of the map. And this was so well executed. The vision was hidden. You see the dive come through here, and Santos tries to turn things back, but RNG are just so ready to grab that kill and get out.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's one thing leads to another. They get the flash early on in the lane, just the straight up 2v2 at level 1. And then they're able to just pull that off in typical LPL fashion. And RNG isn't necessarily one of these teams from the LPL that does like the crazy dives and the super aggressive plays, but they saw an opportunity and they took it, and it was perfectly executed.
Yeah.
So they're going to get a pretty nice lead here. You see that UOL is trying to get some pressure up on the top side, but Wei is like, yep, how about I just kill you instead? You can take my Gromp, but I will take your life, and now Santos is all alone as well.
Yeah, he's caught here. He's at level 2 still, mind you, so he's going to lose even more experience through this, and this looks like potentially the beginning of another very one-sided game. I mean, you get all that extra pressure in the bot lane. You hit level 3 first. You have that 4-man gank bottom. You have to do something as Unicorns of Love to try to turn things around, right? You send your support to the top side of the map to try to make a play, to try to set up for that defense against when Wei comes in to try to stop you from taking his farm away, but the execution was just better here for RNG, and now it's a 3-0 score line, and it's a long way back for this level 2 Leona.
Yeah, say what you will about this matchup, but I think this is also terrifying for any team watching this. Watching RNG in their natural habitat, Xiaohu roaming on the Lee Sin once again to the bottom lane, and Santos is probably going to eat that one once again. At least they're able to trade a kill back, but RNG are not letting their foot off the gas pedal. Still looking for some extra damage. Will be the 1-for-1, but they're getting so many plates at the same time. Look at the CS difference in the bottom lane. This one is just insanely one-sided.
No, I mean, you can play the more passive Orianna on the top side and have the Lee Sin come down bottom. This lane swap ends up being fantastic for them because they can be a lot more aggressive. They can look for these plays. And when you have a lane matchup that's going to be so favored to the Kalista early on, you have so many opportunities. The minions are always pushed, and they're not missing a chance here.
Yeah, so let's see the 1v1. You can see that a bunch of damage already done, flashing under the turret, but look at this perfect roam from Ming. He gets there right on time, and that is just, oh man, that's his trademark.
This is his trademark.
Perfect.
Yeah, he loves to roam top. This is what he does. This is one of the things he's made a big name for himself with, and he's looking for more here.
Oh my god, this is just disgusting at this point. Yeah, Xiaohu's looking for it as well. He's going to get the flash away from the Kassadin, as that will be a successful gank in its own right, even without the kill. As RNG, they're definitely looking comfortable with this kind of play style.
Certainly. I mean, this is really unfortunate, for UOL with how things have started here. The lane swap is a problem. The early game bot matchup is really slowed you down, and it feels like this is a train that just keeps rolling too. With RNG's comp, they're going to have a lot of control over these early Drakes with the advantages that they have right now. And for UOL, they're just going to have to kind of slow down. So the timing of this ultimate coming through, the paranoia, is actually perfect. He waits for the ult engage. He tries to come in and counter. And if Ming isn't here, they do get that kill back. But Ming is exactly where he needs to be. He's thinking one step ahead. And this is beautiful play from RNG across the map.
Yeah, Ming's having a great time this entire game. If he's ever on camera, he's always laughing, smiling. This is like one of those games where you just get to pop off and feel great about yourself. And he's really in his natural habitat, as we have mentioned. So feeling pretty good about that. As we're seeing the goal difference right now in the 80 carry role, certainly it's looking pretty good. Although this is Unicorns of Love looking for a play. The spear is going to land onto Cryan. And up in the top side, the Orianna with no flash was just a sitting duck. So a nice clap back there from UOL.
Yeah, Wei unfortunately not anywhere nearby to look for the counter. Meanwhile, Santa's still only level 4. Bit of a late roam here for Xiaohu.
Yeah, he's back again, though. But this time around, Nomans is here, but the kick gets the CC onto 2 of them, and the damage is just too much. As Xiaohu is just going to flash away from that one, and Nomans can't get through the 2 bottom laners of RNG. Let's add another point to Xiaohu's score right now. 2-0 and 3 already at 8 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, 2 of these kills going over to Ming as well in this game, who's 2-1 and 3. But doubling the CS right now is Gala, with how much time Lodic has spent in the fountain trying to get back to lane. Santos is 0-4 and 1, unfortunately, in this game. And it's a tough time, right? Look at how this is played out, too, when you do see Xiaohu end up arriving here on the Lee Sin, who he's played almost like a pseudo-jungle in this case with the amount of attention he's given this bottom lane. Goes in, kicks Santos away. That's your peel gone. You go straight for Lodic. The Varus is down, make it a double. And unfortunately, Nomans is just a little bit too late to the party.
Yeah. I don't know whose performance is scarier here. Is it Xiaohu on the Lee Sin, playing mid lane basically, and roaming to the bottom side about 5 times? Or is it Ming, who's all over the map and making huge plays for his team as well? Gala's kind of left out here to dry, but it doesn't matter
cleanse.
because he has the cleanse and he is Callista. Doesn't even have to flash away.
It almost feels calculated here as Ming and Wei are going to rotate down to try to punish. They're not able to find the kills. They're not able to be successful. But it does feel like for RNG, they're really showcasing some of the flexibility of some of the champions we have right now in this meta.
No.
Uh-oh.
Here
Boss.
we go. Well, he's got the paranoia. Tries to do a bit of damage, but he's just going to get burnt to a crisp there by the Rumble. And now it's Noman's just running away. He's level 8 on the Kassadin. He didn't want any of this action. He wanted to sit back and scale, but that's not the way that RNG is going to let him play the game.
I mean, Wei has actually just spent so much of this game looking for ganks and pressure on the map. He's 5 out of 8 in terms of kill participation right now. Only a little bit ahead of Ananasik with the CS because, you know, he spent so much time around the map and so much time in these lanes. But as I was saying before, it feels like what RNG is showing us is that so many of these champions can be played anywhere. And Boss, once again.
It's so funny what the Lee Sin is able to do this Nocturne, too. And there's no spell shield. See you later, Boss. That's going to be his 3rd death this time around. Nicely set up. There's 0 vision for UOL in the bottom side river, so over and over and over again, they just roam on up and get kill after kill.
And this is during a Rift Herald take, so they're going to get all that extra gold as well. And this is looking like a situation for Unicorns of Love where you're going to struggle to find a way back into this game, unfortunately. For the first time, it feels like in this game, Minions will crash the turret here on the bottom side, but Gala's here to pick up the pieces. He's got a massive advantage still in that CS. And when you're looking at scaling later on into this game, it's really hard to find someone on Unicorns of Love's side here who's going to be able to safely bring things back. And I'm a little bit concerned here, Valdez, about how some of these upcoming Drake fights are going to happen in Unicorn Love's favor. At least RNG doesn't have that advantage just yet.
Yeah, I mean, I like that point. You look at this draft and you think maybe the Kassadin, you know, maybe we can get some Monka S's thinking about the timing when he's about to hit level 16, but I don't even know if that's going to matter too much because I think he just kind of hops in and dies against the amount of damage that RNG have, especially from this far behind. It's going to be pretty rough, to say the least, and we'll have to see what they do. As you mentioned, RNG hasn't, at least they haven't rushed down any Drakes or anything, so still the Infernal Drake remains on the Rift, and it looks like they might look for it now. But you can see they'd rather go for the kills, and so Santos does move into the river. Someone had to face check it, but trying to turn it around now, as Santos will be burnt to a crisp. Wei is coming in. At least they get the kill on Tagala, but that's not enough to do it, and Noman's just sitting in the brush. Oh, how about a solo kill here? Boss is going to go down to Xiaohu, who finds him in his own jungle.
Yeah, Noman's there in that shot. You know, production's trying to show maybe he'll teleport. It's actually still on cooldown just for a few more seconds, so he's unable to come down and help out and to really solidify their position here. And it's a really awkward time, you know, for this to actually happen while he doesn't have that teleport on cooldown, just has to walk back to lane. That's going to be the first Drake going to RNG. And the tempo advantage that they have is so great at this point that Ming doesn't have to sit in the lane anymore. He's not laning, really. He's just going around the map, looking for opportunities. And this is the type of comp, you know, that can fall off hard if it doesn't get an early advantage. So you do want to maintain this. But if we've kind of gotten over the top of the hill, so to speak, for RNG in terms of what this comp needs to do to function, they're so ahead at this point that the damage output they have is so high that Unicorns of Love don't ever get to play that extended fight. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, the engine is online, and all their carries have insane amounts of gold, and there's just not really any defenses that are able to be purchased here by Unicorns of Love, or any ability to deny that amount of damage that is going to be coming out here. They also get the Infernal Drake, as we are going to take a look here at the replay, just a straight-up one-on-one.
Yeah, it ends up just being a 1v1, unfortunately, Boss. There's no way out. He goes straight back to him on top of the blast plant, and they go over the wall together. Only one emerges alive. And this is unfortunately not that comeback game, that revenge game that if you're a Unicorns of Love fan, you were looking for. This is a team that has so many international performances under their belt. These players have been to several international events across multiple teams. You know, the Vegas Squadron days even coming to mind, you know, if you want to look all the way back. And this is a team that a lot of European fans, I think, look to as one of the kind of wild card teams that can actually upset in groups and can actually do very well at international events, even if expectations aren't high. But playing back-to-back games against their toughest opponent in this group is going to make them, you know, by comparison, look weaker. But this is really just a showcasing of how good RNG are right now in this meta.
Yep, kind of on another level at this point in time. As you can see now, they're just trying to take away the enemy's jungle as much as possible. They're going to take away this blue buff for Cryan, who's been relatively quiet, but that's fine. You know, he's doing his job. No Man's here nearly dies to just the Rumble, as they're easily going to be able to pick up the Nidalee here on that. And honestly, couldn't really go into his own jungle at that point in time. So just another free kill going over to the side of RNG.
And they're just not letting Lodic get online here in this game. You know, he's still significantly behind. He hasn't finished his Mythic yet. He's you know, I mean, we
I don't know if he can sit under this turret, to be honest, although with the Paranoia out here, he's not going to take it. Oh, and the rest of RNG is here as well. Boss is just left out to dry again.
It's just not much they can do for him.
It's not fair.
It's not fair. But, you know, where can you get on the map here if you're Unicorns of Love? There's no Drake available at the moment. You know, they got a little bit of mid farm. You can see where Lodic is going to farm now that his turret's destroyed, is all the way back towards the red side of the map, the red side base, because he's just not able to get out anywhere on the map. And that's what this comp can do at this stage of the game, is you're kind of choked out. You're terrified. You don't have vision control. You can't be anywhere. You can't get anything on the map. So there's no way to punish these big dives by saying, okay, well, you're going to get a kill. We're going to get a turret on the other side of the map, when you can't be anywhere safely at any point in time if you're Unicorns of Love.
All right, they're trying to make a play here. That's going to be respect shown by Cryan. Xiaohu is fighting, but he has to flash away himself as well. The Q does come in, but the flash from Noman's, and he shuts down Xiaohu, finally picking up another kill here, and Noman's trying to get the carry performance going here, looking for the play, and he picks up the double kill. A huge carry performance here from Noman's, trying to make something of this game.
Yeah, you can see the big grin on his face there as well. They're finally able to stop this train that is rolling forward non-stop here for RNG. It's a small victory here for Unicorns of Love, and they don't have a timing where they can grab a Drake out of this or get any sort of major objective, but it feels like it's one baby step back into this game. So we do watch this replay unfold here. A little bit greedy from Xiaohu in this case, even goes for the Q in. Well, unfortunately with Nomans here, there was just no way they were going to be able to turn that. Ends up turning it into a lot of extra value here on the top side of the map, even with that shockwave attempt.
It's great. It's great timing as well. The Kassadin just hitting level 11. He's able to level up that ult for the second time, and the little bit of an overstay there from RNG, as you mentioned. It's just the perfect amount of shutdown in many different ways. So they get a lot of gold onto certainly their carry player here on the side of Unicorns of Love. And we'll see if he can maybe pull off a super play in this one, because right now he doesn't really have too much support. But we'll have to wait and see how this game does turn out.
Yeah. You know, it's a comp, too, for Unicorns of Love where, you know, if it was any other style of play that we're seeing from RNG or any other champions, you know, you're the ones who are going to be roaming around the map being aggressive like that and making those types of plays with the Nidalee, right, with the Nocturne.
Oh.
Speaking of aggressive.
Yeah, Xiaohu, you know, he's not going for the kills on the turrets. He's just chipping away at you. Even if you feel comfortable under your turret, you're not going to after he dives you and takes half of your health away.
You
And
just
the rest of RNG just pushes mid.
Yeah, I mean, you see a play like that, and if you don't respond, maybe you end up losing your Nocturne. If you do respond, then you're going to lose more than just this mid turret here. Wei's going to get the Drake here solo alone. And this is what I'm talking about. You can't get out on the map as Unicorns of Love. They found those 2 picks on the top side, but that is it. That's all they get. So that's not going to be a shockwave that connects here, luckily for Boss.
Has to flash away from that one. And yeah, I mean, you can see what RNG are doing. They're not giving any time for the Kassadin to get online. As the Paranoia comes in, Santos goes in looking for some kind of damage, and they do take out Cryan, but it's only Cryan alone. As Nomans does teleport over to the bottom side. He's looking for an angle, but with the Rift Herald still up, it is going to be taken out. But RNG thinking about continuing to push. They will back away and respect Unicorns for now.
And they force Nomans back. They get his teleport here. I mean, this is a move where, you know, Nomans is on the other side of the map, but if he doesn't come, while you have this Rift Herald pressure and you're all grouped up, you might be able to put some damage on the inhibitor turret, or maybe even find more if they don't respond. So, you know, you don't always have to play defensive against a Kassadin that's out on the map like that. You can sometimes force him to come to you. I do appreciate that Nomans is out there trying to get that farm, trying to get that money. He's got 180 CS now. He's got his Everfrost online. His tier's nearly fully stacked. He is going to be a bigger threat later on in this game. The question is, will he ever be able to take a team fight on his terms? They're clearing away some of this vision right now, and it feels like for the first time in a long time, Unicorns of Love have a moment to breathe.
Yeah, they're thinking about it. No Man's here. He's level 11, but, you know, the cooldown on the ultimate is enough at this point. He is going to get kicked, and down he will go. As maybe if he was level 16, he could be in that spot, but not at 12. So they're just able to easily pick off the mid laner. And maybe with that, the hopes of Unicorns of Love. They're looking for more here. Santos is going to go down as well. And I would say they could run at the Baron now, but it's not even spawned, Wolf.
No, not yet. It feels like we're later on in this game than we really are. At a 16, or rather a 12 kills deficit here for Unicorns of Love. We're sub 20 minutes here, 10 seconds to go on that Baron. But sometimes you feel like you're caught between a rock and a hard place if you're Nomads, right? You have to be the carry. You have to be the one who's getting that extra farm. You have to play greedy, because if you play safe, you're going to get choked out. You're going to lose this game anyways. You play greedy, you get punished for it. You might look bad to the fans. You might look bad in that moment. But what choice did you really have on the Kassadin there? I mean, like you said, he's not level 16 yet, but you've got to take risks. Now there's just no contest, unfortunately, whatsoever for this Baron.
They're going to get the ward in. Do they have any time to actually get in there? No, the smite will be good from the side away. So they do pick up that Baron at 20 minutes into the game, and you could see that Unicorns of Love kind of knew it was coming, but there wasn't much that they could do, even with Boss having his teleport.
Yeah, a little bit of extra resources, relinquished to Boss, or you can actually, because they're all on Baron, you can actually push a little bit further, get a little bit more value. But here is going to be our Red Bull Baron power play here, the first one of the evening. And RNG in a position to use the map control they've had all game long, actually to do some permanent damage now towards the base of Unicorns of Love. They've got pretty good wave clear here. And they just have the ability to push through so fast, right, with this composition and the lead that they have. And Unicorns of Love, they don't have a composition that can make big plays anymore, right? The Nocturne, who's he going to ult in this situation? Who are you going to flank? Who are you going to pick off of the back? It feels like you're just waiting for the inevitable at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see where their thoughts lied in the draft, right? You have some really nice split pushing, some good poke in your composition. But when the game gets blown open before 15, maybe even before 10 minutes, there's not much you can do, right? And now with the Baron buff, this kind of wombo combo team fight comp here from RNG is just looking to push down the mid lane. Will they look to take more than just the inhibitor, Wolf, here? They do have tons of power under their belt.
I mean, anybody gets picked on Unicorns of Love and it is all over. Say goodbye to your second chance of taking out RNG in this group. Got to be really careful about how you handle this. I like that play from Nomads, just trying to threaten Xiaohu there, but he cannot overextend. You get picked, like I said, and it's all over.
All right, well, they're looking to push in now with the Baron buff onto this bottom lane. And you can see nobody on the side of Unicorns of Love wants to get anywhere near anyone on the side of RNG. The wall is always just zoning everybody away, and that's going to be 2 inhibitors down. And how about a buff as well, just as a bonus? Way, just a little bit of a cheeky ultimate thrown out there, and it's got such a low cooldown. I mean, why not throw it out?
Yeah, why not? And now the timing works out so perfect to retreat, because you can just go up and set up for what is going to be Soul Point here.
Uh-oh. Fate's Call already used, and at least this time around, Unicorns of Love were able to disengage there, but that was looking a little bit scary, as this Cloud Drake probably not the one you want to contest.
It's just going to burn down.
16 and then go for the Soul Point one.
Yeah, it burns down so quickly. You stay around the objective, but you can't get it. And, arguably, Unicorns of Love could have tried to look for something else on the map, but look at the minion waves. Look at the lack of vision they have on the map. It's just so scary to make something like that happen. You just have to sit back and wait, unfortunately, and hope for big mistakes out of RNG. But I liked how they focused down Ming, of all people, when that push happened, because Ming is the one who actually gets the hook. You get that setup there, the dredge line connects, and you kill someone, you end the game. So the focus fire was good there from Unicorns of Love. They handled the situation pretty well. I mean, this is a situation where you never want to be 12 kills down in a game like this. You never want to be 11,000 gold down on the international stage, second game in a row against a team like this. It's not a best-of series, but it feels like one across days. But still, Unicorns of Love stay composed. And they're hoping and praying that there's a chance that somebody makes a mistake here, someone overextends.
Yeah, it's going to have to be something, it's got to be some kind of miracle at this point, but we'll have to wait and see if they can pull it off. Going for the third inhibitor now, as where did he even go? Santos just gets destroyed in a couple of abilities used. Xiaohu is looking for the really cute play there, but not going to get the kick, doesn't matter. Gets everything else out of Lodic, gets his flash there. And now they're just going to look to push mid and maybe land a dredge line onto Noman's as they're looking for these Nexus turrets. Boss trying desperately to clear the wave here as the ultimate now will come out, the equalizer from the Rumble. RNG looking to end this game early. That is a massive shockwave as in comes Noman's. They're trying to turn it around here, crying a little bit of a sitting duck. Boss is able to pick that one up, but you see Noman's, he's trying to make it happen, but it doesn't look like he will be able to. And that is going to be the ace coming out from RNG as they will take down the Nexus here in game number 1 of the night in just about 25 minutes.
RNG with a dominant start to this group. This is a group you expect them to dominate. You expect them to win it without dropping a single game, given their competition here and their history. But at the same time, they've made a statement in these 4 games. Each and every game they've played has been dominant and one-sided, and back-to-back wins against Unicorns of Love here are arguably their toughest opponent in the group, and they make it look easy. You've seen the power of Xiaohu on this Lee Sin. He can play it in the mid lane, he can play it in the top lane. Lane swaps. His team has not shown us too much in terms of in-depth strategy, but they have shown us their strengths and potential as a unit. And for Unicorns of Love, it's back to the drawing board. It's a tough set of matches, it's a tough week of competitive play when you have to face RNG back-to-back.
So it is going to be pretty interesting to watch how this one goes for the rest of the group. But guys, up next, we'll see UL return to the stage to face Pentanet.gg. As we go to break, let's listen in on the comms from the LCO Champions game versus RNG in Sounds of the Game presented by Bose.
Udi's on the flank somewhere. Let's just get in. Look at Kaiser.
Yeah, we can go.
Kaiser.
I got stun.
Just hit Leona. Just hit front.
Uh-huh. Yeah, Nah.
Hitting Nah. Hit Nah. Udi. Back. Play with Cog. Come on, Lee.
I'm dead.
Oh,
yeah, Marky walkie.
Alright, guys, you want to do this thing once we die?
What? I'm not doing it.
I won't do it.
I'm not doing it. Yeah, we can. Me and you, Jackson. Me and you, Jackson.
It's a good.
Alright, where is it?
3, 2, 1.
CBA. Holy man. You know what? This game is still winnable, not gonna lie. We have Elder Dragon. If we flip the Elder Dragon, it doesn't matter how far ahead they are.
Let me just flip the Elder Dragon, by the way.
Yeah, just flip it.
I'll smite it with 300 less smite damage.
Yes.
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 19 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
everyone to the State Farm Analyst Desk. Royal Never Give Up are simply unbeatable here in the group stage as they just secured another dominant win versus the Unicorns of Love. Listen, we talked about things that the Unicorns could do, would do. I don't even know what to say, Vedius. That was such a stomp.
Yeah, it seems that RNG were definitely changing things up a little bit. They still had a strong top side of the map, but their whole game plan was just aggression, 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 aggression. And when we bring up the draft, we'll see that like they kind of gave themselves a lot of options. We're in a meta of flex picks right now where everything can kind of go everywhere. And one of the great things about things like the Lee Sin, I think Yorwell answered quite appropriately. They had a strong bot side of the map. They had a good answer into the Lee top. And then they also had the Kassadin as a comfort pick for Nomans. The problem is they weren't quite prepared for the adaptations that RNG was prepared to make.
Yeah, if you'd watch RNG domestically, or at least the Unicorns of Love, if they've seen much of their games, like they can human swap. Like Xiaohu's career has been in the mid lane. He can do this, and so the Kassadin pick for sure, as you can see in the draft, is a big question mark. I know that this is just an identity crisis for Unicorns of Love. You know, playing by the meta, they want to play to Nomans in his assassin pool. If they find the opportunity to go Kassadin into Orianna, they saw that opportunity, and it just sucks honestly that the RNG is as flexible as they are. And also, it goes to show, coming into the tournament, people have said that RNG is a slower paced team than the usual LPL representatives. But they know when to strike. They know they're flexible enough as a team and well coordinated enough to basically recognize, hey, there's a huge hole in the mid lane. Why don't we take advantage of it and consistently chuck dives in the bot lane?
Yeah, and Xiaohu is also part of the select group of people who were able to win a domestic split after role swapping. But I think he's also wanting to jungle because in the early game, it was on Lee Sin and he was just, going mid, of course, but then also trying to gank bot. And we wanted to talk about way early game, but honestly, Xiaohu was a good jungler in this game as well, Raz.
Yeah, it's, you know what? This guy is going to go across the globe. Jungle, support, AD carry, he can do it all. He's well coordinated with Wei, and that's been a huge strength for him. Being able to collapse on this invade as well, I thought was, first of all, not even close to being a good idea from the side of Unicorns of Love, but it feels like they're desperate with how fast-paced RNG has been. Even hearing the interview from Pabu yesterday with Inven Global saying that, hey, domestically, we can play more scaling. And the enemy teams don't really, punish us. But when we go to internationals, RNG punished them, and it feels like that happened again versus Unicorns of Love. So definitely be more aware in the draft. Unicorns of Love, I think, needs to go back to the drawing board.
That's a story I've heard so many times with teams who, and we read it in our prep docs as well. When we talk to the local experts, they say, yeah, they don't do too well in lane, but it's okay because they can do team fights. You don't get to play team fights when you're up versus RNG, or at least not an even keel. We talked about a lot of positives, but the Oppo player of the game is Ming. Dagda yesterday said, Vedius, that he is the best support in the world, and I can see how you would make that case, and I'm hoping that he will make it more as they progress in the tournament, but the guy's just phenomenal.
He certainly is. He's definitely, for how long he's been around and for how good he's been for the duration, has been pretty incredible. He's definitely one of the greatest supports, I think, of all time. And I think that right now he is making a case for being the best support of this tournament. The timing on that roam was just exquisite, and he was just perfectly positioned around the map. His setup on the dives was also excellent. Fun fact for those support mains, his utilization of the Q to also get around the map. Yes, it burns through mana, but it does give you a little bit of extra mobility as well. And what I loved is just how often he and the team would use every single stacked wave to just permanently dive bot lane. It was just a fantastic demonstration of what RNG can do, and just it looks like that they're just killing the Unicorns of Love, which they are, but there's honestly just really smart macro here, really good wave management, and overall just an impressive performance, and again, should showcase why RNG are considered one of the favorites for the tournament.
And that's the thing. I know, at least when it comes to vision control, replays don't do it much justice. It is a boring part of the game, but it is the most important part of the game. And when you have a hole in the map, if it's the Kassadin in mid lane, or if he, as the game progressed and he wanted to get the matchup versus Orianna in the top lane, I felt like they consistently, through Ming and Wei, got vision topside or got vision around where Unicorns of Love were the weakest. And so that meant Drake stacking. That meant the eventual Baron. It made it so difficult for Unicorns of Love to enter their own jungle. And so this, to me, is incredibly important. It's the fundamentals of the game because it's so hard to track just how good RNG is versus top-tier competition. So you need to be able to see how effective they are and quick they are being able to do this. And then so far, they're getting passing grades across the board. They're excelling at this.
Yes, they are. Fantastic performance by RNG. And for more on RNG's win, Laura is standing by with the man himself, Ming.
Thank you very much, Shucks. And Ming, thank you so much for joining me. Flawless journey for RNG so far. Can you tell me about your experience at MSI?
现在目前为止 ，RNG 的表现都非常的无可挑剔嘛。感觉现在目前为止的 MSI 的一个体验怎么样？感觉怎么样？
感觉还不错吧，所以说还是有很大发挥空间的，还会尽力。
It's just really great at MSI so far, and it's still for us we have a lot of improvement to do for our team. So yes, pretty great.
Oh, nice that you still see improvements. I mean, I don't know that you've been challenged so far in this group, but we had a new format as we talked about previously. So what do you think about the level at MSI this year, both from major regions and emerging regions?
因为这个赛制嘛，其实之前有聊到过，因为有2个不是说特别大的赛区在你们同一个组，你是怎么看待的呢？
其实我觉得来到 MSI 的队伍的话，我觉得每个队伍都很强吧。然后就是因为都走到了这里嘛，所以说我觉得每个队伍都有自己的风格啊各方面的，所以说我觉得都打得挺好的，都是有可以学习的地方。
I think all the representatives of each region here at MSI, they're all very strong. Also that here we are in an international tournament, so I can learn a lot of things from each team, and they have their own play style. So that's why I think they're all very good in this international event.
Interesting. I mean, yeah, they're all the best team from every region after all. Focusing a bit more about you and RNG, Ming. You won MSI 2018 in Paris, I remember. It took you guys a long time to get back to in the international scene. So how much stronger do you feel this year compared to the year you won MSI?
你是曾经在2018年的 MSI 夺过冠的，然后今年你又回到了 MSI 的舞台上，所以今年的 RNG 跟之前的相比的话，你会觉得有什么不同的吗？
我觉得没有什么不同吧，因为大家的目标都是一致的，所以说我觉得所有选手还有人啊的想法都不会变，所以说就还是都奔着那个冠军去的。
I don't think there is a big change in our team since we're all having the same goal. We're fighting towards the same thing at international tournaments. So as long as we are heading to the same place, then it just nothing changed for us.
All right, yeah, fighting to be your best self. Focusing on tomorrow, though, you will get to play 4 games during one day. There's no chance at all, actually, that you would drop out of groups. So what is going to be your focus for tomorrow's games?
因为明天也是4场比赛嘛，1天之内，而且你们已经是不会有这个淘汰可能了，就是肯定会出现了。所以明天的比赛的话，有什么样的一个重点呢？你觉得？
也没有什么特别重点吧，就还是按大家的平常心去打，然后还是尽量赢下每一场比赛。
We'll just play standard, play normal games, and try to do our best and put all our efforts to win every game.
All right, well, thank you very much for the interview. And Iris, thank you so much for the translation. And we're going to take a break now. And we'll be back in a few minutes to see if Pentanet.gg can finally grab their first win against UL. Stay tuned, guys.
Wants to use his ultimate right before he turns back into Mini, and he deletes Babu!
Pentanet need to reset off of a game like this because really your competition in this group, it is just UOL. It's a battle for second seed.
Welcome back, guys. We are here at MSI 2021 as okay. Got the guns out here for game number 2 as we are getting ready to hop into Pentanet GG up against Unicorns of Love. How are you feeling about this matchup, Wolf?
I think this is going to be a really interesting one. I feel like it's a big opportunity for Unicorns of Love. It feels like, that's been the focal point of a lot of today's games is, Unicorns of Love, they lost yesterday to RNG. They lost again today. And, now they can maybe potentially bounce back against Pentanet.gg. If you're an Australian fan, you're looking forward to what is a huge opportunity for so many of these players, their first time on the international stage, to maybe make it out of this group. It's a tough one. It's not an easy group, as we've talked about so much already. But I think if you're a Pentanet.gg fan, you can be happy with the performances you've seen so far from these teams, considering the competition. And also the kind of fun attitude these guys have had on stage throughout the beginning to the end of where we've been so far here in MSI. And they're doing a little huddle right now and getting ready and set up for this game. But it is a tough matchup. I definitely favor Unicorns of Love going into this.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting. Always good to see this, of course, as you mentioned. It's not the easiest road whenever you come to an international tournament for any team. And you can see they're just trying to get their heads together and maybe pull off the craziest turnaround here in Group A. We'll see if they can pull it off here. Bunch of great guys, and we'll see if they can make it work. But yeah, we're going to have to see how this game does go, especially with Unicorns of Love coming off the loss against RNG. And it wasn't just any loss. It was quite the quick stomp there, ending at about 24.5 minutes. As you can see, they're doing their own huddle. It's, you got to take each game one by one and try to erase what happened in the last one.
Yeah, I mean, keeping your mentality straight like this in an international event is really, really important. You're not playing in your home region. You've traveled, right? And even though we have this crowdless stage, it's a stage with so much pressure. There's so many eyes on you around the world, and so many of these Unicorns of Love players, they've actually been on arguably bigger stages than this before. But it is a tough loss. You have to shake it off. You have to sit down, put the headset on, and play your next game. This was going to be arguably the easier of the two that you play today. So stay focused, come and play the game that you set to play, the game you practiced for, the game you scrimmed for, and get out of this group and hope for greater things to come.
Yeah, and it does, the pressure does fall on them today. This is the day where they do have to play the 2 matches back-to-back here. It is going to be up against Pentanet.gg, and we'll see what they have prepared for today as well, as we're almost ready to hop into Pick Ban. Really liking the sunglasses, by the way. Like the style we got going on here.
Yeah.
On the side of Pentanet.gg's coach.
Very flashy style. Everybody's been talking about Pabu's hair, but the coach got
Yeah.
the shades. It can be very bright, actually, in arenas like this. Sometimes you're, there are big flashy lights because you got to get the best lighting possible on these players, on the casters as well. Can you imagine wearing sunglasses on a cast?
It's happened before.
It definitely has.
On this desk, in fact. But yeah, it's cool to see that they are having a lot of fun here as you can see we're getting the big zoom out here, perhaps almost ready to hop into this one. And I wonder how the picks do change up as well. Obviously, we saw that Unicorns of Love, Nomads specifically, they're kind of moving into other regions, other territories, other ideas of what they want to do for drafts, trying to pull out all the stops, pick out some stuff that's not exactly in the meta, but maybe it can catch RNG off guard. Maybe they do something like that here in this match against Pentanet as well.
Certainly could. I want to talk about some of these Pentanet players, too. A lot of people think about, the LCO region as a region of kind of rookies, right? Because they don't often get to go very deep in these international stages. Sometimes, they're road-ins and play-ins, for example. But for players like Pabu, right, Predith and Decoy, and even Chaz, these are really veteran players who've been playing for a long time. Pabu's actually been playing since 2015 as a pro. Mm-hmm. He's actually just won his first regional title, right? He's just won his first LCO title. Now he's on the international stage. And I think that, even with the struggles that have happened so far in this group and how it has been a tough road thus far, I think you're proud if you're a big fan of these players for with the journey they've taken, right, and the path that has gotten them to this international stage. And it's not over yet, right? There's still a chance to get out of this group. There's still a chance to make that miracle run happen. And a lot of these pros have lived for this moment. So I'm very, very excited to see what they have.
Yeah, so guys, league officials have confirmed an issue getting a player into the lobby. They've resolved the issue. We will be into picks and bans shortly, and actually it looks like we do have it ready to go. So as you guys can see, we are going to have Unicorns on Love on blue side this time around. Pentanet GG will be on the red. We're starting off with the same ban here. The Tristana will be taken away.
Tristana taking away, the Rumble removed. Unicorns Love not going to be playing against that one again. Taking that one away straight off the bat. And you do see the Nocturne taken here. The Varus, you know, Pentanet GG watching that last game, where you did see the priority on these champions from Unicorns Love. So not a shocker here whatsoever. And we do see the kind of odd Lilia removal here, targeted towards Pabu. Did play it twice in the LCO, so in playoffs. So very much a champion he likes to play and has been playing in this meta. And Udyr will come through here for Ananasic, and one of my favorite champions. I know he's very, very much simple in terms of his execution, but I think the depth in which you can use an Udyr at the highest level of play is great, and he's picked it even over the Morgana that Pabu now is able to pick up.
Yeah, that's the thing, you know, some of the question marks have been in here for the Unicorns of Love tonight in terms of the pick ban, and, you know, giving a lot over to RNG in the last game. This time around, they're going to prioritize the Udyr over the Morgana, and that's a move that a lot of people will kind of, you know, shake their head and wonder, you know, what's going on with that one. But it just seems like Ananasic wants to go for this pick instead. Maybe he feels more comfortable on this one. We also do get the first pick Gnar on red side, that is, going over to BioPanther. So immediately, Boss will respond with the Jace.
And it would be pretty aggressive of Unicorns Love to take away Chaz's Ahri here this early on in the draft. Maybe even a shout out there with the hover. They will take away the Kai'Sa, which I think is a much stronger pick in this case. And Chaz responds. Chaz responds with the Kassadin hover. A lot of love being shown in this draft, but I do like the response. Oh, don't even think of it. I do like the response of the Jace to this high priority Gnar, and one of the reasons why, you know, in our region we see Gnar picked a lot later oftentimes is because there are a lot of great responses in this meta, Jace being one of them. And the Samira is locked in. Didn't think we'd be seeing a whole lot of her in this tournament, Valdez, with the nerfs that she's received. She did get buffed back up a little bit recently too, but it's a hard time to be Samira with the changes, you know, to her ultimate. It's hard to survive those team fights and actually get the bang for your buck that she's given, you know, around release. We saw early this year.
Yeah, for sure. I guess just with the pool that was left available, you know, the Varus and the Tristana already taken off the board, they just say, well, let's go ahead and throw the Samira in this time around, as the Kai'Sa, of course, taken here for Lodic in this game. As now we're going to go ahead and ban a bunch more supports. So the Braum and the Rel will be taken off the board here.
The Rel, one of the most common pairings, of course, for, you know, that bot pick Samira. You're going to have such great synergy with the Magnet Storm and the Inferno Trigger, and it's just really easy to set up for big value with those two heroes, or those two champions rather, together in the bot side. And when you have an oppressive stun like that, she's just very powerful in general with a composition like this that does want a team fight, right? You have the Gnar, you're looking for those really powerful engage 5v5s. You don't want something like a Rel to be able to make that all the easier. And we'll see the Nautilus ban to follow.
Yeah. And it's pretty interesting because Decoy definitely known as a support that he loves to play engage supports, but a lot of them are already taken off the board, right? So what are we left with here? We have the Rakan, right? But we haven't really seen too much of him in this tournament for a pretty good reason. They're hovering the Swain, and now the Galio. I think the Galio actually might not be too bad of a choice, but actually there is the Rakan. So Decoy this time around gonna be hopping back on the Rakan. He was actually 3-0 in the LCO, so bringing out a pick that he hasn't lost on just yet.
That's a really strong pick for Decoy, but I do have concerns about how well it's going to be able to function around some of these objective fights, right? In our last game for Unicorns of Love, they didn't really get to play any of those objective fights on their terms because they were, of course, just so outclassed by RNG. But in this game, when you have vision control almost guaranteed with the Udyr, it's going to be hard to set up for big flanks, you know, with this pick. So I'm a little bit concerned about how much the Rakan is going to be able to get done around those objectives unless Pentanet GG have a pretty big advantage to start things off. It'll be the Galio coming through here now. Against it, pretty solid disengage tool, and could be very good against the Gnar. I like that. It looks like Orianna going to round things out here for Nomen's.
Yeah, in the mid lane, just kind of mostly ignored in terms of the bans here. We did have the Nocturne coming out pretty early, and there's the Victor. He was thinking about the Orianna, but switches it up last second to the Victor. Already a huge amount of burst damage on the side of UOL with Jace, Victor, and the Kaisa to be coming out there. So we'll see if Pentanet can kind of stave that off here in this game. I'm curious to see what they are going to finish off their draft with, and it's actually going to be the Lee Sin going into the mid lane, you'd have to imagine here for Chaz.
Definitely going to be in the mid lane here for Chaz, and it's a very aggressive pick, but the problem I see with this Lee Sin pick is if you want to play it aggressively, if you want to try to get advantages against this ranged Victor, you're going to have to put yourself in a very vulnerable position against Ananasik, who's going to be roaming around. He has a very easy gank setup here. Even with the Orianna, it might have been easier to get kills there, but with the Victor, if you do kind of flirt with danger with this Lee Sin pick, you might get punished. You might find yourself falling behind early, and that is absolutely not what you can do with a composition like this that needs to be powerful in the mid game. When you're running the Lee Sin, if you're running a more scaling mid laner, you could be okay with a little bit more passive play in the mid lane against something like an Udyr, but in this case, I think you really need to get that early edge. You need to fight with those power spikes for Samira early, and this is going to have to be Pentanet GG controlling that early game, but you have to be really respectful of Ananasik's Udyr here, and that's the big hole, I think, in their draft.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. As you mentioned, it's not the safest kind of pick to come out here, as you see the eyes are given there through the sunglasses between the coaches. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they can actually pilot it this time around with the Lee Sin into the mid lane. Love this meta, at least. The fact that we can get Lee Sins in the mid lane. I'm kind of sick of Victor versus Orianna every game. So to be honest, regardless of how this does turn out, it should be pretty entertaining to see if Chaz can kind of hold his own there on a very volatile mid pick.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting to say the least, and we'll see how he performs, because if it is a great performance and he gets an early lead, you end up getting a position where he can fight very early, can help control some of those lanes. Then you have the Samira pick that's going to explode when she hits level 6, and later on when she gets her Infernal Shield Bow online. Or Immortal Shield Bow, not Infernal. Depends on who you're talking about, I guess. That Infernal Shield Bow she's always getting. So we'll see how their mid-game shakes up. Obviously, the Gnar is going to be great for late-game engages, but feels like there's a bit of an identity problem between the top part of this draft and the bottom.
Yeah, so coming in here, Unicorns of Love, of course, on the blue side. Pentanet GG still looking for their first win. The only win that the Unicorns of Love do have, of course, was over Pentanet. So seeing if they can, double that effect at least. And this group isn't over for these two teams, at least. We were seeing in the interview with Ming, of course, that RNG now 4-0 in a group with 3 teams. They're on to the next round, right? You have to get top 2 in your group to make it. So with that, they basically secure it. But for these two teams, anything can happen. If Pentanet GG come out here with a win, they're going to be tied up. And then it's really anybody's game for who's going to get that second slot in Group A.
Exactly. So that's, if you consider that RNG has already gone 4-0, the wins that you're going to get against your opponent here for either of these teams are so much more important. Great trade here for Boss. But yeah, these are the matches that are the ones you absolutely have to win. If you steal a win against RNG in your remaining games, more power to you, but tougher to do. As Jace ends up being obviously a very strong counter pick to the Gnar, can bully him in this early part of the game, as you're seeing here. It's a champion that's one of the reasons why a lot of teams will not prioritize Gnar this early in the draft, because it's just so easy to respond.
You and I as LCK casters, we didn't see a lot of first pick Gnars. There were some teams that would do it when they were very confident in their top laner to play in certain matchups. But we have so many powerful carry top laners that can be a little bit risky in our region, at least. And you see that BioPanther tries to pull it out already. Boss, obviously a great laner in his own right, is looking to put on the pressure, as he should in this matchup.
Yeah, Boss himself plays a lot of Gnar, so definitely understands the matchup very well, and might be part of the reason why they prioritized it early, just want to guarantee that they'd have it themselves. But obviously, you pay the price, in terms of this early game matchup in the lane. And, in terms of clear speed in the jungle, very few can actually... Oh, Chaz.
He's looking for it. I mean, the early game trading from the Victor is not going to be easy for the Lee Sin to handle. Obviously, his second W can help him get a bit of that life back, as getting a bit of an invade now onto Pabu's level 3. They're going to have that blue reset as level 2 Kaisa comes in alongside of Santos on the Galio, and is able to get that reset off at least, as the Morgana always loves to put these two camps together and just AoE them down. That will also, with this priority, allow Anonasik to come in here and pick up the Scuttle Crab very early on.
Forcing Decoy to dash away there and only get a ton of value out of this, just the Scuttle Crab. It could have been much worse for Pentanet GG. They handled it pretty well. And this is where I'm talking about where you don't want to be as Chaz. This is a great route, though, because otherwise you're in an insane danger zone, right? Like, Pabu has to be nearby, but if you're being aggressive like this against a Udyr, you can be punished very, very easily. So Pabu kind of has to babysit now for just a moment, and very well played.
Yeah, I like kind of the game that's being played right now. It looks like a 2v2, it looks silly, but actually what's going on, he's trying to push as fast as possible to secure the top scuttle, right? They want to make sure that Chaz has the prio with the push, with the help from the Morgana, so that the two of them can rotate over and secure the scuttle for Pabu and for the team. So they're able to do that. Obviously, Lee Sin, he's got some extra wave clear on the buff to his E, couple of extra seconds on that one, and so they're able to push in that lane very fast and secure that for Pentanet.
You can see things have kind of started to swing the other way in terms of the pendulum that is this top lane as well. The prio there makes it a lot easier to guarantee that they're able to get that scuttle. So really nice macro play here from Pentanet GG. Ananasik here going to go steal away the chickens here, take some extra gold and remove that from the Morgana, and also kind of stay near Nomans here.
Okay, getting in there again. Yeah, he's in the gravity field, has to hop away. And that's the one thing about the Lee Sin, is you almost always will have a way to get out of things as long as you have a minion wave coming in or a ward. And he is able to hop out and take a decent trade.
Yeah, it's scary, you know, the deficit in terms of the CS, though, that is starting to appear here. And Noman's already teleported back in. Chaz has not actually based yet, so he's kind of caught between a rock and a hard place right now in terms of making sure he's getting that money, but also getting the items he needs to stay alive in this lane and be valuable as a Lee Sin.
All right,
the game.
We're getting some action here. The taunt comes in. They're trying to burst down Decoy, and they will be able to, but here's the follow-up from PGG. They're looking for a kill now. They get an Anasik, and now Lodic pretty low. He's able to get zoned away, but Santa's actually able to flash over the wall and escape himself, so turns into a 1-for-1, but also able to steal a camp there on the side of the Udyr. Not so bad at the end of the day.
Yeah, not so bad indeed. And you can look at the level lead here as Noman's actually hitting 6 first. He's just been untouched here in this mid lane. And even though it's a 1-for-1 trade, it could have been much worse for Pentanet GG. I feel like the growing issue is going to be this Victor that ends up scaling up so well. Take a look at this new Axe Effect replay and how this all breaks down. Ananasik just barely gets taken out here by Paredes. Ends up being a 1-for-1. Meanwhile, the top side.
Oh, here we go. The Predator Morgana. This is what you're looking for. The damage tries to come out here from Boss, but at the end of the day, he will be forced to flash out of that fight. Nice little gank timing there from Pabu, but this does mean that immediately the Udyr, who's got at least his chickens cleared, will just run towards that Infernal Drake and look to take this down very early.
Yeah, there's just nothing that Pentanet GG can do about this at this stage. You know, right now, Paredes went back, so it's going to be a flash for a Drake, and the longer the game goes on, obviously the Drake is going to be more valuable. Meanwhile, Chaz making a big rotation over here. They're going to steal away this blue, and they are just abusing Boss now on the top side of the map. Flashless, there's not much he could do. He's just going to have to sit there for a moment and then back as soon as possible once that wave is cleared.
It's actually not half bad there for Pentanet. They're able to get that rotation in and steal a couple of the buffs. Now looking to get in there onto the Udyr. At least they're able to push him away. As you can see, Nomans is also looking for blood here. He wants a fight, but now with Biopanther looking to rotate on down, and Pabu's got his ultimate and flash available. He's going to go in for that one, and Nomans, there is no escape for him. Down he will go. He does not even use his flash. That is going to be just a straight-up kill going the way of the Lee Sin.
Very clean here from Pentanet GG, and this is starting to look like a game where they can really get firm control over things. Meanwhile, on the bot side.
Okay, able to get the blocker up there and deny any further damage. Praedyth really getting a little bit spicy himself as well, down in the bottom side, trying to force a trade.
Yeah, he's got level 6 now, so those trades become a lot more scary on the side of Unicorns of Love. But, you know, something that we haven't really talked about too much, it's really come into play here, is how well Pabu has been able to stay around the mid lane. And some of those vulnerable moments where it feels like maybe Ananasik is actually going to get the upper hand, just hasn't been the case because Pabu has been here, right time, right place, every single moment where things look dicey. In this case, BioPanther is rotated all the way down. They're going to end up getting a kill. But Pentanet GG have used the fact that Pabu's got the spell shield to make Chaz virtually invincible in a lot of these exchanges. It's kind of a weird interaction you don't normally get with junglers. They have that extra shield, they have the ability to stop that CC, and the Udyr pick just doesn't feel as threatening as long as he's aware and is hovering in that mid lane, which he's been doing a great job of.
Yeah, the positioning of the flash as well, just to separate the two of them and force Ananasik to back away. I mean, he couldn't run in there, especially 2v3, so good vision control in the top river and a fantastic look and play there from Pabu. Actually looking to put the carry pants on this time around. The one thing, though, is that although Ananasik is down on farm, he got the Infernal Drake, he also got the Rift Herald, and now he's looking to put pressure up on the top side. Remember, they have a huge amount of damage here with the Jace, and they'll be looking for the kill first and foremost. Can they get BioPanther down? He will flash away, but the damage coming out here will just be too much. And a follow-up dive down in the bottom side. Velodic's got a lot of support there, but here comes Chaz as well. Gets the kick and gets the kill under the turret. 4-on-2, no escape for the Kai'Sa.
Very much a close call here for Pentanet GG. They want to get more, they're not done yet.
Yep, Santa's is dead too. Not much they could do there, no follow-up kill as well. The one thing Unicorns of Love do get, at least, is the top lane turret.
They're going to get the turret, and they're going to try to maybe look for more here because they know there was a huge commitment, and it was so late. You know, that fight in the bottom side, that skirmish took so long. Sure, they get the kills, but they are going to get an extra charge here on this Rift Herald, a lot of extra pushing power. That turret gold on the bottom side of the map for the plates just isn't going to be the same amount of value here for Pentanet GG, but power to him for the attempt, right? You have to do something when your top laner is getting dove like that. They're able to trade back on the map.
Yeah, and immediately, just like this, I mean, we've got a pretty even game at this point in time, right? There's a lot of macro gold, a lot of objective gold over to the side of Unicorns of Love, but some of the individual plays, the micro plays that have been made by Pentanet GG in this game, just picking up straight up kills and this fantastic dive in the bottom side as well, they're definitely holding their own this time around.
They certainly are. You can see how well this was handled too from Unicorns of Love. You see the punch come through. There's just only so much that Santos can do, and the mini waves are crashing. He's got nothing to rely on here, but he does buy a lot of time for that top push to get extra value. Meanwhile, in live,
yeah, it's kind of crazy that we're only 11 minutes into the game. I feel like, oh, wow, there's still plates available. Okay.
It's a very fast-paced early game between these two teams. And, you know, we are also seeing a lot of value out of this Morgana. You know, it feels like for the longest time, Udyr has had such a fast clear speed. He's the one who's the king of engages. He's always able to threaten lanes. He's always able to get that assist count really high. It's actually Pablo who's been right place, right time. Like I said before, in these ganks, he's actually up 20 CS at the moment, has those 4 assists. He's 100% kill participation. He's the most valuable player in this game so far, and that Morgana pick is certainly looking strong.
Yeah, it's great to see him finally pop off in a game like this on a current meta jungler as well. Really cool to see how well practiced he is on this Morgana. A big grinder himself, always loves to talk about how much he's playing solo queue, and it's really paying off here as well, as the Morgana play has been stellar here in this game.
Teleport.
Yeah, they're looking for the play here on the Mountain Drake, and again, this is 5-on-5, but look at the Kai'Sa isolated down on the bottom side, and now Lodic's out of the fight. We'll see if he can try to join in here. The rest of UOL just in the river, trying to force the poke damage in, as the Dragon is going to reset and make things more difficult for PGG to just take this down. In goes Chaz, Pabu in the pit as well, and it looks like Unicorns just gonna let that one go. Pretty close there on the Seeker from the Kai'Sa, but not enough. And that will be the Mountain Drake going over to Pentanet.
Yeah, you mentioned, I mean, it's so important that they actually cut Lodic off. He wasn't able to fight that battle, right? And, you know, he's just kind of stuck under turret. It's a 5v4 fight you can't take as Unicorns of Love, unfortunately. They're going to try to get something done here in the mid lane as the Drake gets taken, but ends up being traded now. Chaz going to get a lot of extra gold on the bottom side of the map, but it feels like this is just a game of trades in terms of objectives. You know, every time there's a commitment somewhere, there's one player or multiple on the other side of the map, even potentially even in some of these exchanges where they're getting value elsewhere. And it feels like Pentanet GG are just trading up those slightly in terms of these kills. The problem is, does their comp scale as well into the late game? They have a really nice team fighting comp, but this Victor is going to become a problem the longer the game goes on. We talked about Noman's liking to play more aggressive champions, but this is one of the ones he's been playing a lot recently in this meta. It's his favorite control mage, and he's had a very stable game.
Yeah, looking very comfortable himself outside of the one time that all of Pentanet, it felt like, came into the mid lane and just kind of messed things up for him. And Anasik has been relentless on the counter engage, or the counter jungling essentially, right? He's getting and he's stealing as many camps away as possible from the Morgana, because as the Udyr, you have so much movement speed, you can kind of just dodge that first binding and just kind of get in the face of the Morgana and say, yeah, these camps are going to be mine. So he's been looking for a lot of those plays. He's still down 20 CS though.
Yeah,
so.
he really is. I mean, he's trying to find what he can in this game. I mean, what he doesn't, I mean, the Morgana clear time is so insanely fast. I mean, that's what I was saying earlier. It feels like no one could really rival Udyr for a very long time, but the Morgana is definitely popping up as one of those big new jungle picks that's very high prio right now in MSI. Bit of a surprising one. I don't think anyone would have said that something like that would have happened early on in the year, but big changes, big patches across regions, you know, across this year of international play, or rather play around the world. You know, sometimes you see a champion pop up in one region. In this case, this champion's popped up when we have all the regions in one place, and it's cool to see. And Pablo's doing great on it so far. You know, he's made such a huge impact for Pentanet GG just with his game sense, being at the right place at the right time, and really helping Chaz out in this mid lane.
Yeah. Some interesting plays there from the Unicorns of Love bottom lane, actually putting on a bit of a soft freeze, you know, a little one. They kept the 3 ranged minions alive, and they kept the wave on their side of the lane as, you know, it didn't amount to anything. It didn't pull Pentanet close enough to get an engage going, but it was pretty cute to see at least. As now, Pentanet GG saying, well, you got the first Herald. Let's try to get the second one. We're feeling confident right now in our position in this game.
Boss, meanwhile, pushing bottom, so he is not here. He has teleport, but he's getting a lot of value the longer the skirmish goes on.
Yeah.
Gets a whole turret.
And there is the teleport coming in as the frontline Santa's a huge engage comes in from the Rakan, but nobody goes down here. The Rift Herald does go the way of Pentanet GG. Anasik trying to get away, but a huge Gnar into the wall, gets the 2, and the follow-up from Santa's is not good enough. Praedith is going to live as well, picks up a double kill on his way out, and that is a big team fight win here for Pentanet GG.
Yeah, Noman's is just caught between a rock and a hard place there. Santa's tries to go in and save the fight. He's desperate. He's trying to make anything happen he can. He wants to turn it. He has a huge opportunity when everybody's stacked up like that, but it is just too little too late. And it felt like Unicorns of Love just spreading themselves a little bit too thin, trying to start this Rift Herald while also having Boss push a turret. He teleports in here, but by the time he's here, the fight is practically over. Santa's down at 1/3 health. And you can see Nomans gets the pushback, but the rest of Unicorns of Left have gone to the left of this wall. There's just no way they can rejoin. The Gnar ult is perfect, and there's just no way for this fight to be turned around. Santos tries his best, okay, to turn it, but it's not going to happen. And Sunglasses down now.
Yeah,
taking a closer look.
Speaking of guns, oh, there they are. We got both sets out tonight from the coach. Nice to see. And he's got to be really happy. And keep in mind that whole engage began with one small binding, right? Comes in, locks you down for what feels like an eternity, basically was, and Santos just has to flash away. He doesn't really get much value on that Galio. And now Anasik is kind of all alone here. He's going to get engaged on by the Rakan, and the ultimate will come in. The Inferno Trigger comes out, but he will survive. And so you don't get the kill, but at least they push him off the turret, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, Chem Tank's still very good. He's still able to get out of there. Lives with a sliver of health, and unfortunately this kind of neuters the entire game plan of Pentanet GG. They grouped up looking for a pick and looking for that Rift Herald getting insane value. Doesn't happen. And in fact, it's actually Nomans who gets a lot of damage done on the top side of the map for free.
Yeah, at least they do get that Ocean Drake, so even if they don't get the kill, they push away the jungler and pick up the objective. As you mentioned, I feel like Noman's response was really great. He said, well, there's not much doing about that, Drake. I guess I'll just try to get some value elsewhere on the map, and he's just trying to get as farmed as possible. But you could see the enemy mid laner at this moment in time has a bounty. He's 3-0-3. And this Lee Sin is getting pretty scary in this game as well.
Yeah, I mean, Lee Sin later on in the game is going to be very terrifying in terms of what he can do well, on a flank, or if he can isolate a target, right? Somebody gets bound or caught by Gnar, you know, Lee Sin can kick them away. You can get a burst kill almost instantly on basically anybody who is on this side of Unicorns of Love, right? Anybody who gets caught with that amount of CC. But the scaling in terms of the damage that Nomads is going to have in the late game fights is pretty insane. We saw he was actually, I think, the #1 damage dealer in that last fight on the Herald. Imagine if he's given space to do that consistently. I mean, look at what damage he's doing right now. That's where you really need to be afraid as this game goes longer, is that scaling power, because you're not always going to get the perfect engage with the Gnar, right? You're not always going to have that fight where Unicorns of Love are split between a Rift Herald and a teleport coming in from boss. You're not always going to have those ideal situations, so this game gets harder and harder the longer it goes on for Pentanet.
Yeah, we'll see if they can use the carry power they've got in their pockets so far to make something happen as Chaz is trying to get in there and Boss just shuts him down. Just like that, picks up the extra gold and sits him down on the bench, says, you cannot kill me, I don't care how fed you are.
Yeah, that was definitely an exchange that you don't like to see if you're a fan of Chaz. You know, ends up looking like maybe he can just 100-0 there, but it's not going to happen. Boss trades it back. You could see Boss on camera there for just a moment, almost looked puzzled. The fact that that would happen, very calm and collected after he gets the kill. Pabu, nice route there. Should get him out of here. Not necessarily going to save his blue. He's going to need teammates for that.
He's got that Predator rolling, but he's not able to move in and get the smite down. Actually, it was on cooldown for another 2 seconds. So, again, this is kind of the never-ending onslaught right now from the UOL jungler, as now they're trying to actually just kill Pabu here. He doesn't even have a stopwatch, so he has to flash away from that one. And that is going to be another nice win there, at least for the mid and jungle duo from Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, I mean, getting a flash like that is actually pretty huge. We're going to watch this fight once again. Both level 12, they take the blast plant together, but you can see Boss just has way too much burst between the two forms. Yeah, just a miscalculation there from Chaz.
Yeah, I mean, you can see his items, and I would assume they were finished at that time of the fight. I mean, it's Eclipse and the Manamune.
It's a
You're
lot.
going to burst down anybody, and you take a look at the items of the Lee Sin, he's got no armor.
No armor.
It's basically a wet piece of toilet paper in that fight, and it kind of looked that way by the end of it. Even though he does a nice amount of damage himself, it's not quite the same.
Yeah, I mean, that's just unfortunately what the Eclipse is going to do for you in that situation. And I'm starting to be a little bit concerned about, you know, some of the tools that Pentanet GG are going to need to use to set up for potentially picks in this fight, right? Like, the longer the fight goes on, as long as Nomads is alive and able to do damage, as long as Boss is able to poke and chip away, it looks like the team fights should favor them unless there's a great engage, unless you see that binding, which is going to be harder to pull off now that Pabu doesn't have flash, unless you see that really great Gnar ult coming through or a wall up into the wall. There are ways where this goes well for Penta GG, but it's going to have to, a lot of it rely on vision control, and that's so difficult to make happen against the Udyr. He's actually down in vision score right now in this game by 10. Very rare to see a Udyr down on vision score, but Pabu has been, like I said, MVP. Still 100% involvement in kills here, 7 for 7.
It's pretty cool you mention it, because it's kind of like everything the Udyr is supposed to be good at, you know, vision control, farming, clearing out the jungle. He's losing a lot of those aspects here in this game, so I suppose at least he's taking enemy camps, but that's not quite enough to catch up here. But still, Unicorns of Love enjoying a bit of a lead. Obviously, some of that macro gold they got very early on, and some of the extra turrets that they do have in this game are helping them out. I feel like their CS scores are much better as well when you do take a look at them down at the bottom.
Yeah.
So they have been able to shore up a lot of that gold.
Pabu going to eat a huge amount of damage here. He does have a stopwatch now, which is actually huge for how he can engage with his ultimate. Obviously looking for bindings too, in a little bit more vulnerable locations without a flash. I think it's a huge pickup for him.
Okay, trying to get on top of BioPanther here, but you can see he's trying to go Mega Gnar, but can he make it? No, he can't. He gets lasered down, but a massive ultimate does come out here from Predator, but it doesn't look like it's enough damage. Trying to get on top of the Udyr. They do get the double kill, and that's going to be the triple, actually. Ends up being enough damage at the end of the fight, and that's going to mean they're going for the Baron.
Yep, might not be able to get the big Gnar engage you're looking for, but your composition certainly has that burst where it counts. And this is a 7-0-2 now. Predator, who actually has his Immortal Shield, has got his Collector. You have the ability to get those executions in the team fight. This is what Samira is great at. This is the type of team fight that Samira is always looking for. It's the dream for a Samira. You don't always see those, you know, in the later parts of our 11 patches right now in professional League of Legends, but every now and then you have the perfect fight. You know, BioPanther here, unfortunately trying to get his bar is unsuccessful, but watch Predator in this fight. He's untouched, completely unaffected, is able to just for free press his ultimate button, and then he's able to clean up house. I mean, nobody's on him until it's too late.
Yeah, I mean, a fed Samira who has a hard engaged support, who, by the way, the decoy got the two guys in the front and just locked them up for way too long. They were not able to lock down the Samira, of course, because of the Black Shield as well. So, you know, the Morgana from the jungle farms really well. It's able to provide some really great ganks early on with the Predator especially, but also can just keep your AD carry safe for any carry that you want to. It's pretty insane what this champion does offer right now
it's
to
crazy.
League of Legends.
Still 10 for 10, Babu, in this game. This is looking, I mean, it's looking more and more doable by the look of things for Penta GG at every moment. You know, I didn't trust that this composition would be able to fight correctly in some of these straight up 5v5s.
Yeah.
So we're going to go into our Red Bull power play here, our Red Bull Baron power play, that is to say. Let's see what they can get done, because Pablo has been so good at setting up these bindings, forcing Unicorns of Love to react, sometimes forcing out summoner spells. And here he is again, you know, with relative impunity, tossing out these bindings. You get one of those, you get a pick, and then suddenly the whole game's opened up when you have this Baron.
Yeah, I love how Pentanet GG come into this fight, and they're down 0-3, but it doesn't matter. They're playing so confidently, and I love how well they've been able to transition from the early to mid game. They're making use of this mid game power spike, as you mentioned, and 7-0-2 Samira, Predator is having a crazy pop-off game right now. This is the competition we wanted from Group A, and we are getting it out of them as the ultimate does come out onto an Anasik, but they're very deep into the jungle, and Boss, kind of the boss of his team right now, is going to escort them out of the jungle.
Yeah, it looks a little bit awkward there. Pabu saw an opportunity to try to ult, but unfortunately BioPanther and Chaz are not here. You're not going to want to take that fight there, isolated as 3. So he flashes. Again, you know, last time he used his flash, I thought, okay, well, it's going to limit his options, but he's still been where he needs to be at every single time. So he's becoming a lot more survivable with this build that he's going for. He's going to have his Zonias eventually, which is going to be really strong, obviously, for some of the engages. And it feels like with this player, he's got such a good sense of where to be and when the fight is going to happen and where he can set up for these bindings. He's always on the cusp of getting caught, getting picked, but he's tossing the bindings out, gets away safe. In this case, even flashes away. And yeah, it was a misplay, and he does lose his flash, but that kind of proactive play is maybe going to win you this game if you're Pentanet GG, 10 for 10. On the assists, and this Baron fades away. Unicorns of Love grouping up.
Yeah, just trying to clear out some of the vision that has been put down in their jungle at this point. This game very much even, although we do have this crazy fed Samira. You've been saying it all game. I mean, the Victor is kind of getting out of control as well for Nomads. Even though he doesn't have the kills to really back it up, he is extremely well farmed. And if Unicorns of Love get a fight on their terms, maybe blow up the Samira, they can absolutely take a fight here. Both teams have 2 dragons, right?
Yeah.
I feel like really anything can happen at this point in time, and it'll be interesting to see who is going to run away with this one.
It's as close as you can ask for, right? I mean, we're really on a knife's edge. And this next Drake fight might really be what shoves one of these teams off the edge. Because, again, the sustained damage, the poke for Unicorns of Love is fantastic, but the engage tools and the burst damage that the Samira shouldn't be able to have, right? It's very rare to see this. A 7-0-2 Samira does mean the Pentanet GG, if they get the fight on their terms, can set up for that CC or get that Gnar ult in, really do have some burst potential. So, I mean, this is really anyone's game to take. These are the close games we've been waiting for. We haven't always gotten in the group stage of MSI, but we're getting there right now.
Well, that's a nice start for the Unicorns of Love. Obviously, there is some amount of sustain here for the Samira, but if you're going to win a fight, it's probably going to come off the back of some big poke damage first, and then you get the engage going. As they find No Man's on the bottom side, the Galio ultimate is going to help out quite a lot, but down will go the Victor, and just like that, one of the most fed members on the side of Unicorns of Love goes down without much of a fight, and that will be the Dragon going over to Pentanet, you would have to imagine.
Yeah, you cannot fight without your Victor. I mean, he is going to be the major source of damage. He's who Pentanet GG target down and eliminate early on. I mean, how Victor is played at the highest level, you're often walking a tightrope because you want to maximize your damage, but you have to position yourself for maximum safety too, and he ends up getting caught and picked, and that's the end of team fight potential here for Unicorns of Love. Meanwhile, you can see Pablo is just taking this by himself. They're not just going to get a Drake, they're going to get a turret too, they're going to get mid control.
Yeah, it's really great to see, and I mean, you look at the battlefield that was just spot there, there's only vision for Pentanet, there's nothing for the side of Unicorns, so as you mentioned, you kind of got to be careful when you are running through some of that vision where you're not sure if the enemy does have that vision. No Man's immediately going to teleport to the top lane.
Yeah, they want to push this hard. They're all grouped up, and they know that this is a timing where Pentanet want to back and reset, so it actually ends up working out really nicely. Potentially it could if they are able to push this further, but Pentanet do respond here. And, you know, for Unicorns of Love, you're in a really tough spot because now Pentanet GG have the soul point, so they can obviously get the next Drake to finish the soul. You have to take that fight. You can't let that go anymore. They have map control very strongly. Look at the wards across the map right now. And, you know, you're in a situation where you're constantly getting picked. Players are getting caught, and, you know, stuff like this is very risky given the circumstances. You end up getting caught here as No Man's, and that might actually cost you the game. So you have to play passively. And Pentanet GG are very much happy to sit back and wait for that next objective. Might just be the Baron fight we're looking at here for them. If they take that swimmingly, it might just be the game.
And the Baron comes up here, and I thought maybe Unicorns would have done something crazy and run at it, but not going to go for that just yet. Just going to sit here in the mid lane, potentially look for some picks. And you look at the tools that they have in their toolkit here, the champions that they did bring into this fight. I mean, you think about the Galio, and it's like, yeah, I mean, he's got some potential for engage, the Udyr as well, but it's a couple of champions that just need to run straight at you and kind of make it happen unless you get a crazy Galio play from out of vision. But as you mentioned, they don't really have vision control right now. Udyr's not just going to run at you and get an engage going. So it does feel like the ball is in Pentanet GG's court, and they're doing a great job with it. It's really, really nice to see them play from ahead because we haven't really got to see that too much so far here in this MSI, and I'm liking what I'm seeing so far.
Yeah, I think it was, oh, hold that thought, BioPanther out in the middle of nowhere.
Trying to make this engage. They're really trying to force that engage. They are going to get the flash out of Boss, but that is just about it.
This is the fight you want.
Yeah, okay, trying to get the flash down now. Again, this is how they have to engage, but the sun does come down onto the Gnar. And now Pabu trying to make the play in that backline. They take down Boss, and Praedit is just so massive. Does crazy amount of damage in that backline. And there is no way for anybody on the side of Unicorns of Love to take him down.
What a tough day of League of Legends for Unicorns of Love. I mean, they saw blood in the water. They saw an opportunity. They went for it. And it was a really nice going stopwatch there from Pablo. He goes golden. He survives. The damage output for Praedit is just too much at this stage of the game. And it looks like Unicorns of Love are going to go 0-2 on the day here. And this group just got a whole lot more interesting. They're both going to be tied up 1-3. And Valdez, this is our closest game so far here of the night. I'm hoping for more. But what a fantastic performance from Pabu in the jungle. 15 for 15 on the kills there, 100% involvement, and this was the kind of game you're looking for if you're an LCO fan.
Really great to see that they finally kind of turned things around, and you should be extremely happy if you are a Pentanet GG fan. I thought that, although some moments in the early game were a little bit shaky, they were able to really solidify there in that mid-game, as you were pointing out, Wolf, before the game even started. So really making things interesting here. Pentanet GG, just, you know, elated. They're so happy after that win. They finally get one under their belts here on the MSI stage, and that has got to feel amazing.
Yeah, I mean, they just defeated a team that has so many of their players have gone to 3 major international events, right? Like I mentioned, Pabu's been playing since 2015, just won his first domestic title, and now he's defeated Unicorns of Love, who are a team that's kind of often put in the same tier as the Oceanic region. But he's able to take that win, has a great performance. This is a game I think he'll remember for the rest of his career. And it was a fantastic start for him on the Morgana.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things about Pabu's got that X factor, right? Where it's like, he's got a champion Ocean. This time he goes for something very meta, and he plays it to a huge victory here this time around. But guys, let's take a look at that team fight that led PGG to their first win at MSI in our Drive to Victory presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Okay, everybody's gonna remember this fight, right? This is BioPanther, ends up getting caught. He's stunned. But look at the damage coming through. It's absolutely insane. Samira, very unlikely champion, right, to see at this high level of play, but she works so well with the Morgana, and Predath ends up getting 7 kills very early on in this game. Gets extremely fed, and every team fight they take from then on out is based on his damage, right? The setup is always there from the Gnar, from the Morgana, but Predath on that Samira just pops off. I'm losing my words here. Very exciting performance from PGG. And, you know, with them both tied up 1-3 now, it's hard to say who's going to end up getting out of this group.
Yeah, pretty crazy stuff here in Group A now. But guys, before we do go to break, today we're checking in with Evie, who shares the favorite song of the LJL champions. Let's take a look at that.
こんにちは。日本から MSI へ出場するデトネーションフォーカスミのエビです。僕らが選んだチームアンセムはリサのグレンゲです。鬼滅の刃が好きなメンバーが多くてですね、日本でも大流行しましたので、この曲になりました。何度負けても何度くじけても前へ前へと進むその姿、かっこいい曲ですよね。試合に負けて落ち込んでる時とかに聴くと励まされますね。はい、この曲ね、めっちゃかっこいい曲なんで、皆さんもぜひ聴いてみてください。
Smell irresistible. The new Axe Effect.
thank you so much for joining me. I'm so glad that you managed to turn things around today. Could you let me know maybe what was different compared to the previous games you had?
So, when we came here, we hadn't been scrimming for a while because no one in US was scrimming, and we only had a few scrims here, and they were so volatile and they just all exploded, so it was hard to take much about draft. But as the tournament has gone on, we've learned about what we actually need to pick and how to make sure the games are playable, and we finally got a draft that we're super happy with. And you know, we had champions with crowd control, good amount of priority, like we can just go and we can play the game. Like we had tools to play the game, and so when we have those like engaged tools, we make good use of it, and we could win for sure.
All right, yeah, it's hard to get a good grasp at what the meta is going to be, especially when you don't know the teams and what they're going to play. A pick that was pivotal here in this game was the Morgana jungle. It's a champion that we've often seen at MSI so far. Can you let me know what is special about this pick and why do you enjoy playing it?
Morgana, her clear is just like obscenely fast, so you can make good use of that to get extra time on the map. Udyr is pretty fast as well, but you're still faster than him. And then also, it scales really well. And with a champion like Samira, Samira's really sad when champions can CC her and stop her ult. But if she can't have her ult stopped, it's a really broken combo for sure. She can just kind of go off. And Morgana also does tons of damage as well. She doesn't usually get as much gold as you do in the jungle, but because your pace is so fast, you have a lot of items and you become really oppressive in team fights. You can always just flash ult and you blue smite and you just chase them down. And you kind of do everything that you need.
Yeah, fast clear, dark binding, and when it connects, we know how deadly it can be. Now, focusing more on the group. First win, that's a huge improvement for you. You still have a lot of games to play, especially tomorrow. What is going to be the focus for you in the next games?
We need to look at how we close out a bit more. It was a bit shaky, but it wasn't the worst. We just need to be better on pulling the trigger and making sure that we have just like a decent draft. We don't need like to win the draft necessarily. We just need enough tools to be able to play the game, because if we have engage, the like UOL, they will make mistakes and we can punish those mistakes. So we have to make sure that we can always go and, you know, engage when they step up, and that's what we need to win for sure.
All right, it seems like you have a good plan here, focusing on tomorrow. Last question for you, Pabu. You have so many fans who are happy to see you again on the international stage. Anything you want to say to them right now?
I mean, there's so many of you that have so many kind words for me. Every time we lose, there's you know, lots of people who have my back, and you know, it feels good to get a win for everyone out there, you know, cheering on. I hope we can bring you some more and make you guys proud.
Well, thank you for the interview. Amazing hair once again, and we'll see you tomorrow. And on our side of the studio, we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back in a few minutes with Detonation Focus Me versus Damwon Kia. Stay tuned.
Damwon beat Infinity at every stage of the game. The draft, the set pick, it is brilliant.
It's Arya picking up the kill. A killing spree there on the side for the mid laner. Heavy finds another on a Blabber here as well. And Detonation Focus Me takes down Cloud9.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where it is time for Group C. Our next match will feature Damwon Kia versus Detonation Focus Me, and the LJL champions have already made their mark on MSI by taking down Cloud9 yesterday. So I want to focus on these guys, especially their possible chances of making an upset here happen, and maybe looking forward to if they can make it out of the group. Raz, yesterday it was a historic victory, the first time in 7 years of LJL that a team was able to take down a #1 seed from a major region, and their young prodigy of Arya in the mid lane absolutely popped off. Oh, I can't hear Raz.
I can't hear Raz.
I hope people can hear me. Vedius will take that point.
Yeah, we've been hearing so much
hear him.
hype about him, especially when he was able to get to finally play his pick. I was really excited for him individually.
I think your audio's out of sync.
Oh, no.
But it's going to be a disaster. Okay.
No, that's not me. What are you talking about?
We're going to cut your mic. I'm sorry, Raz. We'll come back later. So anyway, Arya, fantastic prodigy. When I talked to the LGL experts, they say, this is our caps. This is the guy you need to look at. But the issue was that he didn't have the right tools necessarily. On his Zoe, he had a more self-sufficient pick, and it showed that he could perform.
I think day one, he was largely just nervous. You know, in a matchup where I think he could gain advantages, he did struggle. But as you rightly said, his Zoe performance gave him a lot more confidence. And this is a great representation in the early game of how he used his early game prior to assist his jungler, getting that early advantage, then setting up to play towards the top side of the map. But it was really the team fights, the bread and butter of the LGL that in the past was kind of their main and only strength coming into international competitions. But now it feels like it has been elevated with the addition of Arya to the mid lane and Utapon having a fantastic positioning performance in his game versus Cloud9 yesterday.
If you're not as familiar with the LGL or with the Detonation Focus Me, rather, Utapon is one of the legends of the region. He's the most veteran player with 512 games played on this team since they were DFM, and the second most long-standing member on a team after Mr. Faker himself.
Yep.
Exactly. And a funny bit in the bot lane as well, Kazu is actually part of their coaching staff. They're on their way to building their perfect roster, but they're dealing with some import issues at the moment, or players stepping in those import slots. So this guy's the coach. So I know we've had to say, okay, Kazu is maybe a bit coin flippy and is going ham, but that's to be expected. And I think when you consider all those things, this has been a resounding success so far, Vedius.
I mean, it certainly has. They're currently sitting at 1-1 in the group. We can arguably put day one down to nerves. The question is, will they be able to bounce back? And what do they look like against Damwon? Because the reality is that, let's say there's a world where they are able to make this upset happen. This group suddenly becomes a lot harder for teams like Cloud9 that were expected to get out, whereas Damwon, DFM, so many Ds, DFM actually have a bit of a buffer after taking down Cloud9. So I'm excited to see what they can bring out today, and Arya going up against Showmaker is just going to be a huge opportunity for him to showcase his skills.
Absolutely. So with your extensive knowledge of the LJL and specifically Detonation Focus Me, let's look holistically at the game they're going to play versus Damwon, which is going to be very difficult, but then also that day of the whole group playing that we're going to see, where they really have to beat C9 again, maybe try and beat Damwon again to make it out of this group. What are the core things you want DFM to focus on?
I think giving Arya a champion, not only that he's comfortable on, but that gives him agency and priority in the lane so that he can assist steal is going to be super important, in particular in this matchup, but also for the rest of the group stages. Because what we've come to learn is that when you have mid priority, you can do a lot with it. Like, you only have to look at the first game of the day with Xiaohu and how often he went bot lane, that it can be very impactful. So I think that giving Arya something to have agency on is going to be the big thing that allows them to...
Let's see if it happens, and we'll see if DFM have what it takes to explode on the Rift as they take on the reigning world champions, Damwon.
Thank you so much, guys, for throwing it over to us over at LOL Park. And we are just about ready to hop into our third game of the night. Of course, Detonation Focus Me up against Damwon Kia. It's going to be a really interesting game, this one here, Wolf. Detonation, of course, coming off of a big win up against C9.
Yeah, I mean, there's a pretty big difference, I think, between even the fan perspective when you look at a difference between a team like Cloud9 and Damwon Kia, but you know, anything is possible in MSI. You know, I think it was Quickshot who said it yesterday, that MSI is the tournament that does feel like sometimes you see crazy upsets. Sometimes the unexpected does hit you hard in these group stages. And we'll see if DFM can make it happen here as we go into our third map, or third game of the night. For those LCK fans, know the map is a big meme with me over here in the LCK region. But let's see where the draft goes, because I do agree that I think if you want to find success here as DFM, you're really looking at Steel and Arya, right? You want to have a jungle that pairs with the mid lane where you can try to stay stable, maybe even get ahead against Showmaker.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting because, of course, they're coming off the big win. They should be very confident, but now it's like you're going up against the final boss. And this is just the group stage, right? It's Damwon. It's a team that we over here, of course, know and love very dearly as, okay, they're just going to leave Canyon with Morgana. Interesting decision here as they take away both the Varus and the Senna from Ghost, but they leave Canyon into just what seems like an insanely powerful pick right now.
I mean, it's definitely one of the strongest ones, if not the strongest. I mean, when you take Rumble away as Damwon Kia, I mean, that's the second strongest pick you have in the jungle right now, historically speaking, for MSI. But it's a tough team to ban against, right? You've banned the Varus, you've banned the Thresh, and you've banned the Senna. You're targeting the bottom lane here. And we did see Yutapon have a great performance just yesterday against Cloud9. So if your focus is going to be to try to control the bottom lane, sometimes you are going to have Morgana slip through the cracks.
Yeah, it's pretty rough, as you mentioned. Damwon, for those of you who don't know, I mean, you should know them, obviously, world champions from 2020. It just feels like every player has got a bit of an ocean going on. It's a very watery plain over here on the side of Damwon Kia. You can ban probably 5 champions and they'll just laugh and just pick whatever they want. They've even been given opportunities to go for crazy amounts of comfort so far in MSI, which I found very interesting as well. I mean, you're going up against the world champion and you give them all of their best picks. Generally not a great idea, but as you mentioned, it's pretty difficult to deny them everything. So the Morgana comes through here. Obviously the response here, the Udyr, once again, we saw that in the last matchup, but also the Tristana with the 2 AD carry bans. They will prioritize that, and then Ghost and Barrel say, yeah, okay, we'll go for the Xayah and Alistar.
I'm just going to lock down the bot matchup for them right away. Ends up being a pretty strong lane into the Tristana, as we've already seen from Damwon Kia many times, and we'll see the Zoe hovered here, and it is going to be locked in for Arya. His most played champion in the LJL playoffs. He actually had a very deep pool there, but he played this one twice, the only one he did, and he did play it, of course, already in MSI. So this composition is already pretty standard in terms of what you can do with the Zoe Udyr. Udyr gives you vision control. You have that vision. You use it to set up Battle Stars, use it to set up sleeps. There's a lot of ways you can catch somebody off guard. You can catch a rotating member of Damwon Kia and set up a pick. The problem is that it's Damwon Kia, right? They've played against so much Zoe in Korea already. And I do really like the Lucian ban. You talk about mid-priority, you talk about how much that is going to affect this game. You absolutely do not want to give Showmaker the opportunity to play a Lucian with the Morgana jungle. It would be a disaster.
Yeah, I'm glad you focus in on that one because that would not be safe for everybody's eyes here if you would give Showmaker that pick. And definitely a very good ban to go ahead and pick up here. Especially after going ahead and picking the Zoe, can be punished very much by that pick. So the Gnar also going to be taken off the board here. As we know, Khan, he's very much oftentimes left on Scion duty, but the guy also has a pretty deep champion pool. So they're going to go ahead and take away the Gnar. That's the one thing they don't want to see. And we'll see what he does go for here, as Nocturne will be denied from DFM this time around.
Yeah, I think an alternative ban that we could have maybe seen would have been the Rel here to remove that from Kazu, and he is going to hover it right away. Something he's played quite a bit, likes to play it with Tristana. It's a very common pairing. We can set up attract repels really easily with Tristana coming through here and with Rel. So you're playing Rel into arguably a counter in the Alistar, so I think that's the main reason why they do avoid the ban, but it's going to be picked up from Kazu here right away. So still a pretty solid draft all around in terms of standard play here from the LJL team. Like, you remove the nameplates and you could put a lot of different teams, even Korean teams, on that and say, well, I could see this happening, right? I could see a top team playing this.
Yeah, and the Gangplank gets locked in blind.
There you go.
For Khan, and then Showmaker, you know, honestly, knowing Showmaker, I thought he was going to play Syndra. Not the case here. He actually goes for the Victor instead. So a crazy amount of scaling with the Victor and the Xayah into the late game. That will be their choice. Obviously, the Gangplank support that. And what will be the follow-up here from the side of Evie? He's going to play the Urgot this time around. So Gangplank in Meta's past, definitely a champion that people want to try to shut down, want to try to counter, don't want to see him scale. But this time around, we are going to see the Urgot in response, and we'll see if Evie has any chance up there in the top lane.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting matchup there. All eyes on Evie to see how he does against Khan. And Khan has been one of the players that's been under the most scrutiny. He's been under everyone's microscope, right? The magnifying glasses are out because people are always going to make that comparison between 2020 Nuguri and Khan, right? And so far, he's looked fantastic, right? But this is the group stage. It's a part of the tournament where you expect Damwon Kia to do very well. But still, I mean, once again, blind Gangplank. It is going to be the Urgot response. Let's see how he does here, because expectations have been met, I think, for Khan across the board in every single game, every matchup he's played so far. And it's tough to make the case that Nuguri was better. It's just hard to make that factual argument right now. Maybe we'll get that answer later on in the tournament. But this is another one of those games where Khan will be scrutinized if he does end up falling against this LGL team.
Absolutely, as we will have the coaches bump fists before we do hop on to the Rift here. Of course, Koma moving over to Damwon here for 2021. Just feels like a perfect fit for what they do have going on. Of course, coaching Khan in the past as well. Will be interesting to see how these two teams do match up, as we are just about ready to hop onto the Rift here in just a moment. But a crazy amount of scaling here on the side of Damwon Kia.
Yeah.
And some mid-game prowess from Detonation Focus Me as we are heading on to the Rift here. And let's see if we can see a scratch in the armor here, perhaps. DFM coming off of a huge win over C9. And Damwon, of course, not losing a game just yet. But guys, send us your tweets using Verizon 5G all chat, and you could have a chance to be featured on the broadcast. We can get your tweet up here on the screen and listen to whatever thoughts you have. So please go ahead and do join us, guys.
Say anything, be honest. Okay, Khan here actually kind of caught in an awkward spot.
Oh, he's going to get flipped too. This is really awkward, and he's going to have to flash here at level 1. Evie thinking about getting in there as well, but that's just going to be a really nice mini win there over to the side of DFM.
Yeah, I mean, this is the stage of the game where you just don't want to get chain CC together. Getting the flip there very early, and that's a summoner spell down here for Khan. That's going to really limit his options in the early game. So great proactive play from DFM to set this up. And I'm really excited to see how Steel performs here, because, you know, there are ways to really threaten Showmaker here when you have this Zoe pick. You head asleep, you have the follow-up stun, and there's a lot of ways to really put that kill pressure on, get a flash early, for example, if Showmaker does get caught by those bubbles. So this is the mid and jungle combo that I think a lot of people are zoomed in on for Detonation Focus Me right now, because they're a duo that has looked good so far. And, you know, Arya, a fairly newer player to, you know, international stages, and
oh boy,
Khan once again.
This is a bit of a fun time so far, I have to say, for Evie, getting that support before the minions even spawned, and now he's getting into the face of Khan. Generally, the GP would love to just parlay you, shoot you in the face a bunch of times, and have a bunch of fun like that. But he's not really going to have that opportunity here in the early levels because of the way that lane has gone. Lots of trading as well down in the bottom side. Pretty interesting to see this duo. Of course, Udapon has been around forever, it feels like, and Kazu, who used to be the coach, and now he's like in here in the support role. Really cool stuff to see him playing so well. Even got a ban on his set.
Yeah.
And is certainly a great player in his own right.
I mean, that's the kind of thing that you love to see, right? As a team who are actually in the face of adversity, right? The import issues that Shox was talking about earlier, still slots this coach in. He performs insanely well. I mean, that's extremely rare at this level of play. Steel is looking for this timing here to come in.
And this is the thing about Morgan. She always tries to group these two up and generally doesn't get punished unless the Udyr can come in here and make things awkward. That's going to be a reset here on the blue. Priority on mid isn't looking too good here for Damwon, and Steel is still in the face of Canyon, who's going to get that root down. Evie going to be the first one to rotate up, or rather down, from the top lane. And this is just making life hard for Canyon, although he has been able to avoid any deaths or any critical damage to himself so
yeah,
far.
just understanding that timing. Remember, Khan is flashless, by the way, right now, hiding in this brush.
Okay, he's going to get that movement speed. The flash comes in, and no orange is available. This could just be first blood. Do they have the damage to pick it up, though, is the question.
Yes.
There it is. The auto comes in, and Evie will pick up the first blood onto Khan.
This is such a great start for Detonation Focus here right now. It's looking so good. And this is a team that you don't expect to have a fiery start against Damwon Kia early on in a game like this. All it takes is you take away a flash, you group up, you're trying to abuse Canyon when he's being greedy, as Morganas will do when they try to go for the double there, and then you convert that into a play here in top. There is no flash. This is the new Axe Effect replay. You're going to take a look at Khan getting stunned here. There's just no way out. I mean, there's nothing you can do in this situation because you lost your flash in the first minute of the game.
Yeah, and it wasn't the cleanest gank, right? There were a couple of autos it looks like were missed, but as you mentioned, it still was enough, right? He was flashless as level 3. He wasn't respecting the possibility that the rotation could come up here, even though he saw the Udyr on the top side of the map. I mean, there were only 3 ranged minions. He could have let them go, but he's trying to get as much value on this gangplank early on as possible. Doesn't work out for him, and DFM going to get that early win. But as we have seen many times, at least here in the LCK, we could see some crazy strong teams. You think about T1, you think about Genji, guys, teams that have gotten ahead, Humalife, Chovy, and still Damwon finds a way to win the game. So you gotta really get in there if you're looking to win. As Danny says, looking forward to another DFM upset. A real underdog story could be starting here with the Verizon 5G all chat. Really cool to see. I mean, as we mentioned, they get that big win over C9, and now anything is possible.
I mean, anything is possible, and you've got to be feeling good as a DFM fan, because this is a good start here against Damwon Kia. And this is the kind of comp that can really get out of control, too, if you start to get too much of an advantage. And later on is where Damwon Kia is going to shine, right? You talked about the scaling that they have with this composition, the Xayah, the Victor, and the GP, who's going to be a little bit slower on his way to the scaling in this game. But I'm a little bit, you know, impressed, to be honest, with how well DFMs have really turned this group around. Their first series, there were a lot of nerves, as was mentioned on the desk, right? We saw a little bit of a choke. Arya, one of his first big debuts on an international stage, doesn't play up to expectations. But after that win yesterday, it just looks like this team is playing the best, maybe the best games of League of Legends they've played in their career, back-to-back here, and it's a great start. But later on, that's where Damwon Kia is going to threaten you, right? Later on, that's where they found their most success. I mean, there's been a few games where Damwon Kia get behind, even in the LCK, but they're arguably the best team fighting team in the world, front to back on objectives. Yeah. That's where you're really going to have a concern later on, especially with the scaling they have.
Yeah, I mean, you said it, Wolf. This team is so difficult to crack. I mean, they've got the best macro, I think, and it's so difficult. You need to force so many mistakes and get so many wins. You can't just get a first blood, right? You need to take objectives. You need to take over the map, deny vision, and get far enough ahead, and then not make any mistakes yourself. It's not an easy task, right? You see the first blood comes in. The gold's still relatively even, right? The CS numbers are pretty pristine here on the side of Damwon Kia, and they're not going to go down to just the 1 kill. Although we do have a play coming in here. Nice leap over the wall, going on to Ghost. That's a lot of damage. In goes Unipod. Immediately gets junked under the turret by Barrel, just slam dunking him in there. And now Arya is left all alone. The double kill is handed over to Ghost as they laugh at the attempt of a gank in the bottom lane.
I mean, this is where you can really start to steal and siphon that power away. Overextending here in the bottom lane. Damwon Kia are going to give 2 kills over to, or going to gain 2 kills on Ghost, one of those champions we've been talking about, the Xayah, that later on is going to scale very well, but this is all on Barrel. Kazu goes in, but does get pulled, and then they decide to actually chase further, and as soon as Unipon goes over the line, the Barrel is standing in the exact right spot, right? He's able to get the headbutt, and that's the end. Yeah, he's exactly where he needs to be, and Arya sacrificed himself so that Kazu can get out, but I mean, it doesn't get, you know, more over-aggressive than that, really. And it was a nice punish play.
And we have some action here as Khan is going to get flipped over, and, well, he's just dead. That's a 1v1. That's not even Steel coming in here. Showmaker had no effect Khan just trying to bait in Evie, doesn't realize that he could just die to him, and Showmaker is not able to help him at all.
Yeah, and this is a situation where, you know, oh, once again, Ghost in danger.
All right, he's going to dodge the paddle star here. Still has his ultimate, but now asleep. And with the Urgot coming in, that's going to be the kill on the bottom side. Love the proactivity here from our Japanese team. Detonation Focus Me coming in and picking up a kill.
I mean, there's just so much. They're just having such a great amount of tempo control over this game because they're sense of where everyone is so strong. Their vision is great here because who's in the top lane? It's Canyon, right? He's at the top. He's actually cleaning up those minions because Khan died again. Still doesn't have teleport. Has to walk back. So you don't want to give up that gold. You're going to give it over to the Morgana. But while you know the Morgana is there, you know you have an opportunity against solo Ghost in the bottom lane to make a play happen. And you're just taking that tempo lead and really furthering it. And look at Yutapon now getting so much extra plate gold here on the bottom side of the map as a result. And this is starting to look very, very winnable for Detonation.
Yeah, I mean, you get a start like this. There was the little bit of a mix-up with the gank on the bottom side, but I'd argue that was kind of a super play from Beryl holding on to his headbutt. I mean, everybody knows him from 2019. That's kind of how he made his name on the Alistair. I'm sure there's a bunch of viewers that only really watch the international tournaments, and they remember him from that World's performance. But at the end of the day, Detonation Focus Me showing some real tenacity. I'm loving this matchup because they're not just falling over like so many teams have done against the Titan that is Damwon.
Yeah, and even though Khan has an 0-2 start in this game, he's 0-2-2 to be more specific, but he's had a rough start in this lane. He's on a champion that can really scale well later, and it doesn't necessarily mean that because he's behind that he's going to be useless in this game when isn't going to be high impact. He certainly will be later on. This is kind of ironically, jokingly, where a lot of games that Nuguri played in the past where he ended up going down 0-2, but people would say that was his power spike because he would come online after that. Khan kind of living up to Nuguri in that regard in this lane where, again, he's struggling. Some really great trades from Evie. But let's see if he can stabilize here, because that's the big question, right? I mean, because eventually we'll have to, and Steel's trying to prevent it.
Yeah, I just love this. The blind pick GP and Damwon think they're going to get away with it, and Detonation Focus Me have this whole plan to come in, get the flash. So much pressure up in the top side, and now it's a 1v1, and from downtown, the Urgot ult trying to hit that number. Will he be able to pick it up? He won't, but it doesn't matter because he gets the kill anyway. Steel able to once again shut down Khan in the top lane.
This is, again, you said it in the, from the draft, it was blind, and it was greedy, and they're not going to get away with it, not in this game. Now 3 deaths on Khan, so many resources being committed from Detonation Focus Me to actually take him out in the top lane, and it's been successful every time they've tried for it. And this is starting to be a very big gap in the top side of the map that is going to really cost Damwon Kia in some of these mid-game fights, because he's just going to be so much further behind than he's supposed to be.
Yeah, Damwon known for excellent control, but I feel like Detonation are just kind of making the pace of the game on their terms, right? They have a plan, and they've come in and executed it beautifully early on. And now I'm really curious. You know, everybody knows how Damwon is kind of this team that even when they get behind, it's really rough to try to stamp them out and get them out of the game and actually pick up wins. I'm curious to see what they're going to do to try to come back here. You see Canyon knows the enemy junglers in the top side. He at least takes the blue, but he's got to do a bit more, as we're going to take another look here at the replay down on the bottom side.
Yeah, just one more look at this. And Kazu kind of isolated here under turret. And, you know, this is just a moment where you could see them try to get something back, right? They try to trade something back, but they're unsuccessful. And for Detonation, this is another great moment, another good crisis management here. You could see Canyon in this game is just struggling to get the kind of value that you expect from him, right? World's MVP. This is the player that everyone is so focused on right now when you talk about who could potentially be not just the best jungler in the world, but the best player in the world. Almost every analyst will put Canyon in the list, if not at the top. Just hasn't been able to find that same level of success when they're behind in tempo in this game.
Yeah, love the confidence with which Steel is playing in this game. Beryl, he's going to get that black shield, and he will be just fine, especially because he's Alistair. Just another layer there. He's not going to get CC'd by any means, so he's able to get out of there. But you could see that Damwon were trying to set up vision for this dragon, but right now it's all Detonation Focus Me. It's their area. They have total control over this here. They've denied any vision on the dragon, and Damwon Kia just select to give it away, and that's going to be Infernal, and the first 2 Drakes go in the way of Detonation.
Yeah. Now they know that Steel is here, and Khan has been very aggressive about farming on the top side. He hasn't been doing the most exciting gameplay up there in the top lane, but when we did see Evie back, when he didn't have teleport earlier on, he was able to get a lot of pushed on, right? He got a turret plate. He's still able to stay up there stable on the top side, and even though Damwon Kia are not really able to win skirmishes on the map, when resources are committed bottom lane for Detonation Focus Me, Khan has caught up in CS, right? He's staying even in CS despite the circumstances, and this is what he needs to do in a game like this where he is 0-3-2, is just try to stabilize and be greedy in the top side of the map when you know Detonation is putting their resources elsewhere. On a Dragon, for example, get that CS. Canyon's here.
Gonna get the binding down. Flash is available, and the dash for Evie on the Urgot. He just laughs at them and runs away. Canyon spending about 20 seconds on the top side of the map to make that play happen. They do get the flash out of Evie, but that is just it. Not able to pick up a kill.
Steel is up here now too. Canyon may have overextended.
Oh, he's kind of alone as well. At least he gets the binding onto the Udyr. That's really going to help him out because it lasts basically 17 years as the Urgot not able to get away from that one, even with the Merc Treads. And so Canyon flirting with danger, but actually will be just fine.
He ends up being just fine. You can see that the mana is definitely going to be massively favoring Khan in the top side, so he can actually stay here, continue to farm, whereas Evie used a lot of his resources to actually try to stay alive there, try to poke it out when he returned to lane. So he has to leave again. So Khan is actually still furthering his lead because he's used his resources in the lane so efficiently. So he ends up being fine. We showed the total gold just moments ago. You could see that Showmaker and Ghost are actually leading that charge right now in this game. Two of the scariest players in the game in terms of late game scaling as well. So even though it looks great for DFM and they have a slight gold lead, let's not forget that the late game is coming, right? And Damwon Kia, they are down 2 Drakes, but they're getting closer to the ability to straight up fight front-to-back team fights here in this game. And that's when things can turn big time.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about DFM is that they're a team that very much focuses on the early game. A lot of their stats indicate that early on in the game, they love to get leads. They love to do, little things to get themselves ahead early on, but they struggle a little bit more with their team fighting, their late game prowess, and that's where Damwon really shines, okay? So it'll be interesting to see if they can actually challenge them, especially with a lot of these macro objectives they've already picked up with the 2 Dragons. And take a look at this. I mean, Khan's just going to get bullied once again. Now it's 3-on-1, and I don't think that Gangplank is going to get out of here alive, as he will go down to the Udyr once again. At least Ghost is able to get the turret in the bottom side.
Now, will they make it 2? I don't think they're going to be able to. Canyon is setting up for that potential, though. If they can get 2 turrets for this, it'll absolutely be worth it. And at the same time, sure, you got bottom turret, but Evie is pushing down the top side at the same time, so it's going to be kind of a turret for turret. A lot of damage being done, though, actually, to the second turret here on the bot side by Ghost. And a lot of, response time here kind of missed, I feel like, for DFM. Yeah, they're going to get the top turret, but they've lost so much in both mid and the bottom side. Going to get a Rift Herald for it, as we do see Sleep connect. And, Valdez, I'm looking at this game right now, and it feels like we don't yet know how these team fights are going to look, right? Like, some of the vision control that you can hope for with the Udyr is going to maybe set up some big bubbles. We might see some pick potential. You end up picking somebody on Damwon Kia's side. If you're able to catch one of the carries, for example, then these team fights can be done front to back, absolutely. I mean, Tristana also scales very well. You have the Magnet Storm here. You have a lot of really good tools to fight front to back as DFM as well. But I think you really need to hit that vision control hard. And so far, it's been a little bit lackluster, all things considered.
Yeah. I mean, you take a look at the map right now. Even though it feels like some of these objectives, I mean, another Rift Herald just went the way of Detonation Focus Me, but the vision right now is totally dominated by the side of Damwon Kia. They have deep wards in the red side jungle around this dragon, right? They don't have it on the top side of the map. That's not important right now. Obviously, they want to have vision set up for this next dragon fight. They don't want to get Detonation Focus Me on Soul Point here and get into an awkward spot where they have to force a fight later on in the game. So Damwon really gearing up to take this fight around this dragon.
Speaking of vision, they walk over trying to clear some of that out. Almost got caught. Very scary moment there for Steel and Kazu.
And you take a look at this, Showmaker a bit zoned on the bottom side. And you can see they are actually thinking about a dive here. They're going to put down the Rift Heralds, which can get this in. They're going to force the TP to come out, and immediately they respond with their own.
Yeah, this is still going to be favor to DFM.
4-on-2 right now. Khan is taking a huge amount of damage, and take a look at Showmaker. He's trying to trade one back, but he will not be able to, and down will go Khan as well. The dive is exquisite, and it gets 2 of the Dom1 members out of this fight before it even begins.
Dom1 Kia, it feels like in a lot of ways getting outclassed in terms of the macro. The rotation is there, but they have a matched teleport, right? So it's going to be a teleport for a teleport, and this happens perfectly timed right before the Drake. That's going to be sole point going over to DFM. They have so much control over this game right now. You know, we talked about upsets happening at MSI. This could be a second one for DFM here if they can keep this game going. The scaling that is an issue for them later on might not be a problem because they can fight these fights now on their terms with the Drake control they have. They can give up 4 Drakes for Dom1 Kia even looking at a soul, right? Yeah. With this much control over the game, all they really need to do is tighten up the vision, and it feels like this is their red carpet to walk. But take a look at this again. Showmaker given no resources here whatsoever. Dom1 Kia working on getting vision control on the river at this moment in time. You see Khan comes through, but this turret doesn't last. When the Rift Herald is dropped, it ends up being a double here. 2 kills to none, and it feels like the LJL coach can't even believe it.
Yeah, I mean, this is a dream come true if you can be ahead on Dom1 Kia in the group stage and make a name for yourself in this fashion. It is just, you know, sky's the limit from there on out, right? If you could take a game off of Dom1, that's for sure. And it feels like so many times in the past, Dom1 Kia, they're such a great team. People respect them so much in the game and outside, of course, but sometimes it feels like they can just get away with stuff, right?
Yeah.
Detonation Focus Me immediately call their bluff on the teleport. They're like, yeah, okay, good luck with that teleport, buddy. We got one of our own. I mean,
yeah.
we're just going to fight you 4v2. We could have just killed Showmaker, but instead, I guess we'll take both of them, if that's what you want.
I mean, it starts at the beginning of the game, right? You're going to blind pick a GP. We're going to actually put a lot of resources in the top lane. DFM is so good at the laning phase of the game. Hey, Kazu coming through here.
All right, trying to set up a fight here. The GP ultimate is getting a lot of damage down, but where is the follow-up? Showmaker is late to the fight. Ghost slept out of the fight for so long. And now you can see Arya, he's kind of just ruling this river here, looking for sleeps, looking for bubbles, and hits over the wall. He's able to zone them away just like that. So it wasn't looking half bad with the GP ultimate, but the lack of follow-up there, it's not good for Dom1.
Oh, you cannot be doing this if you don't have vision with, well, with most champions. With Morgana, I guess you can, because you've got a spell shield. But you've got to be really careful about doing that against a team that has such powerful pick potential here. Dom1 Kia, you know, this is not a type of game that Dom1 plays almost ever. You're very rarely behind. I mean, their big power spike in terms of a gold lead is usually around the 20-minute mark. They play a fairly passive game where they don't get a gold lead. They prioritize Drakes over Heralds. In this game, they haven't gotten a single one. They have the fastest first Drake in LCK. It's an insane time. Khan, once again, found here. Can't be greedy in this situation.
It feels like it never ends. Will this be 0-6 for the top lane or the GP? He is really fast. He's going to get that down. He flashes the damage there from the Urgot. And now with 2 people down on the bottom side, immediately Dom1 Kia call the bluff. They rush at the Baron.
Extremely bold, very risky here from Dom1.
It's going to be 4v3 for a long time. I don't know if they have the damage here with 21 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. Beryl has to ultimate. They're looking to turn, but it is not clean. Unipon is going to pick up the kill. Arya looking to keep the Baron alive. But actually, it just takes a lot of damage here. Has to be careful. Canyon still looking for the angle.
Kazu.
Over the wall. Kazu's all alone. He's going to go down.
Can they get this Baron? It's going to be so close.
Oh, this is going to go the way of Detonation. They say thank you very much for the leash. And we will run away with that one. We can trade our supports as a sacrifice. We are okay with that. Big Barrel does come out from Khan, but the follow-up is not good enough, and Detonation take one big step ahead of Dom1.
Now look at this Red Bull Baron power play online now, and Valdez, I mean, this is the type of play that you see from a top region. This is the type of play you see where you go, oh, if I'm a Korean fan, I'm a little bit worried about the LCK this year because the rest of the regions are looking stronger, but this is the LJL we're talking about. Detonation, Focus Me, have had such a fantastic early game. They converted that early game into mid-game leads, and even when Dom1 Kia take a gamble, okay, you're going to spend resources to kill Khan on the bottom side. He's got flash. You instantly run to the Baron. DFM, they respond. They get there in time. They call your bluff, as you said many times. They call your bluff again. They go in there. They prevent you from taking that Baron. They take it away themselves.
Oh, man. Well, you can see Call here. He's going to say, is it happening? Verizon 5G all chat. You know, it certainly feels that way. I do want to kind of play devil's advocate for just a moment. You're still looking at GP, Victor, and Xayah. You're looking at a crazy scaling composition here from DK.
Those items are coming online.
This is a team that doesn't make a lot of mistakes, right? They have made a bunch in this game, and Detonation immediately jumped on them, okay? They're playing an insane game right now, our Detonation, but you have to look at this comp and wonder, is there a way for the scaling to pull out the win here when it's not looking so good for the side of Damwon Kia? I think we'll have to wait and see. Detonation are playing really, really well, and they could absolutely still win it here. They want to put on the pressure. They want to get this Cloud Soul, and that would be a huge step in the right direction. Take a look at this. The ultimate, it's going to land. I think this is going to be the solo kill, and yes, it will be.
Unbelievable.
Evie gets another one on Takan in the top lane.
Terrible time for this to happen, right? He's not just going to leave. He's actually pushing the issue here. Damwon Kia kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. They're going to look for the Drake here, the first of the game.
Nope. Steel not able to steal the dragon here. And as you mentioned, they're just trying to stop the backs here.
Yeah.
That's really what they want to do.
I mean, this could just be an inhibitor. Steel here is trying to buy as much time as possible. Teleport comes through.
Ooh, the teleport is interesting. I feel like committing to just getting the inhibitor might have been better, but at least with that teleport, they're able to pick up the mid turret.
A little bit greedy. You know, if you end up winning a team fight here off of this teleport, you might be able to get 2 inhibitors off of this. You know, you do have Baron for 30 more seconds here. But yeah, I think that trying to split this up and pushing for the inhibitor might have been the better play. But either way, still a great position to be in here for DFM. Damwon Kia, they haven't been able to take a single team fight. Why is that? It's because the map is just under DFM's control at every turn. And they're just not able to find those team fights because DFM are finding other objectives on the map. They're getting solo kills, they're getting pushed on in the side lanes. And I'm starting to get a little bit worried here about Damwon Kia. We are getting later into the game. Those kills are coming online here, so we're going to watch once again. Khan is caught alone, and he tries his best to survive, but there's not much he can do. He doesn't have flash, mind you, so there's just no way to escape here.
Oh, we got another play here. Beryl forced to ultimate, but the damage looking to come out here. The spell shield is huge onto Beryl. But Detonation Focus Me still looking for that, but there's so much damage on the side as Kazu's going in, just trying to sacrifice himself for the rest of the team, but that might be the first mistake here from Detonation. You gotta be so careful. At least there are no objectives for Damwon to jump on immediately after.
Yeah, I mean, the excitement here is definitely on the fact that DFM has a lead against Damwon Kia in terms of the gold, in terms of the Drakes, but in terms of composition, you could argue that Damwon Kia is ahead at this stage of the game. We've passed the 25-minute mark. We're looking towards a second Baron now, and this composition is really starting to come online. You can look at the items now coming through here for Showmaker. He is becoming very powerful, and if he is able to, in a longer fight, do that extended damage, I mean, his damage throughput is absolutely bonkers, so you have to respect that. And that's why DFM are looking for picks. That's why I think you see Evie look for that teleport, because if they can actually get just one single pick, one single kill, that 5v4 looks a lot more winnable than a straight-up 5v5, especially against one of the best team fighting teams in the world. So, you know, we gotta, I think, put the brakes on the hype train for just a moment here, because this game is a lot closer than the gold graph and those Drakes will have you believe.
Absolutely. Oh man, Ghost a little bit caught out here. He's gonna go into the Feather Storm, but he has to use everything to get out of that, and Steel says, yeah, sure. I'll trade my Flash for Flash, Heal, Feather Storm out of their main carry in Ghost right now on the AD carry. That's a pretty good look there from Detonation once again. And yes, Damwon have some really awesome late game tools, but man, this is so exciting. The fact that Detonation are actually coming in here and challenging the world champion in this manner. And imagine if they could take this win. The upset would be so glorious for Detonation Focus Me.
I mean, it really would, and this is a huge win, I think, for fans everywhere, no matter what, because even if you're a Damwon fan, if they come back and win this game, right, if they're able to really solidify themselves in this game and crush the late game, you become impressed with Damwon Kia for a different reason, right? And this is one of those games that was definitely going to be one of the more memorable ones for the group stage. We've had 2 insane, great games with the LGL team here in Detonation Focus Me coming through. Ghost once again isolated. They're looking for these picks. You make these picks happen, you can steal this game away from Damwon Kia. You've got to be respectful of this, Damwon. Minute 30 for the Drake.
Ghost is playing with fire. He's got to be real careful sitting in the mid lane, even without his ultimate. On top of everything else he lost in that last fight. And at least he's able to get out of dodge there, of course, with the Baron coming up here. if anyone gets caught, should be Baron to the other side, especially with the amount of damage here on Damwon as well, even though they are behind. And let's see what can happen. Total vision control here given over to DFM.
100%.
They're looking to rush this down. We've talked a lot about Damwon scaling, but the Tristana is also so online right now. 3 items, level 15. Utapon could absolutely carry this game in a late game scenario, especially from ahead.
Showmaker in the choke. I mean, there's a lot of damage potentially here. I think DFM have to back away. There's a route going to connect here from Canyon, but it's not going to be enough to turn the tides. But DFM have to back away from the Baron. And I do really appreciate Damwon Kia grouping up, looking for this fight. Khan's kind of still getting bullied in the side lane, so you're still losing out on the map, but you prevent the Baron take at least. This is a game where Steel and Evie both are deathless, by the way. 4-0 and 3, 3-0 and 2. On the top side of the map, they have found ultimate control, and now if they can just continue to get those picks here, if they can actually prevent these team fights from being on Damwon Kia's favor, or rather in their terms, then I think there's still a chance they can close this game out, but the scaling is starting to catch up with them big time.
Yeah. Question is here, if DFM try to rush down the Cloud Soul, can Damwon Kia just rush the Baron, right? So you can see that there's this tightrope that both teams are walking right now. DFM threatening Baron. They say, sure, take the one Cloud Drake. We don't care. We'll just go straight for the Baron. And now risky. Ghost, he's going to take down this Cloud Drake, but take a look at the Baron, already halfway down.
Their time's pretty quick here, but Damwon Kia arrive.
GP Ultimate is in, but the jungler is pushed away as Kazu will get taken out. Big knockup from Beryl, but he's looking to go down here. Does provide a front line, but now Evie looking to do that damage on the front line. Can he actually do it? No, he can. He will be shut down by Ghost.
The scaling.
And Ghost and Showmaker are doing so much damage in this team fight to take the kills after the Baron goes the way of DFM. What an insanely close game this one is.
I mean, such a great bit of peel there from Beryl is sometimes all you need. He dies for his heroic play. He does engage, he does go in, but he buys the time necessary for the carries on Damwon Kia to do their damage. When you're looking at 6 to 10 champions all in one place and nobody is dying on the side of Damwon Kia, it's a nightmare with the damage output they have. Look at Beryl go through. He gets the shield coming through from Canyon. The shield keeps him alive a little bit longer, but look at Showmaker, Khan, and Ghost doing so much damage together. DFM can't win these extended fights. They need picks. They need to get those early on in the fight. These fights go long, and it's a disaster here. The Baron is, play here is not going to be great, but it is going to be Damwon Kia winning the team fight, and now there's still some control on the map here with this Baron for DFM, but Damwon Kia have taken that first step to proving that their composition has really fully come online now, and it only gets harder from here.
This is just on a knife's edge right now. Oh man, DFM so far ahead with this Baron, but now it's 31 minutes and we're already seeing the beginning stages of the scaling in DK's composition here. As, okay, are we gonna have a fight over the red buff here? There's not much else to fight for, right? With the Baron buff, you would expect with that Red Bull Baron power play, maybe DFM could get something going. They're going to try to find a pick onto Ghost, but they go really, really deep for it. Canyon is going to get clawed out here, and down he will go. So they get the pick onto Ghost, but actually it's Canyon who goes down for it, and now 40 seconds gone for him in the death chamber for Canyon.
Showmaker is just not playing with Damwon Kia right now. He's off alone in the side lane. He's got teleport, but they know that if he teleports in, he's vulnerable. So they're just abusing the fact that he's not here. Now it's a 5v3.
He's running out of time, and now they're looking for the kill onto Beryl, and they will just snap.
Detonation
down. Can they get the kill now? The GP ultimate is relatively useless, and Khan just looking to do that damage. Again, it's the 3 carries trying to be the fountain lasers here for Damwon Kia, but they're up against Baron for 30 more seconds. It'll be at least another inhibitor here, but DFM, detonation, focus me.
They're looking for more. They're looking for more here, potentially. If you overextend as Damwon Kia, those damage deals, if they're gone, this Nexus goes down.
Canyon respawns, and you can see the hesitation. They're not ready to get in it, and actually they're going to get the pick onto Evie. That's going to be big, and it will immediately stop the push coming in from Detonation Focus Me.
All right, get a little bit bigger than your stomach here, I think. If you're DFM, you see an opportunity, you get another kill, you win this game. You've defeated world champions Damwon Kia, a team that went 6-0 in the LCK playoffs. a team that has looked so dominant, the favorites to win this tournament. You've already taken down Cloud9, but this is something else. This is something else entirely. We saw some nerves out of this team in their first match on day one. In this match here, they saw blood in the water. They stayed a little bit too long. But despite the pick there, despite Damwon Kia's defense, there's still 2 inhibitors down. Still sole point over for Detonation Focus Me. They still have a firm grasp over this game. But you've got to win another team fight like that. You're going to have to get another pick. And I think if Damwon Kia group up, if Showmaker's not up on the side, if they're not overextended in the jungle like that, I think Damwon Kia could certainly win the next team fight. But DFM are just, they're so good at reading the map. They see these opportunities and they take them.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are having the game of their career potentially here. I mean, it's been a fantastic showing so far from our LJL region victor. Detonation Focus Me, and we'll see if they can close it out, right? It's going to be difficult because all the scaling we mentioned, but all of that scaling has such amazing wave clear as well.
Yes.
So you feel like, okay, we got 2 inhibitors down, we're 1 step away, but then Victor does a line laser, and then Zaya comes in and pulls the feathers back, and it's all gone, right? So if you don't have Baron, I think it's going to be difficult to end this game.
You know, Valdez,
yeah,
I would argue even in this upcoming fight with Damwon Kia grouped up, I think you might even want to give this Drake and try to look for something else on the map. Look at where Evie is right now. They're trying to push this mid wave back. Evie rotating in. This is going to be such a hard Drake fight to take. It's not going to be the Cloud Soul for Damwon Kia. They do push them away. They do get mid control. Damwon a little bit actually tense here. Not actually going to commit.
They're the ones that are giving up the Drake.
Wow.
They say, you know, it's Cloud Soul, it's big, but we just have too much pressure on the map right now. If we get picked, we lose the game. So they're just going for it. Evie under the turret. He's so tanky right now and does an insane amount of damage as well. So you can see that even against the 2 of them, but that's the root, actually. Evie a little bit caught out here. Now with the Black Shield, might just be the kill onto the Urgot. Big Magnet Storm does come in from Kazu, but there's no follow-up here from DFM. Beryl getting in there, but now Kazu once again is isolated, and that is a huge pick here for Damwon as they buy themselves some time.
This is so good for Damwon, but it was so scary for just a moment there. Look at the Nexus turret under fire here, as this is not something you see with Damwon Kia very often. Usually when they lose games, it's off of late game team fights when both teams are on even footing. We're talking 40-minute, 45-minute plus games where something gets a little bit volatile. You see the pick come through, but this is never usually what you see is a team that's actually ahead in macro, ahead in structures at this stage of the game for Damwon.
Anthony says with Verizon 5G all chat, Arya dominates on the Zoe and DFM take a 40-minute game. That is his prediction. We're getting close, right? We're less than 5 minutes away. And within that time, we will have Elder Drake spawn, and this Baron will probably be taken.
We've seen so many one-sided games in MSI so far. I mean, Elder Drake's not something you see, and I'm very excited that it's this series, or this game even, this best of one, we're gonna see it in Canyon.
They get the sleep on a Showmaker, that's pretty big, but still trying to get in there. The damage is good. Beryl trying to frontline here, and he will be able to survive. You see the Chaos Storm onto Evie, and man, this is so close. 1 pick to either side could have been the end of it. Arya is getting some insane picks with his skill shots right now on the Zoe.
So greedy.
And maybe Anthony was correct. We'll have to wait and see.
We'll have to wait and see. This is greedy to try to take this Baron. They're not going to commit. Khan does toss his barrage on top of it. They're able to get a little bit of extra confirmation that they stepped off for just a moment. But this is so scary. If you fight in the choke point against Showmaker, you're going to have very serious problems because his damage is insane at this stage. Damwon Kia, on the other hand, they can't just sit back and watch. They're going to have to commit eventually. Look at all the wards. They don't have vision.
Here they come. Steel and Unipon are taking a decent amount of damage, but I think this Baron will be theirs, and Damwon will give it away. Detonation Focus Me take their 3rd Baron of the game.
I mean, 3 Barons, it's insane to see that, but it's also Damwon Kia not in control of objectives. This is something you very rarely see from them, and I keep highlighting it because this team has had a 16-2 regular season. They lost to Gen G, right? One of their rivals in the tournament, and dropped a game to Fred at Brion, right? A pretty big upset early on in the season. Yeah. They went 6-0 in playoffs. They have had the best Drake control in the LCK. They've had the fastest first Drakes. In this game, they're behind. DFM have really just taken the tempo advantage to its maximum potency, its maximum potential. In a game like this, it doesn't feel like Damwon Kia have the better scaling comp because they're struggling to even use it in every single one of these fights where choke points are controlled by DFM. Vision control goes to them. There's control of the map with these super minions. And Damwon Kia are playing almost, it feels like, with one hand tied behind their back. Still winnable. One team fight is all it takes to turn this game on its head.
Yeah, oh, okay, DFM are just going for it, but Beryl is looking for the engage. Steel's got to be careful there on that front line. Oh, huge damage now onto Ghost. He might just be out of the fight. And oh, from downtown, that blast shield was huge to keep him alive. Unbelievable. But it is still enough damage to push them away. Steel is going in, and he might just go down the engage.
Magnet Storm.
The Magnet Storm is not enough, actually. The turnaround is coming out from Damwon. It's actually happening. As now, the Gravity will come in, and that's going to be the stun, the triple kill now, and Arya is being taken down. The teleport to the mid game, or the mid lane rather, and now Damwon Kia might have just come back.
Oh, look at the faces of the LJL players here for Detonation. Focus Me, they know this is the second time they were in the base of Damwon Kia. They saw blood in the water, they saw an opportunity, but they overextend. Arya going to try to buy time here as best as he can, anything he can. I mean, they've got Baron minions here, but it is going to be so difficult to defend. Everyone's on top of mid inhibitor right now.
He goes down, and
a huge overextension.
Does it again. They can't keep getting away with this, but they do it again here in 39 minutes. As you can see the faces here on the DFM players, they were so close to making potential history here and taking down two major regions in a row. But that is not what is going to happen, as Damwon Kia will get their third win, and what a huge win it is.
What a huge win. The turnaround is massive. Their composition scales well, but was it Damwon Kia winning the game, or was it the LJL team, Detonation Focus Me, losing it? They had such control. They saw blood in the water. A second time, they go for the kills. They look to end the game. They know that their composition is getting weaker and weaker as Damwon Kia scale into the later game. They made the call. It wasn't the right one in both cases, but the second one is the lethal one as the 40-minute mark is coming around. Damwon Kia take this game back. This is a game where Koma is going to be reviewing it like crazy. You know the Korean fans on the Korean communities online everywhere are going to be criticizing this game heavily. We talked about the Khan versus Nuguri debate. That one is definitely going to get brought up again.
Oh, yeah.
But I think the real story here is that Detonation Focus Me almost won a best of one against Damwon Kia. They were so close.
Oh man, what a crazy close game, but that is going to do it for the first half of today's matches here at MSI. Thank you for joining us, guys. You can listen to Rise on Spotify. Go ahead and do that on the League of Legends official playlist, but we will join you guys after the break, and we will see the Group C matchup between C9 and Gillette Infinity. We will join you after that break.
Pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment now.
Hey, I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusty.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a side of ranch. You're the man, man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Farm Analyst Desk, where we are continuing Group C. It's time for Cloud9 versus Infinity. But first, this is so heartbreaking, and I'm just left in the middle between they almost did it 2 times in a row. They almost even took down the world champion, and that's great. And why didn't they now finish it?
They were so close. There were a couple of mistakes. I think they gave down one too many opportunities. But honestly, in that final team fight, that black shield from Canyon that protected Ghost from being executed, I think was such a big deal, because then DFM just got a little too over-enthusiastic, one too overstep. And like the biggest thing is if they've gotten 1 or 2 kills, I don't think Down 1 ends that game. But because all 5 lived, they were able to end the game.
It's insane. You know, part of me, I was checking Twitter, and people, you know, North American fans are like, this is what we were talking about, guys. Detonation focused me. You can't sleep on them. But the other half of me was saying, please don't take that win. That makes the group much harder for Cloud9 for them to have that win over. But honestly, the fashion in which Detonation focused me, just, you know, very quickly, we're actually in the lead. Obviously, Khan was just digging a grave up there. But playing through side lanes consistently, that was actually a smart way to get advantages outside of that. So there's still hope for them yet, as heartbreaking as that loss was.
Yeah, and maybe you can just amp the up of the copium even more and say, well, Cloud9 certainly does have a chance to also be competitive against Damwon if they look better. But we'll have to talk about what happened to Damwon in that game at some other time. We have to focus on the other game in Group C right now. Cloud9, they came out of the gate stumbling so far at MSI. They lost, obviously, to the world champion, but they did also lose yesterday to this Detonation Focus Me. Raz, what are your thoughts right now about your regional representative and how they've been playing so far?
Obviously, I had very high expectations of this iteration of Cloud9. Remember, this Cloud9, barring, of course, adding Fudge and Perks, didn't have the opportunity to make it to the previous MSI when that got canceled due to COVID. So the fact that they got here, added Perks, a humongous addition to the team, and of course another MVP being added on to Blabber, I thought this team would be rearing to go. Their bot lane looks fantastic, but the fact that losing in the fashion that they did changes that expectation. I know best of ones, all that come into play, right? But these are the things that we've seen from Cloud9 domestically in the past, off of, you know, sometimes early game, just Blabber can lose his mind. That happens. And so game 1, we talked about it at the top of show, that he wasn't set up to succeed. That with the specific matchup that he had, it's just how it goes. He's not going to look good in the stats because of that game 1. But in game 2, it was his own play that put him behind. And the stats do not look good. Very small sample size, but you want to keep it to this small sample size. We need to see better from Blabber.
I think that's a good way to put it, right? We know that he can do it, and that just has to be shown in these next couple of games, and you mentioned it already there. A good point about C9 so far has been the bottom lane. In those 2 games, they consistently got the upper edge over the enemy bot lanes.
They certainly have. I think they've been the most consistent point of Cloud9, and I think that the drafts need to become simpler for Cloud9.
Okay.
We need to see weak side top, heavy focus towards bot, get Vulcan on something that he can roam around the map on, and that's not to say that Vulcan's had a bad performance. I think that his impact in the game has been phenomenal. The problem is that this bot lane is not really set up to succeed. I think just keep it simple. They have very talented players. The expectations that surrounded this team were not unwarranted. I think they just need to leverage the talent on their players by simplifying the game and going back to what they are good at and relying on some of the individual talent that they have.
And when we look at the stakes for Cloud9, 0-3, you don't want to be in that position. On top of that, you are now up against a team rather, in Infinity that you are expecting that Detonation, Focus Me, and Damwon will beat as well, especially then DFM possibly, but Infinity is also totally not out of this yet and has to win this game. And that's where it becomes interesting, Raz, because the bot lane is also a very strong point for that team. But White Lotus, who is a legend in the game and a legend in LATAM.
Yeah, I've always enjoyed watching White Lotus play since really joining the competitive scene and coming into international events so long ago. His playmaking factor, when he's put in a hyper carry, like just watching him perform in team fights, that's why I enjoy this meta for him, because then you can set him up to CC. We talk about this a lot. If he's your big player, put him on the carry. And also, like when Infinity actually had success, I looked at the mid lane and thought Cody was well. So I think they have a lot more tools. But of course, if they want to have faith in their performance going forward, I look directly at White Lotus and Ackerman in the bottom lane.
And I think I got a bit too hyped about the Detonation Focus Me previous game, but Infinity already have a win over DFM. Remember that comeback win? So a win versus C9 would actually put them at 2-1, Vedius. Again, driving home how important this game is for both teams. And your last words about C9, what do they have to do to make sure that they aren't in that 0-3 position after this?
Keep it simple, stupid. I think that all you need to do is basically play compositions that don't require high level of execution, honestly, in the top side of the map. I think that Fudge needs to be put in a position to succeed, play more of the weak side, and instead double down on your strong side of the map, which right now is Sven and Vulcan. They're playing super well, and I think that they have the ability to get the edge of a White Lotus.
All right, we'll see if Cloud9 can bounce back today as they face off against Gillette Infinity in just a few minutes.
They give up nothing. They take Kazu, and now they're ready to take the fight. Evie on the retreat, but here comes Cody. Second proc of the ultimate. He's waiting. He goes golden. He buys a bit more time. Arya trying to get out, double dashes, but goes right back in. Cody! You can see already 35 across those is right of Khan, a very well-veteran player. We're going to have to hold that thought, though. As Barrel is going in. That's going to be the ulti follow-up. Now Barrel's going to be in trouble. He's going to get taken out there.
I think we are just going to play our own game. We're going to play aggressive, we're going to fight, and we're going to, hopefully come out on top.
Where were you when the West rose up? SK Telecom continue to rule the world. Uzi goes godlike.
Welcome back to MSI 2021. Quick Shot joined by Ender on the caster desk as we close out the last 3 games of the day. And what a crazy performance from Detonation Focus Me. So close to taking down Damwon, but they couldn't get over the hook.
Oh, just a heartbreaker at the end, too. Like, seemingly the entire game long, it felt like Detonation Focus Me was going to be able to come away with the win, but them losing is the best news in the world for both C9 and Infinity fans. DFM had a chance to go up to 2 wins in the group, but now we have a situation where Damwon, obviously with 3 wins, 0 losses. The other 2 teams, 1 win apiece, and then C9 at 0. So this is the most important game of the tournament for C9.
It is crazy to think that in Japan's first games ever against first seeds from major regions, they look that competitive. They beat Cloud9. They were so close against Damwon, but they lost to Infinity, and that game itself raised a lot of question marks. It started off with a fantastic solo kill in the mid lane, and then it got interesting, shall we say.
Yeah, it's felt like almost most of the games in this group have been like one team decidedly ahead in the early game, and then there's maybe some missteps, right? Like even in the game yesterday between DFM and Cloud9,
yes.
DFM got out to a big lead. It took them some time before they could close out, and we saw the similar weaknesses in our game just a moment ago where Damwon were able to come away with the win at the end.
And of course, the presumptions coming into MSI and looking at this group was that Damwon and Cloud9 were the clear number 1 and number 2. And as we get to the last game of the first round robin, as you've already said, the stakes for Cloud9 could not be any higher, especially because Infinity already have that win. Now, we will close this group out on Tuesday. So there'll be 2 days to sit back, to analyze, to review, and depending on the result of this game, there may be immense pressure on Cloud9 if they lose and if they go 0-3.
I mean, ultimately, this game will determine whether or not it is a 3-horse race for second place, or it is the far-fetched, like, week 2 in a sense where you have to come away with a miracle run type situation if you are C9. Now, of course, I think one of the things I've noticed as well in this group, and actually in a couple of groups, like, early game planning has been a little bit all over the place, I would say. We've seen, like, some mistakes like the Scuttle Crab yesterday from Blabber, junglers going to lanes where they couldn't really find repeat moves later on. So that's going to be a big focus for me, I think, in this game. How do these teams jump out to an early lead, and do they follow through with strong planning?
I love that. And Ender, you've really been on the money in setting up expectations for how the draft and what the teams can do. And then we see whether or not they can execute. As we jump into picks and bans for Cloud9 versus Infinity, Na, Zoe, TK, and Lee Sin removed.
Yeah, I love this this Zoe ban. I don't think we've seen Cody on it just yet, but regionally, he was known as the Zoe guy, a guy with a little bit more of a smaller champion pool, but so far at MSI from day 1 with things like the Silas, he has definitely been trying to throw that off. Still, C9 have identified it and want to take that off the board.
Rumble and Morgana still open and available. Rumble, the only champion with 100% presence. That will be the 10th ban. Has been played 5 times, and Morgana is up. Is it something you want to consider first pick worthy?
I mean, I do.
Yep.
I value it a lot. We've seen Udyr still very high up on the table, but I think as far as like Morgana, from her clear speed to her game impact to her scaling implications too, when you compare that to an Udyr, like Udyr, after a certain point, he's just the same champion. He runs at you, stuns you, the job's going to be done. Morgana just continues to build AP items, offer so much in terms of CC, damage, and also the utility of the Black Shield, so I think that taking it first for C9 is the correct choice.
Definitely, and of course for Blabber, a little bit of pressure coming into this game. That misstep yesterday, heavily viewed, heavily discussed, and he'll need to bounce back, added to the fact that C9 already down 0-2. On the other side, Infinity, they have to recover from that Damwon loss. That was also a very difficult game for them yesterday. They will lock in the Kai'Sa, and Udyr still remains very high presence, around 85% here at MSI. Definitely still very heavily favored.
Of course, and I think he's not going to be unhappy to be locking that in. I also like taking the Kai'Sa away from Sven. Sven was a bit of a Kai'Sa enthusiast back in the LCS, played that far more than any other champion, so White Lotus wants to lock that in to give himself that individual agency so he can have a high impact both in the lane phase once you reach level 6 too, and those team fights, of course. We've also got the Renekton locked in for Fudge, presumably on the top side. if he wants to go for a weak side look. Renekton can sort of hold his own in a majority of matchups up there. And you heard Vedius on the desk saying, like, we want C9 to get back to the roots of maybe perhaps playing around bot lane, mid lane a little bit more, and letting Fudge be off to his own devices a bit. Use the TP to influence the rest of the map.
And of course, that Renekton and Tristana technically could still be flexed. We've seen that Renekton mid, the Tristana maybe a little bit more likely if they wanted to move that around. And whether or not Blabber's going to invest the resources to work around Fudge or the bottom lane. Last lock in here will be the Gangplank for Bogax up in the top lane.
Yeah, I think this is a very smart decision from him. I was kind of wondering, because Infinity hadn't really revealed a whole lot with their first two picks. These are two champions you see in so many different games, but as soon as the Renekton gets picked up there on the top side, Bogax is like, okay, give me the GP. Now all of a sudden I have a champion that can sort of scrap in the early levels, trade decently well into the Renekton, and then of course has the scaling element, has the ultimate too to try and match pressure around the map, clear waves. If C9 are ever sort of making their way up topside, he can use that to defend against any sort of turret dive situation too.
And vice versa, if Cloud9 go back to their roots and try to get Sven and Vulcan ahead, as we mentioned, as Vedius mentions, that Cannon Barrage is hugely impactful in any of those options. Rakan will be the next ban away here from Infinity. And what do you want to see from the rest of the strat as we start to round it out? There's some flexibility on the C9 side, but are you expecting any shenanigans?
Well, I don't know about shenanigans. We'll see if they have anything up their sleeve. Ultimately, mid lane is still the thing that really needs to be decided in this matchup. We've seen in a lot of games, Udyr sort of dictate the pace of the early game in this matchup, even though Morgana does have a pretty fast clear. Even in the game state, like Udyr was definitely blitzing out ahead of her before she got some AP into her item mix. So as long as Cody can sort of hold on to this last pick counter, you assume, because they've already showed the Gangplank, that they can go ahead and pick a support on 4 here and save that 5th so that Cody can get a good matchup. You can then control the mid lane 2 versus 2 dynamic, and if you have a strong roaming support as well, maybe visit that mid lane themselves.
I mean, the roaming supports here at MSI have really shown up. We've seen just such gigantic impacts from the likes of Beryl, from the likes of Ming. Ackerman may have that opportunity. It will lock in that Rel, can absolutely combo. The Rel-Kai'Sa combo as well. Extremely, extremely potent. And that will give Cody the option to counterpick perks.
Yeah, and you also have like a lot of backline reach, I would say, as soon as the Rel gets locked in here too. Maybe not as far as the team fights are concerned, but in the smaller skirmishes around bot lane, because now you have the interaction between Kai'Sa and Rel to get that Magnet CC. As soon as Kai'Sa goes flying to the backline, you can go ahead and pop that. You also have the Gangplank ultimate to rain down, so any sort of 2v2 around bot side can be very, very explosive.
What do you make now of the answer? Cloud9 locking in Jinx as well as Thresh.
Okay, so right now, C9 obviously very heavy on the AD. This means it's going to be Tristana in the mid lane for perks, which is very, very strong, very hard to just beat outright. But it does mean that Blabber is the sole magic damage threat. On the Morgana, a lot of her damage relatively like single target focused, right? You land a binding, then put down your W, usually only hitting one person. Apart from the ultimate, it's hard to have an impact hitting a lot of champions. And as soon as you lock in 2 hard scaling crit marksmen, well, it becomes pretty easy to itemize if you are Infinity. Now, the one thing C9 have going for them is that it's a Gangplank on the top side of the map, so he probably gets himself, I don't know, some boots with some armor on it, but not much more than that. Rather, dealing with Solid Snake and Ackerman could pose more of a problem later on.
Ooh, okay, so it's primarily AD focus threat here from Cloud9. Will it prove useful? Will it prove problematic? In terms of early game and how either of these teams can play it out, what expectations can we see?
Well, I would say that, like, we were mentioning, like, sort of jungle pathing and how Solid Snake may have a little bit of the edge and early tempo here. With the Udyr, I do think Tristana does mix it up just a little bit. Tristana with Halo Blades, with a W at level 1 or 2, can trade very, very aggressively up against that Victor. So as long as Blabber and Perks are aware of where Solid Snake could be on the map, Perks' presence in mid before this Victor reaches a point where he can just freely clear away the minion waves is going to be quite the threat when it comes to any sort of fight in the river. And if you watch Cloud9's game yesterday, there may be a fight in the river, and Cloud9 need all the help they can get for Blabber.
Multiple games we casted yesterday were also defined by fights in the river. And of course, any team that Perks is on will always have a huge focal point in that mid lane. Whether or not Perks can use this Tristana, get his team an early advantage combo with Blabber, that's what we're going to be looking for as we load up onto the Rift. And reminder, Cloud9 0-2 Infinity with a win under their belt. DFM taking down Cloud9 yesterday. The stakes could not be higher as we hit the Rift for game number 4 on day 3 today. So let's take a look at where Blabber and Solid Snake will be starting off And it doesn't look like anyone is grouping up just yet, so it could be a fairly standard defensive step.
Yeah, we do have a moment to sort of like both teams. One of the things you always have to consider is like what side has like the scaling elements. Do we need to be more proactive in the early to mid game to, you know, sort of outweigh any late game scaling 5v5 the other team has? And I would say both teams have really good on paper scaling champions. You look like Tristana, Jinx, both going to be gaining range over the course of the game, can offer so much in terms of those 5v5s. Infinity, very similar, right? You have a Victory, you have a Gangplank, very strong scaling champions. But I will say C9 do have an edge when it comes to the range advantage later on, right? With the Morgana binding, just the raw DPS of your auto attackers, they're going to be hitting from further away than a Gangplank, a Victor, or a Kai'Sa. And that could be something that is difficult for Infinity to deal with later into the game. So I think that perhaps getting a little bit more aggressive around the level 6 point from a Kai'Sa Rel lane, utilizing that Gangplank, will be very influential for Infinity.
Just before we start diving into these early jungle decisions, one of the things I always look for is initiation tools. And Cloud9, I think, going to be a little bit more challenging to start fights if they want to. But when you look at some of the disengage tools with the Tristana, with the Thresh, with the Morgana, if Infinity do not coordinate or initiate well, there are tools that Cloud9 can use.
So there's a couple things to check out here in the early pathing, right? Because Solid Snake took a leash, whereas Blabber is just going solo on the Wolf Camp, does mean Solid Snake is going to be getting through his jungle faster, but also allows Ven and Vulcan to get control over the lane right from level 1. Knowing that Solid Snake is going to be pathing towards the top side of the map as well. You see they have a ward. That's not going to be seen as Perkz takes a really nice trade in mid. That means that Sven and Vulcan can push for level 2, maintain that sort of pressure without being worried about any sort of jungle gank. Then you assume Perkz also has push in mid. All these things going to be very, very good for Blabber if there is some sort of river altercation. Fudge needs to be a little bit careful, and ultimately this could just be a Scuttle Crab trade with Blabber pathing towards the bottom side, the opposite side of Solid Snake.
If, however, Infinity stick around too long or a little late to the party, all of that lane pressure you just discussed could open up opportunities for Cloud9. Vulcan and Sven stepping forward, White Lotus and Ackerman respecting the level 2 from that early decision making. And Solid Snake and Cody both running that phase rush. So I want to see how influential they can be when we do get to those skirmishes. An early ward from Cloud9 will spot Solid Snake on the red buff.
I'm so glad. I was just about to ask our observers to go watch this right now. Blabber trying to do red buff and Raptors at the same time. So it does get the sustain off Raptors. Now there is a position where you can stand on that does not cause the Raptors to continue leashing over here. I know because I've run a lot of Fiddlesticks jungle clears. So it is possible, but it's like 1 or 2 pixels. Can be a little bit challenging. And at the end of the day, Blabber will just use that to make sure he's 100% HP, utilizing his passive on the Morgana, the jungle item too, to make sure by constantly applying that on all those baby little Raptors, he's going to be very high HP.
So for the non-jungle mains, that's a good thing. Obviously maximizing the kit advantage and why Morgana's doing particularly well. If you look at the mid lane, if you look at the bot lane, so much pressure and Cloud9 on the towers already.
But look at this, Solid Snake is pathing towards bot side. C9 would expect him to be in the top river, but he's got no priority to work with.
Well, Death Sentence will be connected onto White Lotus. Blabber will be picking up the scuttle. Look at Solid Snake's pathing. He's going to get in behind Vulcan and Sven.
This is pretty crazy pathing from Solid Snake, but I don't think they win the 3v3, right? Blabber is right there. Ackerman very low as well. Let's see what happens.
Blabber's going to be late to the party. The Flare will buy some time as Sven continues to step backwards. He's used the Summoner heal already. That's the pullback onto Vulcan as the teleport is being channeled from Cloud9. Solid Snake looking for Vulcan and First Blood to Infinity. He flashes away to safety. Alcove Gaming to escape, and the TP looks like it was cancelled.
It was cancelled from Cody, right? He just put down his W. Perkz was TPing in the middle of the lane, gets shut down, and Infinity get away with murder right there. They get the kill, and C9 aren't able to reply in kind of a very strange series of events because, again, Blabber was right there, but Solid Snake so confident. The level 4 burst damage with 2 points in the Phoenix Stance 2 from the Udyr is massive.
I mean, you have to give some props here to Solid Snake. That pathing decision making, there was no vision there from Cloud9. He gets in just at the right time. And the question is that prep? Is that just understanding how the lane plays out? And either way, it results in Solid Snake getting the kill.
Well, Solid Snake had to know that Morgana was going to be in the bot river, but he thinks he can get in and get this kill before it ends up mattering, and it looks like it's going to be fine, but look at that. Oh, Cody flashes over the wall. That's brilliant, because again, if the TP comes through, that is at least 1 kill and probably a 2nd kill, because you notice Ackerman also didn't have flash. Using the reset from a jump, Perkz may have been able to cash in big, and already a very good start for Infinity fans.
So very nicely done there. Good decision making, and despite the pressure in the lane, the first kill is secured by Infinity. Now, Cody did spend his flash to get over the wall. He's currently down in CS against the Tristana, as you do expect. I need to see whether or not Perkz can press that advantage further at all. Up in the top lane, it's still just the farm alarm as Fudge and Bugax continue to just trade. Not going to see too much impact for a little while longer.
Yeah, sort of cashing in here. Obviously, Perk's very far ahead in CS in the middle lane. Also, a plate was picked up bot side, so the gold is still very dead even. I think Sven going back to base will get a Noon Quiver compared to just some lethality here for White Lotus, so had a little bit better of a base by staying on the map longer. Of course, it was Vulcan that died, so Sven was allowed to stick around knowing that Blabber had his back if Infinity tried any sort of repeat event. Now, both top laners use their TP to get back up to top lane. Bugax, though, is going to have his ult soon, and Perk, he just got stunned!
Oh, that's just not good enough. Perks may be able to bust a shot and gets away thanks to the rocket jump. But Ackerman in range, roaming, it's what you talked about.
Yeah, Perks doesn't even care. He's gonna eat the CC. Got a little scared for a moment there because, of course, Solid Snake was just around the corner coming through the top side of the river, and Solid Snake even making a whole event out of running into the top side jungle, just splitting the map right in half, getting a deep control ward, and yeah, I mean, you just look at the map, 3 control wards all around mid lane, knowing that Cody cashed in his flash to stop C9 from getting a kill or two in bot lane. Well, now the rest of Infinity have to return the favor by making sure he's safe.
Man, I'm buying into the hype a little bit after that previous game and seeing how this one has started out. It is still even gold, which is crucial to remember. Despite the kill for Infinity, the lanes in mid and bottom are still a little bit C9 favored thanks to that plate that was secured. And Blabber is going to be roaming to this bottom lane, has the Dark Binding available as well as the Shackles, throws down the Predator, and sidestep from Ackerman means it's an easy escape.
The double thumbs up, one before the binding, one after. That hurts.
Yeah, it really, really does. Blabber now has support from Perks. Remember, we talked about this. He pushes that mid lane in. Cody not yet able to instantly push it back, but it doesn't look like the wave is set up enough for anything further.
It's been a Perks play for years. Push mid, run around, hit bot lane, hit top lane, make the ganks happen. For the time being, C9 can't really do much of anything. And we'll remember, right, like C9 do have really great range advantages, especially between Perks and Sven going later and later into the game. So taking it easy, keeping gold close is not necessarily the worst thing in the world for them, as Perks does have to jump away. One of the weaknesses here is Cody can sort of get his W for free whenever he wants if Perks steps a little bit too close into range. If he's ever like, 1/3 of the way through that W, he's almost always going to have to pop the W or soak the CC.
Yeah, luckily for Perks, so many tools to get away from these ganks. He still maintains that advantage, but as Cody continues to level up and that wave clear becomes more powerful, be a little bit more challenging for Perks to continue shoving and roaming. Blabber a little bit more active now. He's invading the support from
mid lane priority, top lane priority. You know when the red buff's going to be responding, and Salt Snake even taking very defensive pathing, expecting something.
That was the rocket jump interrupt you were talking about, Ender. The Chaos Storm continues to tick, and there's not enough AP yet. Perks fully aware of it, and he literally just walks away.
Yeah, usually can buffer things like that, but looked like he got dragged in a little bit there, as the nature of the matchup goes. Fudge, in the face of 2 players, doesn't really care, but pops the dominance, surprisingly, expecting that Infinity were going to commit more. Blabber, you noticed, also had the Predator, so they were ready to throw down, but Infinity are holding their cards. They're not trying to go too aggressive just yet.
I really like the heads up on the slice and dice there. Fudge slices through, I think it was Bugax, and then steps backwards to avoid the powder keg. So managing to escape. He does lose his ultimate, not the end of the world for the time being. The opening 10 minutes of this game, very, very tense, as Solid Snake has found a little bit more meaningful impact on the game on this Udyr. And exactly as you talked about during draft, and Cloud9 putting some resources bottom lane. Blabber has spent a number of ganks, has not yet paid off.
Solid Snake actually not even deciding to recall, wants to go back towards the top side of the map. It's possible he look for a gank or just the Rift Herald, right? Again, you brought your support towards mid lane, so you've got so many members of Infinity in the area if there were to be some sort of fight. Bugax has a big wave building up, so Solid Snake just making sure that it can be fully pushed out, and then he gets to decide what his play is. It will be the Rift Herald. At the end of the day, could give all that money over to Bugax after that one goes down, and that means C9 get control of the river, but you notice the Blabber is not going to the Drake. He's going to continue power clearing through his jungle, and this is about the point 8-9 minutes onward where Morgana takes over in this jungle matchup, where she can very easily multi-camp clear. You noticed she was doing the Gromp camp and the blue buff at the same time, Raptors red, these sorts of things, and that's where we're going to see the leads start to evolve in terms of the jungle camps, the EXP, and the gold, and now Blabber can convert. But you'll notice the extra time he spent before going to the Drake means that now Solid Snake can do a similar thing on the top side. They have the Rift Herald, and Fudge, without a dominance, cannot survive the tower dive.
In respect, yep, Fudge realizes it with no ultimate available to him, recognizing no support from the rest of his roster, backs away. Herald has not been dropped just yet, but one thing that I definitely have noticed is Cloud9 and Infinity, when they are assigning their player resources, they do seem to be matching a little. While the Herald was being taken, both Blabber and Vulcan were shadowing Perkz in the mid lane, and Ackerman was just sitting there as well, waiting to pounce.
Yeah, I think Solid Snake wanted to use the Rift Herald soon. If they could just get half of this this turret played off, they could go for it. Of course, Perkz was considering roaming up and just got his teleport back up, so Infinity were never going to be able to look for a dive there once the ultimate returned for Fudge. And Blabber, in similar kind, I think he maybe got the Grump camp. He's nailed a couple of times from Infinity's jungle, but it will be that trade. So a lot of money given over to Bugax in the top lane, Solid Snake sharing out on that as they wailed down on the turret plates, but at the same time, Blabber individually continues to extend his advantage over the Udyr.
The question is, when will it find the impact? That Dark Binding, swing and a miss, did not find the target that he wanted. 3 plates, I think, taken in the bottom lane by Sven and Vulcan, doing very, very well to keep shoving this lane in, and Solid Snake making his way down south. Still a significant advantage for Perkz as he steps all the way forward. Will be able to buffer the stun and get to safety. Fudge is thrown down. Domus once again, and there's a number of skirmishes across.
Yeah, but Blabber's making his way up towards this top side, so Bugax does have to be very careful. Now Fudge, a little low to look for the dive here, especially with Bugax having access to the Cannon Barrage himself. Oh, he might want to TP back. You see those pings into the River Ward in the top lane. You got a TP on Cody, you have a TP on Bugax, and Solid Snake is also heading up towards top lane. He wants it.
Such a good call. Observers managed to catch this one as well. Fudge is very low on HP. Blabber and Solid Snake about to run into one another. Chilling Smite has come down. Blabber self-casts the shield, and Fudge will be taken out.
Yeah, Blabber realizing that his top laner was completely doomed there. He wanted to be able to walk out no problem, and they were just not ready for the TP at all. A pause is going to end up coming on through here, but I've liked how Infinity have played this early game so far. Like, overall gold still very, very close, and C9 do have the advantage of holding on to the Mountain Drake, but from the early game gank of Solid Snake going into the bot lane, when you do not expect that at all. Like, if Solid Snake's gonna be bot side, he's in the river fighting for Scuttle Crab against that Morgana, but he went all on this huge loop, and then also Bugax having the presence of mind there to know that he can TP in behind a very low HP Renekton. It's solid stuff.
Very impressive start here from Infinity, but because of the double AD comp and how well Perkz and Sven are CSing and laning, it is still dead even in the gold, right? Just a brief update, there is a pause from the Infinity camp, and if I get more information, I will share it with you. But if we zoom out and think now, as 12 minutes have gone by, still very even, still very close, how do you expect the next few minutes to play out? It feels as though Infinity's plays are just working.
It does. Now, what it really comes down to me is, like, how do these objective fights then play out? Because you still have, right, the Rift Herald on towards Solid Snake, so we can use that into top lane, because, again, they're very close to actually breaking and snapping that turret. Solid Snake's actually on the top side of the map right now, so after getting that kill, I wouldn't even be that surprised if that's the play they wanted to go for. But I'm not sure if Infinity are in a position where they want to fully contest in a river fight just yet, right? Perkz and Sven have both, you know, sort of had priority in bot lane for quite some time, Perkz especially, towards mid lane, and we should also have mythic items coming out within the next 5 minutes, so potential for that to come into play around the next objective fight as well. And frankly, I think that with Perkz' power at this stage in the game, with Fudge even on the Renekton, even losing, the amount he offers in a river fight around like level 9, 10, 11, etc. can still outweigh the influence that a Gangplank can have until that GP gets his items.
And I also think when you consider the range that you were talking about, when you consider the mythic items starting to come in, it gets progressively harder for Solid Snake to have that same level of influence when you've got to take a couple autos trying to jump onto a Tristana.
Sure.
There's so many disengage tools as well.
Yeah, like with a Black Shield, it becomes pretty challenging for Solid Snake to play the game. At the same time, though, he gets to build exclusively armor, it feels like, and then never takes any damage himself. So his influence in terms of like the CC can apply and the damage one, maybe not quite so much, but it is going to be very difficult for C9 to actually cut through him and Ackerman both in these later fights.
Especially because he also has the 2 kills on his side of the Rift. He is down the 20 creep score, and if the observers can flip over to the gold, let's take a look how different is. The observers cannot actually hear me, so I'll see production can maybe do that one for me, or what I'll do is take a look over.
You can do it
on
yourself.
my side.
Do your own work, Trevor.
Plus 500 gold for Solid Snake out of the jungle, and dead even in the 80 carries, but it's plus 400 in the mid lane for Perkz. There we go. They've just done the toggle for me, so thank you very much. Itemization-wise, as you mentioned, those mythics starting to make their way in, and there's still 2 minutes to the next Drake, so we're still going to keep this very tense laning phase. Solid Snake and Blabber are now on the southern side of the map.
It's interesting how quiet the bottom side has been since the first blood when some summoners were blown, because we haven't even really seen extreme roaming from Ackerman or Vulcan. Like, Ackerman made that one attempt towards mid, but Cody takes a nice trade against Perks. It could get spicy real quick here because Fudge is already in mid lane.
Fudge is making his way through. The Black Shield has already been used. Dark Binding will not find a target, and everyone steps away. The tension builds up, but no skill shots landing means no follow-up.
Yeah, exactly. Fudge was just using the priority. The wave was already fully pushed in top lane to maybe see if there was a play they can make on the bottom side of the map. Important to note that Fudge will not have teleport, neither will Bugax for that matter, the time the Infernal Drake does end up spawning. But, well, he does have the ability to get his booty down there. He can go for the long walk just like we saw from him. And again, level 11 should come through from Fudge. Level 11 Renekton in a river is terrifying to deal with here. Even with Bugax having the gold advantage in this top lane, and he should have a mythic the next time he goes back for a base himself. I wouldn't be surprised if Infinity were a little bit cautious around that and maybe even just deciding Bugax, hey, he can keep farming himself.
Need some respects to the power that he can put down. Death Sentence into the Dark Bind.
TP behind.
That may be huge. Teleport starts to be channeled. Here comes Solid Snake. Gravity Field as well. Sven's already used the flash, already used the heal. Vulcan goes golden thanks to the stopwatch, and Blabber's made its way out. That's a great pullback from Ackerman and sets up another kill for Infinity.
Infinity really on top of these teleports, because while I was talking, Perks actually just TP'd back to mid. Cody's like, wait a second, guys, we have the advantage. We have this great ward. Let's use it. So Infinity get yet another kill. It will be traded out for this tower in mid, although Solid Snake might have a little bit to say about it. Instead, he just needs to start running for the hills.
That's a lot of damage. Does Perks have it, though? No, you talked about this as well. A little bit of armor already built up, and Solid Snake makes his way out. Interesting thing here to note is the fact that Cloud9, although they've got the first tower, they continue to get pushed backwards, and it feels as though Infinity are just finding the kills. Look at this.
I think Infinity's attacks and understanding windows, their advantages, again, just another really good teleport to make a visit towards the bot lane, have been really good. At the same time, C9 have been responding quite well, too, right? Whenever there's a kill going down here, it's not just the mid lane turret falling from Perks, it's also Fudge walking into the enemy jungle and taking away the red buff, too. So that's why the gold hasn't really ballooned out of control, apart from just good laning overall. It's also been C9 finding some ways to get gold without the big kills. And now you'll notice Fudge walking down towards Drake, just like I'm talking about. Bugax's top lane, no ultimate, no teleport to get to this fight, but it's how Infinity want to play it. They don't need him down here. They don't need to fight over the Drake. It's the second one of the game. Give it over to C9. Level 11 Renekton is no joke.
And that's exactly the call. No pressure here from Infinity, and yes, we have such a fantastic game playing out. The two Kraken Slayers on Perks and Sven gonna need to do a lot of work throughout the course of this game, and Infinity extend that gold lead once they pick up that top tower. It's around 2,000 for the time being. We're gonna be playing for the Ocean Soul as it continues to develop and play out, and White Lotus has done a lot of damage onto this bottom tower. So once the map starts to open up a little bit, I really want to see how well Ackerman and White Lotus can combo, whether or not they're able to find some skirmishes, find some picks onto Cloud9.
Right, like we've been talking a lot about like the level 11 for Renekton. Well, I'll raise you with level 13 on GP, the ability to spam out those barrels super fast, get a whole lot more damage down. Blabber also will be able to find this Rift Herald. Not the end of the world for Infinity, because you'll notice they're just getting a turret on the bot side of the map. Vulcan in base, actually pathing back towards the top side, so Sven has to be very, very cautious here. Will get any minions that he's allowed to, pretty much, and it will just be trades. It will be quiet for the time being. It's been a very reserved game, I think, from both of these teams. Really just plays around teleports from Infinity, and C9 are not trying to take any risks that would set them very far behind.
It feels as though we're going to move into this type of mid-game where Dragons and Baron fights may end up determining the game. Both
100%.
teams playing relatively calculated, relatively, slow-paced on the action front, in comparison to many of the previous games that we have seen.
I think it is really important, though, to just keep your eyes on Fudge, because a lot of C9's moves have been just him vacating top lane, walking down towards mid, and they haven't really meant much just yet, but this is something Fudge will do all the time. Whenever he has prio in a side lane, so moving around and seeing what point can C9 then look to attack. The difficulty is, right now Infinity do feel pretty strong. They've got 4 players, almost 5, grouped up around this mid lane, trying to put a lot of pressure on this outer turret, and because Fudge had to go pick up a wave in the top lane, it means C9 do not have the ability to counterattack.
Yeah, I really like that as an indicator on whether or not C9 may be considering or going for a play. 5 members of Infinity stacking to push this wave out. The wave clear is going to be enough to hold the tower for now and give Fudge just a little bit of time in the top lane, but the rest of Infinity back away and they won't be able to pick up some of that.
Yeah, and there are certain things that Infinity can do, especially if they get their wave to the turret just before C9 are able to make it there themselves, that makes sieging from Infinity really nasty. From the zone control of Cody just dropping down his W, Bugax can even set up his barrels to threaten a lot of damage if you try to step close enough to auto-attack or wave clear away the minions. He also has his ultimate too, so all of these zoning tools can keep C9 away from towers, and it just takes Infinity wanting to commit that much for them to be able to take it down. I don't think that's going to be super relevant for the next few minutes, but something to keep in mind the later we get into this game, when there are intense situations with Baron buffs involved, with inner towers, with inhibitor towers, these are all tools that Infinity have to work with.
It's going to be so hard to follow people during the team fights. With all of the mobility, with all the dashing up, and of course with Cloud9 backing away, Infinity will secure the prize of the third and final outer turret. Uncontested for now, as both Perkz and Sven backed away. Perkz was now playing the side lane. He took the bottom tower in favor of Cloud9, and the rest of Infinity now making their way. Blabber is here in support of Perkz if anything goes awry.
Yeah, they want to see if they can get this blue buff. Salt Snake's in the area though, so I don't think C9 can realistically full commit to this. And do not let 20 minutes of very quiet gameplay do not let that make you forget that C9 are 0-2 in this group currently. They absolutely need this win against Infinity at the closing of the first round robin. Groups do go back and play again on Tuesday. Fudge.
Detonation Focus Me also want that result. Cody will put the Gravity Storm down. Dominus is used by Fudge to keep him alive. Here comes Perkz. Gets a lot of damage, and the Buster Shot will close it out. They won't give the reset on the W, and there's
really
no
nice
support from Infinity. First kill to Cloud9.
Yeah, I really like that play coming through. Perkz, we just saw him in bot lane. Now he's teleporting into top lane off of Fudge, using the Fog of War very nicely to even just start that play off. So that will be the kill. It'll also mean the turret. A good attack from C9. Now, it comes 1 minute before the spawn of the Ocean Drake, and importantly, C9 didn't really use critical ultimates. You know, Perkz and Sven, theirs aren't going to be ready, but Bugax with the Cannon Barrage, that's far more valuable than what C9 are going to have to offer. That could be critical in 40 seconds.
Oh, that is painful. And if you were not watching your screen...
That's not a cooldown either. That is a one and done right there.
Stopwatch accidentally clicked by Blabber 30 seconds before the Ocean Dragon fight. And, you know, the killer was just picked up by Perkz. He's already got a plus 50 CS advantage. He's picked up the kill. He's got himself the Phantom Dancer as well. And Bugax, knowing there's no Cannon Barrage, knowing this dragon is available, has teleported in. Infinity are set up first.
Yeah, so check this out. Tons of control wards ready for Infinity to just own the jungle, own the river away from C9. It may be impossible even for C9 to find an entry in. Critically, Perkz, no flash, no ultimates. The only self-peel he has is going to be the rocket jump. Now, Rift Shuttle was just about to time out, and this is exactly when you want to use it. Before the Drake does spawn, it allows them to charge down mid lane and slice their way into the river. They get all their wards down themselves, and they set up to split apart Infinity.
Look at Cody's positioning. He's in the mid lane. He's now joined Ackerman and White Lotus. Solid Snake takes a lot of damage. The Death Sentence pulls him backwards, and that is just an easy kill.
That was just a perfect setup because, like, yes, you see, like, the hook land into all the CC, but Sven's little chompers cut off an entire pathway into the river for 2 players of Infinity. So yes, it looked a little silly, Solid Snake dying there, but it was C9 using good CC all around to zone away Infinity and see exactly the target they could shut down.
I mean, think about how hard it is to get through all of the tools. The box, the Flame Chompers, Buster Shot, Soul Shackles, like every single thing Cloud9 has is prioritizing, preventing anyone getting on top of them. Solid Snake gets caught out in the new Axe Effect replay, and this just allows the third dragon to be picked up by Cloud9.
Yeah, on the other side, you have like Fudge just pops the dominance. Bugax can't really walk into that, so a good setup from C9. And it's funny because C9, again, haven't done anything flashy in this early game, right? They lost a couple of kills, but they were always making sure to trade up on the opposite side of the map. And with Solid Snake putting some attention into Bugax early, Fudge not having that same investment, it meant that C9 got the 2 first Drakes of the game. Now they just pick up an Ocean pretty much for free because of 1 pick onto the enemy jungler, and this is the weakness of giving up early Drakes in this meta, is we are now 4 minutes away from C9 saying, hey, the game's just over if we get the Ocean. Good luck dealing damage to us if we have that buff.
What I do like is Cloud9 have kind of gone back to basics just a little bit in terms of their playstyle. It's a safe comp. It is being led by Perkz on this Tristana, and as you mentioned, not putting themselves in precarious positions. But I do need to ask now, as we turn our attention to Infinity, assuming this next dragon fight in 3.5 minutes could determine the game, How do you want to see Infinity approach it? How do they get through the disengaged tools?
Well, I think a big problem for the last time was the Rift Shell just going into mid lane. It's impossible to get mid lane priority against that, and then once you're split up and you don't realize that that sort of trump card is going to come out of the Chompers going down, well, then you just instantly lose the situation. They didn't really see all that on the table, and it meant they lost out in a big way. Now, they were the first ones into the river. Now, that can be very important, but it needs to be a fight for mid-wave control, and then not allowing C9 to get territory in the river. As soon as you allow them to get territory, they can use a lot of their the threat of a hook, a binding, the chompers, all of these things, just make it so Infinity will be split apart and not have a good way to get into the pit.
Potentially death then in the setup. So 2 minutes, 50 seconds until that is on the cards. But also, Baron needs to be considered with double Phantom Dancer, double Kraken Slayer. Cloud9 can melt through that objective. Ackerman steps all the way forward, is going to go for the engage. Sven flashes to safety. The Baron
Fudge behind!
Fudge is teleported in from behind. He's now pushing backwards as Perkz continues to blast down Ackerman. The explosive shot picks up the kill, and Cloud9 get one.
It's just a kill. Again, like, this game is so weird because things are happening, but it's only ever one kill, right? We have a fight, we have a TP flank in the mid lane, our Fudge didn't even TP, just walked in there, and yet it's C9 getting just one kill, getting the push one more time, but Infinity, it's been a long time since they've hit their mark.
I wonder if it's a reflection of the pressure and the tension on the players. I mean, after Blabber's misplay yesterday in the river and then seeing that stopwatch clicked, that can just be nerves. It could be. There's a difficult situation for both of these teams, and Infinity, they already have that win. Nevertheless, now Cloud9 are in the lead. It's the first time all game long that they have had gold control, and Bugax committed the cannon barrage to Baron.
Yeah, they didn't have any blue trinkets ready to go, so needed some way to be able to scout out the pit. I also think we have to do our due diligence and check in on Perkz versus Cody again, because it was a difference in the early laning phase, and now it might just be a solo kill here. Perkz massively far ahead, 250 CS to 180.
How quickly can he do it? Does he commit for it? Plays it safe. Plays it safe, plus 70 CS for now, 2-0 and 1. Involved in all three of Cloud9's kills. We're 1 minute and 20 from the Ocean spawning, and Cloud9, they're setting up vision around Baron for now, but there are a couple of wards in the bottom lane, and Fudge will now start to back and spend whatever gold he has available.
Yeah, so observers, please show me the gold.
They can't hear us.
Oh, they can't hear us.
They can't hear us.
It's a 3K difference between Perkz and Cody currently. It is massive there for Perkz. So again, it is a very real possibility that Perkz can just roll through Infinity in the fights, and Solid Snake doesn't really have the ability to tank through all of the damage coming out. Yes, he has 2 items, but it is frankly not enough at this point.
And look at Bugax, plus 1,600 gold on that Gangplank. His Cannon Barrage is just about available, but Infinity are late to the river, and props to whoever from production is letting our observers know. Very, very appreciated. Plus 1,500 gold, 30 seconds to go. Let's look at wards. Cloud9 dominate the vision around the Dragon Pit. Do Infinity commit for
Well, it's important because C9 have control in mid, and they also have that full bot wave pushed up. It's a good hook from Vulcan, but take it slow. C9 need to wait for the perfect ability to land, not just any ability, and Fudge has the perfect flank. All the vision denial in the jungle has put him in the perfect position.
Bugax is out of position, a few seconds away from that Cannon Barrage. Now Fudge flanking from the right. Both top laners coming in from the side. Vulcan maintains the position, and the box is available in zone control. Flame Chompers could be massive at the moment. White Lotus can jump in with that Gravity Storm if he wants to, and not going to fire it just yet. Lantern taken backwards. That's the Gravity Magnet Storm rather.
Fudge in the back line.
Ackerman Fudge is trying to push back White Lotus. The first kill goes to Perkz. He's going to take the rocket jump away to safety. Fudge now caught in between the members of Infinity. Flashes over the wall. Stays alive a few seconds longer thanks to the Dominus.
Fudge is still alive.
Through the wall. Death sentence will land onto Solid Snake, and finally Fudge goes down. It ends up being a 1-for-1.
Fudge was just 1v4 in the backline for forever, buying so much time and dealing so much damage. Everyone besides Bugax just 1 HP from Infinity. It's a good hook from Vulcan and a teleport in from Perkz.
Dragon is secured though by Cloud9. Bugax will be the next victim. Here comes Perkz. Hops over
it's
the wall.
Reset City.
Gets the reset, and now Infinity, they are splitting up. Cloud9 get the Ocean Soul. They get the fight, and it maintains one of these skirmish 1-kill death games.
Wow, okay. White Lotus is going to be able to get out, and Cody, he was right next to him. Oh, he doesn't get out. Perkz is right there, flies in for the kill, shut down, goes over to Perkz in the bot lane. Cody was able to escape, but now C9 with a kill onto White Lotus. They're going straight for the Baron.
5-0-1 for Perkz on this Tristana. And Infinity, they were looking for opportunities. It was Cloud9 that teleported in behind with Fudge, and they were able to play that one out. Still very, very unique team fights, but Cloud9 with the Ocean Soul, with the Baron buff, now have every single tool they need to close this game out.
Yeah, it's sort of the strength and the weakness of C9 in these fights, right, is that Fudge, he's a monster in the backline. He just ticked up to level 16 too, so good luck cutting him down. But there's no follow-up really until your C9 are able to deal with the enemy front line. Still, the amount of time Fudge bought and then Perkz having the idea to go back to base, TP back onto the map, ended up with them getting a couple of extra kills. They've got the Ocean Soul and the Baron buff. This should be everything C9 need in the coming fights.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And Perkz, a little bit of his experience there showing through. Infinity Edge now picked up. He just hit level 16 as well. 2 levels up over Cody, plus 70 CS. And Bugax during the course of that fight as well. The barrels just not really finding their targets. C9 were able to use the range that you talked about so much earlier. It is difficult for Infinity to get onto their targets, and now Infinity are going to go looking for another option. They're down 4,000, and they have to try weather this Baron-empowered storm.
Yeah, well, Infinity are trying to sort of like group up here, try to find a pick, infiltrate the enemy jungle, right? That's why they're not going all the way forward here. They're trying to play in the fog of war, but you notice Perkz just free pushing in the top lane. C9 are not giving an Infinity the actual targets to attack. Perkz, even once he notices, wait a second, I only see 2 or 3 players on the map from Infinity, doesn't overstay his welcome, doesn't start whacking away at that top lane tower. Instead, backs up, literally just pressed S, not doing anything right now because he's just waiting to see where the enemy is and for the rest of his team to start pressuring in the mid lane.
Very respectful game, I feel, as we've seen the decision-making and the pathing from the players. And it is looking likely that Cloud9 could close this out with the advantage they have and the buffs available to them. And what will be very, very interesting is as this group then sets up for Tuesday, any and all tiebreakers will be played on the same day, with Infinity being DFM, with DFM beating C9. And if C9 close this out, they will beat Infinity. The 3-horse race for second will be on. Infinity now, again, continue to defend. They've lost 5 towers. Fudge is pushing the mid lane. He has teleport available. And Cloud9 been playing this one slow.
Yeah, Infinity are just trying to run the same play over and over again, right? Like sit inside a bush in the enemy jungle, see if C9 make a mistake, but they're not making a mistake. Once again, Perkz playing off of Fudge, seeing if they can find something, but now Ackerman goes flying in.
Yeah, the rocket jump was used, so that meant Perkz had to commit
White Lotus
with the flash. White Lotus goes in, but the instant buster shot. White Lotus is sent packing. It's a trade support for top laners, and Cloud9 not going to be able to take much more. However, Sven was taking the top tower.
Oh, the second C9 look for an attempt, they end up getting punished, and we rewind 25 minutes ago. It's a kill for Infinity, but an objective for C9. The inhib tower and Sven, even in a 4v4 situation after losing the top laner, they don't care. They're going to get this inhibitor. Cody, no mana, has to go back to base. White Lotus can only look on and watch as it falls.
You have to respect the play there from Infinity. The moment that rocket jump was used, instant engage, but it didn't matter because there was still a buster shot. You cannot stick to the targets. That gold lead grows. The super minions will now start pushing into the top lane, and we're 2 minutes away from the Elder Dragon. So another big objective that Cloud9 can
here we
focus
go.
on as the flash is committed for Bugax. Black Shield used there as well, and Perkz will be able to pick up yet another kill. An attempted snipe from Sven.
Sven really wanted to steal that one from Perkz, but Perkz not going to allow that to happen. The kill does come through, and again, like, even though, yes, Infinity got the pick, got the kill, you're still looking at a Baron buff, at an Ocean Soul, and also the inevitability of Tristana and Jinx. Yes,
Yeah.
Infinity, they do so much damage, GP, Victor, Kai'Sa, but they only do it when they're in touching distance, and C9 do not have to allow that to happen. The only kills Infinity have got recently is when C9 are overextending within the fight, with Perkz and Fudge, going forward that last time. It still ends up being a trade, and C9 have everything to cut him down.
So much damage there onto Ackerman. Not going to be able to engage just yet. Here comes Fudge. Dominus will be available in just a moment. Super minions nearly on the steps of the top lane. The second inhibitor will fall. There is still a minute until the next dragon, and Cloud9 can decide how and where they want to push the final time.
I mean, there's a wave in the mid lane too. Perkz has teleport if he wanted to base and then come back onto the map. Sven ends up not channeling his own. C9, instead, they're saying, look, we don't want to risk dying a minute before the Elder spawns, because then you give it over to Infinity, then they have the Elder buff before the Baron spawns, and all of a sudden the game is dead even. It doesn't matter if you have 2 inhibitors. So C9 continue to play smart, and it feels like after yesterday, they've had like that come to Jesus conversation where like, look, we are not making mistakes. We are going to play by the books, and we are going to show that we are better than Infinity, and that's what they've done this game.
And it's very beneficial for any team to have Perkz in the mid lane, in the roster there, with his very cool head. 100% kill participation. He's just picked up that Bloodthirster as well. And it's something of a signature on this player. When the pressure gets higher, he tends to step up to the plate. It will still be the first win in the group here for Cloud9. And it is definitely a good look after yesterday. And for Infinity, they put up a very good fight, but it's such a difficult position to be in, the comp that they have to play into. And they're rather like unique style of initiation. They just haven't been able to get to the target.
Well, Perkz is just soloing the Elder Dragon right now. It seems like Ackerman might know what's going on. It was just ping. There's no wards inside the pit. And because C9 are showing 4 people in mid, they don't know. They have absolutely no idea. Even with Ackerman going for the flank, he's just watching. He doesn't even notice that Perkz has taken it, slain it, and Boogax from a mile away gets deleted.
Because of the Elder that was picked up, the laser comes downtown, and Cody gets taken out. Well, correction, it was Boogax taken out as Cody flashes to safety. There's the kill from Blabber. 2 more on the Cloud9 slate. They push into the base. They turn their attention to the Nexus turrets, and we had a very, very tense affair throughout the 30 minutes of this game. Cloud9 will pick up their first win in the group stage against Infinity and set themselves up for a race for second on Tuesday.
3 teams now with just 1 win in the group, all going to be fighting for it in just a couple days' times. And this was the Cloud9 that every fan of the LCS wanted to see, right? Yesterday, they can shake it off. They can go into Tuesday with a little bit of motivation, seeing that Cloud9 just systematically dismantled Infinity.
They did indeed. And of course, I'm still making an assumption that is the race for second. But after what Detonation did to Damwon just an hour ago, there is this crazy, crazy world.
Okay, DFM or Damwon still have 3 wins, Trevor.
There is a crazy, crazy world.
Slow it down, pump the brakes.
We will have to find out. Sven looks ecstatic on stage, celebrating that win, and it did work out. We'll soon get the State Farm Analyst Desk's take on Cloud9's first win at MSI 2021, right after an interview with Perkz.
The magical power of the realm is a mystery. Like a guardian, it is with you always. Defending you, charging you, watching over you like... Actually, it's not magic. It's this Cisco network. The power behind every gank, every combo, every mind-blowing moment at League of Legends Esports, MSI 2021.
joining me. Congrats on winning your first MSI game. What was different for you this time around? What worked better?
I mean, I think we just had the draft that. Okay, so against Damwon, I think we played decently well.
Yeah.
We had good draft as well, but they were just better than us. I think yesterday we had like a really hard to execute draft, or like we just had to really win our lanes really hard to win. So the game was hard, and I think today we just had like kind of like a comfort comp that we just know we're gonna win if we don't do anything stupid, I guess. So I think that was the biggest difference maker today. Yeah.
All right, and I agree with you. Very good early game against Taiwan. I'm glad you could convert this into a win today. But thinking about Infinity, they had a really proactive early game. What did you think about that, and how did you react to it?
I mean, I think that their Udyr decided to like run around the map a bit, and he was getting really behind in jungle, like jungle XP. And we didn't really expect it, I guess, some of his plays, which were, I guess, good because it threw us off. And I think they kind of have to get some ganks off in order for, like, I guess, Rel Kai'Sa to come online, kind of. But we didn't really sweat it because Bobby got really far ahead because of it, and I had like a free game as well, so it was pretty chill.
Yeah, I was about to say nice game on Tristana, and I also want to touch on the mid lane meta right now because it's so diverse, but the most picked are not the ones who succeed the most on the Rift. So what's your take on the mid lane meta right now and how diverse it is?
I mean, I think Milan is just like kind of weak right now. Honestly, I hope Riot buffs Milan a bit more. Like they made some changes to like LeBlanc and Akali, but they're just like not enough to make them viable, and some other champions as well. I think it's just about picking what fits for the comp, and usually like facilitating your jungler in what he wants to play with, I guess. So I think you can play. I definitely think you can play a lot of things right now, but I don't think that a lot of things are strong. I think barely. Like, I don't know what's actually like really strong in mid, but I think in general, yeah, just speaking for the comp and having a strong performance, no matter what the game is, I think it's just important to be really consistent right now.
Yeah, it's still early in the tournament, though. We'll see how the meta develops. But focusing a bit more on Cloud9, you faced all the teams in your group so far. You're going to get to face them again in a couple days. What should we expect from Cloud9 on the second round, Robin?
Well, I mean, I think yesterday, like, we were a bit shocked that we lost, I guess, but I do think that we can play better than these games, and I think we are just like, we had like a bit of, I would say, like, we thought some champions were weaker than they were because of the nerfs, but the meta is like pretty similar to the one we played in finals as well. So I think that, yeah, just being on the same page in regarding to what comps we want to play, not just like the coach and stuff drafting for us, just like us as a players, understanding what champions are good with others and how you want to play them is just super important. And I think we can do that because the champions we've played this split are being played right now in MSI. So I actually think that we have a pretty good chance to make a comeback at this MSI.
Sounds like a good plan, and you have the team to do it, Perks. But thank you so much for the interview, and good luck on your next games.
Thank you very much.
And back to you, Shox.
Thank you very much, and welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Perks carrying his team at an international tournament. Vedius, you said, keep it simple. That's what they did, and it worked out phenomenally for Cloud9.
Yeah, overall, it was a pretty slow game from start to finish. You could see that they went for a little bit more of a scaling comp. Perk said it himself. They wanted to pick something that they were comfortable on and they knew how to execute. And I think it all comes back to, we know that they have some very talented players, and sometimes you just want to build a comp around enabling those players, which is exactly what I think they did.
Yes, and I definitely don't want to take anything away from the rest of the team. Raz Fudge holding his own, soaking up all the damage, and enabling the game plan for Cloud9 to happen. You must be breathing a sigh of relief. What did you think about Cloud9's performance here?
Definitely much better. I like the fact that, you know, they preyed on what was honestly Infinity's weakness and set up around objectives. Not only did they have constant shoving waves with the Tristana and Jinx and the protection of Thresh, but also they got great control over objectives. They forced Infinity to walk into them. They were dragon stacking early. And even in the third dragon fight where, you know, it was Infinity that was in the wrong side of the map, or at least like they were split up. And so they ended up getting a free pick. It was basically recognizing that they had a better idea of how to play the map, or at least how to play with the vision that they currently had. So great job from them. It was definitely just taking slow steps. You heard it from Perks, comfort picks, honestly just come at it day after day and get a better understanding of the meta and what works for you.
Yeah, doing what needs to be done. Let's take a look at that drive to victory presented by Mercedes-Benz. Cloud9 winning the fight, securing the Ocean Soul, and it looked, Raz, to me, I don't want to say a done deal, of course, not taking anything away from Infinity, but yeah, Cloud9 just seemed to have so much control.
Yeah, consistently. And so it put Ackerman in consistently bad positions. This was probably the third, tough engage that he had previously won in the mid lane, but in this one he gets instantly deleted. And Fudge ate so much time, but by the end of it, even if it is a 4v4, you just have a much healthier Jinx and Blabber. You're in a much better position to now go for Dragon, eat up the, another Thresh Stroke. This one's beautiful to see. But overall, just better positioning, and that was, for me, the name of the game from Cloud9.
I think what was crazy about that team fight as well is how much work the Gangplank ult actually did. And when I was looking at the fight initially, I thought this was Infinity's fight to win.
Yeah.
But as Raz mentioned, the Renekton in the final fight there was just so valuable in terms of how much damage it soaked up. And that was able to turn around. So huge props to Fudge. He's someone that I personally have been a little critical of this tournament, but I think that he was really able to have a lot of impact in this game. And then you had the primary carries of both Sven and Perks to be able to clean up and carry the fight.
Yes, great job by Cloud9. But this is now where the work begins, because you've put yourself back in a position where you are on par in that group. If we pull the group up, of course, Damwon is still undefeated, and we have 3 teams that have a 1 and 2 scoreline. Also a bit of a Perks power spike, if I remember correctly. But on Tuesday, Raz, this will be the group that goes head-to-head with the information that you have, with the time that the teams will have to prepare, and with the fact that they'll be playing back-to-back in some instances and have to slay all their demons on that same day to advance. What are your expectations for Cloud9, for Infinity, for DFM?
I expect Cloud9 to get stronger and stronger. This has always been the case whenever it comes to early group stages after big patches, for the team to get an understanding of what they want to play and to just kind of play a tighter game. We've seen it from FPX. We've seen it from, honestly, Cloud9 in 2018 Worlds as well, when they were in a tough position in a best-of-5 versus Gambit. Now, you have to respect these teams, much like Detonation Focus Me and Infinity. I think for both of those teams, by the way, specifically Detonation Focus Me, do not tilt. You were so damn close to being able to take down, the world champions. They're looking great, and I want them to continue to use this and snowball and gain this momentum into the next round robin.
Yeah, absolutely. We hope we get the best matches possible and the best fight possible on Tuesday. But when we return today, it is time for Group B to take to the stage, starting with Mad Lions versus CBLOL's Pain Gaming.
Going to give up double scuttle potentially here. So, oh, nice hook.
Yeah, big damage, half HP Holy Phoenix. Oh, he has no heal, and he goes down right away. The chase might continue. Farfetch.
Welcome back to the Caster Desk as we turn our attention to Mad Lions taking on Pain Gaming. Mad Lions currently 2-0 in the group, and Pain, on the other hand, 1-1. They had a comeback victory in their first game, and then yesterday got absolutely blown out of the water. So I don't really know what to expect.
Look, this group is a tough one to know the expectations, because I think on paper a lot of people would say, hey, this looks like the most evenly spread out group. You know, maybe some doubts about Mad Lions internationally. They've come away with 2 wins, but like even yesterday, like you're saying, very close game between them and the Wildcats too. So this is one of those anything goes sorts of groups where you never fully have a full grasp of what's going on.
Especially because Mad Lions wins the first game, very controlled, calculated, fairly dominant. Then yesterday, a little bit scrappy, a little bit nerve-wracking. And of course, we do need to turn our attention towards the draft. We continue to see the likes of Rumble, the likes of Morgana have a huge influence on the course of the meta. But some of the unique picks that Mad Lions can pull out, I think in particular, the Wukong from Armut, definitely to be considered.
And yeah, I mean, you talk about the junglers, right? And it feels like the jungle picks for these 2 players are like a time capsule from 11.6, right? I think it's been Udyr and Hecarim for Carioca. It's been an Udyr and a Volibear for Elyoya. Now, of course, the Udyr pick is still very high priority list. We've seen a lot of Rumble bans in these guys' games are taken away from them. So that is sort of my question is, do we get to see some mages in the jungle for these 2 players?
Let's find out this game. As we can see, both Rumble and Morgana available for now. Senna, Varus, Draven removed from the pool. Despite the old boy, BRTT, he's still drawing respect bans for his signature pick. Looks like a pretty happy state of mind on the Pain Gaming side of things. We'll see what they have in store for this draft. Reminder that the only 100% pick ban champion thus far has been Rumble. It is still available, and Udyr will be removed from the pool. Volibear was the second option, and Elyoya has run.
I think we're looking for a Rumble.
I think so too. Let's find out if it gets banned here by Pain. Has been significantly more banned than played. Only 3 wins and 2 losses.
To me, it seems like if you're looking at MSI, if you have a jungler that feels confident like the Rumble, the Morgana is, well, Rumble gets banned away, so we'll see what happens with the Morgana instantly locked in. If you have a jungler that can play these very powerful mage junglers on the patch, and a mid laner that can play an aggressive AD champion like a Tristana or a Lucian, maybe even a Jace, these sorts of things, well, you're going to be very, very successfully able to take over the game because your jungler is just ahead in the levels, ahead in gold experience, and your mid laner always has prio to make use of it too. So that sort of feels like the bread and butter in a lot of these drafts here, and I would love to see something like a humanoid Lucian perhaps and bring that one out for him.
Humanoid has played Lucian once during the course of the spring season. Correction, 3 times, sorry. 3 times on the Lucian, 1 Tristana. So again, the wrong ones. One of the things I also want to see is how Elyoya is going to handle this Morgana. He was known as a cerebral jungler throughout the course of the spring split. We praised his decision making and his pathing, and we've seen just how influential this pick can be. On the other side for Pain, it is Jinx and Olaf secured, as well as Aphelios for Cards.
All right, probably just going to be locking in the Thresh now, and that does a couple of great things, because A, you love to put a Thresh next to Aphelios. This is an LEC staple, just gives him so much protection with the Lantern. Of course, Aphelios can do some nasty things when you have a Lantern ready and a Black Shield, and also, well, Thresh, one of the better pairings you can put next to a Jinx on the other side, and with BRTT wanting to lock that one in very early, it now sends Lucy onto a Tahm Kench. Lucy, of course, can play the Tahm Kench, and especially right next to the Jinx is going to be a strong pairing, but it is down a tier, I would say, compared to the Thresh and the versatility that that champion can give you.
And of course, we've seen that Thresh actually banned several times, so not the only team that's currently picking that one. Duo lanes locked in, junglers locked in, so solo laners will now be the next targets and things to figure out. That Lucian that you were talking about just a moment ago has now been banned away by Pain Gaming. And obviously these solo lanes can have such a huge influence on how the teams will play the 3 locked-in champions.
Absolutely, and I think for Pain here, maybe just looking at like a Gnar blind pick, something for Robo, one of his more played champions. Of course, yesterday I think he was actually rocking the Karma right next to a Hecarim in the jungle, so Karma next to Olaf makes some sort of sense there too, especially if you're trying to bolster up BRTT and Tinones as your primary carry. So I like that Mad Lions are trying to attack that a bit, and we'll see what Robo ends up going for, because when you have like a Jinx in the game, especially, it could be a little bit more bot lane focused here.
I mean, that Gnar pick you talked about, 7 games played in the CBLOL for Robo. He won 6 of them, so a lot of experience. Armut, on the other hand, he's played 10 games of Gnar, won 5 of them, and we've seen how prevalent that pick has been. Orianna will be the next ban, removing that one from Humanoid. And where will Mad Lions decide their final ban? Mad Lions will need to lock in both of their solo laners, and that means Pain can elect which one of them they want to allow the counter pick.
Okay, so Armood doesn't want to have to go up against the Nocturne. They faced in the top lane again yesterday. Now Pain with a very important question. Who gets counterpick between Robo and Tinones? Yeah. Armood, of course, has looked very good on some spicier pocket picks like the Wukong towards the top side of the map, and they are going to go ahead and select the Zoe now for Tinones, which I don't know. I'm a little bit mixed on this one because Mad Lions have so many great options of dealing with it. First of all, Black Shield is the most anti-fun Zoe counter in the game. You don't even have to use it before the sleep lands. You can use it afterwards. No skill required. On top of that, you also have the Lantern, which you can click before the sleep comes through. So Tinone's, of course, going to feel confident on this champion as his most played, but this is not the easiest game to lock in a Zoe.
No, really not. One thing to call out, though, with the range abilities there is some tools that we'll be able to use as the game progresses. Lee Sin will now be locked in as one of the solo laners here for the Mad Lions. And I'm very interested to see whose hands it will land up in. And now,
whoa!
Kog'Maw?
AP Kog'Maw mid. It's time, baby. Humanoid. I think he's played that before. We've seen AP Kog'Maw like 2020 in the LEC, but this has to be the expectation. Trying to go in and say, well, you locked in this Zoe thinking, oh, we don't have anything better than it. But, well, Humanoid on a Kog'Maw, especially level 11, level 16, when you get those huge range spikes on the Kog'Maw, there's nothing really that a Zoe can do to try and match it in the fights. And Mad Lions already have so many excellent peel tools that I feel like this is a crazy pick, but I really don't like the Zoe, and that makes me really think that Mad Lions have something going here.
Humanoid has played one professional Kog'Maw game, and it was a loss, unfortunately. But one of the things I do see thematically is two low mobilities, damage-dealing champions in Aphelios and Kog'Maw, and then dive and chase with the Camille, the Olaf, the possibility of the Tahm Kench as well.
Yeah, so I think as far as like rounding it out for Pain, Camille is probably going to be one of the better options to send into a game like this because you really have to figure out a way to isolate either an Aphelios or a Kog'Maw. And, well, with a Lantern, a Black Shield, like I've mentioned a million times before, that's very, very hard. Now, with a Lee Sin in the game, there's still tools like you can just kick Camille out of her ultimate, and then that cancels it, and you're going to feel pretty sad here. So for Pain Gaming, I feel like you need to act quickly in this game. AP Kog'Maw in the later stages is going to be so impossible for their composition to deal with that I think that a lot of pressure is going to be on Carioca in the jungle and Robo on this Camille to make this early game work.
You have to get onto those targets. You have to get rid of them because if Mad Lions are in an advantageous position and can start pushing out the poke with that living artillery, it is going to be so difficult to break through. And of course, any of those champions that have the ability to poke from range ever get an advantage, one of the only ways to counter that is with engage. But there are tools here on Pain Gaming's side. So let's turn our attention to the opening minutes of gameplay. Olaf versus Morgana, and then this very, very interesting Kog'Maw Aphelios Thresh.
Yeah, well, the mid lane is really going to end up determining a whole lot in terms of the jungle matchup. Because again, similar to like how we're talking about in the last game, Carioca has a lot of strong fighting in the early game, right? So you do favor him a little bit over the Morgana. And it is not the AD aggressive laning champion that we're maybe considering that Humanoid might lock in next to Elyoya's Morgana.
Just quickly, if you take a look at the Verizon 5G all chat call out, Kaiser, obviously one of the German players here for the Mad Lions, typing out 7-1. Now, for some of the viewers who don't know the football references, that is, of course, a Germany versus Brazil World Cup record. Let's see whether or not Kaiser can actually help Mad Lions pick up a victory here today. That's a little bit insulting.
You hate to see it, man. You hate to see it.
I wonder, do all the CBLOL fans get that graphic as well? I don't know if our producers can hear me. I'm gonna find out because I'd love to hear what they're thinking.
Not going to be a lot of
one.
happy fans if they do. I will say that much.
I just got confirmation. It's unfortunately not on the CBLOL broadcast. And yes, I said unfortunately. I think it would have been very, very fun. So let's get back to the early game here. It looks like Pain are starting to group up and step forward, but there is a ward here that will spot them out.
Yeah, well, it may not even end up mattering because you'll notice again, Elyoya leashless on the top side, so a little bit slow to get through all of that. And I really like this from Pain Gaming, right? right? Tahm Kench level 1, very, very powerful. Zoe doesn't even feel that bad about taking an E if there were to be some sort of pick, and you've got a whole lot of axes too. So Carioca will be able to steal away this red buff, probably even clears all 3 of these camps, and it's very hard for Elyoya to do much about it. You'll notice in the mid lane, I don't think that, like, my expectation would not be that Humanoid can get full control over this lane, especially when Tinones, you know, can sort of use the Q to freely hit away a lot of these minions. Humanoid does have the initial push for the time being, but not quite enough here with Carioca so close by, still being spotted out by that ward, I believe, as he steals the Raptors.
This makes Humanoid think a little extra about his positioning and where he's going to play out. So a lot of information gained, and see what Elyoya can do on his pathing and how much more he may end up losing. Tinones and Carioca will just shake hands in the middle lane. While that was going on, we saw a pretty big trade between Armut and Robo on the earlier levels.
Okay, so Elyoya is level 3, right? Hasn't actually skilled up a 3rd point in case he needs to have the Black Shield. Of course, the smite comes through from Carioca, and Elyoya gets 2, 3, maybe creeps. There does mean that Carioca is still level 2, and Humanoid has been working the mid lane. Carioca, because he was very low mana, didn't use a Q or anything to help Tinones get the push out, so it means that with both mid and top lane priority, Elyoya is still going crazy inside the jungle here.
Continues to put pressure onto this Olaf. Armut is chunking out Robo, and in the mid lane, Humanoid is shoved all the way up to the tower. Elyoya did put their point in Black Shield.
Tinones just gave up on mid lane, right? So this is now Elyoya still committing to try and see if he can get a steal. Carioca does have smite. All comes down to this, and Elyoya gets it. It's massive here. The early pathing from Carioca was winning from him, but crucially, Elyoya got a couple of those creeps, right? Carioca was not able to hit level 3 because in his first 3 camps, he did not include either a Gromp or those Krugs. And it means that Elyoya can then work off his lane priority to get the red buff steal and mechanically out-execute Carioca.
And this is a little bit what we were talking about. Elyoya as a player and the impact that he's had throughout the course of spring. Very, very aware, very intelligent in how he's played the game out. So we'll have that small advantage for now. Humanoid continues to pressure in this mid lane. And let's talk about this Kog'Maw just a little as it begins to level up and itemize. Do you like this as an option into what we're seeing from Pain, as Carioca will complete his blue buff?
I mean, like I said sort of in the draft, I really like this Kog'Maw. This idea for Mad Lions always having that scaling element. And, well, Elyoya is even using the Kog'Maw, using the Thresh to get into the jungle. It's massive. It's a first blood for Elyoya.
The observers playing that one perfectly. There was no information. Carioca had no idea. And Mad Lions in the first 4 minutes have a game plan, have coordinated, and have executed flawlessly.
Not all hope is lost. Lucy was able to gobble up the Grumpy, get that for himself. Unfortunately, wasn't able to be leashed over to BRTT, but still does deny Elyoya just ever so slightly here. But yeah, clearly in the early levels, the AP Kog'Maw surprising a little bit, can just line up the minions with the E. Is that Toxic Spittle? What is that one?
Toxic Spittle is the Q.
That's the Q. Okay, well.
Armor reduction. But I think one of the things I really like about this opening first few minutes, Mad Lions as a team, as an organization, and their support staff have always been respected for how much prep they do and how much research they do. And in the new Axe Effect replay, you can see this invade and the coordination with Kaiser.
Oh my god, I'm even realizing too, like, the play is nice, but at the same time, oh wait, I thought Carzzy was going to finish channeling the recall, because that was going to be crazy. It's like, wow, they're just getting a kill at the same time their AD carry is recalling. They get everything on the map. Carzzy ends up canceling it and wasting a couple of seconds there. But yeah, Mad Lions very well executed. Still all summoners on the board, right? Carioca does have that flash back. And with Robo and Armut both using their teleports towards the top lane, again, very hard to see any action unfold around the bottom lane. But that's exactly where Elyoya rather sees the opportunity. Well, if I can't kill the lanes, I'm going to kill the enemy jungler. It was a red buff invade, then a blue invade, and now fight potentially around the Drake, but Tinones has prio over mid.
All right, so it is Pain Gaming inside the Pit Dragon, around 1,000 HP.
He's going for it. He's sending it. He got it.
Gonna get it. He manages to secure it. Unbelievable play there from Elyoya.
He didn't even have to flash. It's a blast cone over the wall. Smite steals it away and then gets dragged out with a lantern. Elyoya is just styling on Pain Gaming right now.
Fantastic. And also very bold. Very, very bold. Fully trusting the lantern, fully trusting the coordination. And we do have a pause here, as it looks like it's Elyoya. We'll find out from production.
Elyoya's like, yeah, for some reason, Carioca's smite just doesn't work.
But a great opening.
No, nothing?
Here. No,
okay.
So smile and nod. Smile and nod. But I want to ask now, does this make you a little bit nervous for the Pain Gaming composition? We were talking a little bit about how, Carioca as well as Robo need to be able to have an impact, need to be able to jump on targets. Gold is still relatively even, but it feels as though it's starting to get scary.
It is. I mean, ultimately, I am not convinced of the value of this Zoe pick. Like, I think that Zoe is already such an incredibly difficult champion to execute well with in team fights, and then when you put in like the zero counterplay abilities in the black in the black shield as well as the lantern, like again, I don't see a realistic opportunity to actually get onto a humanoid or a Karzi, especially the later we get. Again, at level 6, humanoid's ult is pretty big, but at level 11 and 16, it becomes absolutely massive.
And this was the steal inside the pit. So well done by Alyoya and Mad Lions. And like you were talking about, compositionally, like what they've put together, and they're just executing it so well to open up the day. And it's tough as well, because on the Pain Gaming side, there's not a lot of options that they really have available to them. Mad Lions have curated and created every single one of these advantages.
I mean, yeah, when we were in draft, I'm saying like, okay, well, it's already difficult the later we get into this game. Robo was kind of the last switch around, say, okay, now we have the ability to dive into the enemy backline, but, well, Tom can't really move forward like that. Olaf can potentially find some issues there as well, and it was going to come down to the early game from Karaoke to use some early tempo perhaps in the jungle and convert that into a lead, maybe play around Robo in the top lane, make this Camille a valid threat, but Elyoya, after getting invaded from level 1, had this idea of going into Karaoke's jungle twice, stealing buffs, getting a kill, and it really has just stopped pretty much any opportunity for Pain to get something done in the early game.
And it's so difficult for Pain as well, because domestically speaking, they do tend to be a team that is very active in the early game. They do tend to get a lot of kills.
Oh, whoa, look at the top lane.
For themselves, and Armut is trying to get Robo low. Remember, there's a lot of damage. The execution ability on the Q, not going to be able to find it. Sonic Wave is flashed away from.
Okay, Armut just with the level 6. That's the big difference in this. Armut!
Oh, fantastic solo kill. Absolutely fantastic.
What? Robo just sitting there and Armut with the E flash, not even going to give a window to react from Robo. It's all starting to fall apart. We said jungle needed to work for Pain. It didn't. We said top lane needed to be a threat. It is not. Armut is just too good. And like I was saying, level 6 from Lee Sin, so much more kill threat than level 6 from a Camille. The upfront burst damage of that Dragon's Rage is fierce.
Yeah, I'm really doing so much work. Plus 15 in CS. Already picked up that solo kill. All of the invades have made Karaok's life very difficult to deal with. They haven't been able to have a huge impact, as this is now the play. Waits for that shield to pop and then jumps all the way.
Yeah, this is a trade because Robo got a really good initial trade here, but Armut, I mean, the E damage into the R, luckily Robo flashes away, but now he doesn't have that instant reaction to get away from it. Armut sees him stepping forward for the minion, and that E Lee Sin, the Emax Lee Sin does a deceptively high amount of damage, and damage that you can't really dodge away from, right? When you're playing against jungle Lee Sin, it's Q max. You dodge Q, you survive the combo, usually. This time around, it doesn't really matter. The Q isn't the main source of damage. That E is massive, the radius on that one, and the kick you can't really get away from either.
Almost busy maxing that one, 4 points into it. 267 magic damage, enough to insta-gib Robo underneath his tower, and Karaok did show his face towards the top lane, but Almut's not really under huge threat for the time being. Instead, he's going to look towards the Heralds.
Yeah, this is good. You can see BRTT and Lucy actually just leaving bot lane in case there was going to be some sort of scuffle in the top river. Not even the level 6 on the Tomcats. That's why they actually had to get moving a little bit early on, but they are going to end up turning around and heading back towards that tower as the wave comes crashing in. You'll notice, though, Mad Lions realize this humanoid now. You're here, they're just flashing forward.
That's the flash. The Ragnarok will prevent the Dark Binding. Flash away to safety for Karaok. The Dragon's Rage kick backwards from Armut puts Robo in range of humanoid. There's a X-Tech Ultimatum comes down, and it's an easy kill for Mad Lions. They also get the Herald, and they get out clean.
It's just picture perfect so far. Mad Lions look like they're not going to end up going for the fight. Well, the second BRTT and Lucy turn around. Let's send it, guys. We're going for it. Elyoya gap, Elyoya gap.
Absolutely no doubt about that one. Huge call out. Good shout to Colin Simpson, but also just the rest of the team. I mean, we've not seen too much from this bottom lane. Kaiser went in for the single invade, but Elyoya, as well as the invades with Humanoid and Armut, seem to be defining the early game here.
Yeah, it's Elyoya and Humanoid working together, and the Armut just styling on Robo, because he also had the great kick to send Robo into the rest of the Mad Lions there to send him to the Shadow Realm the second time in this game. And yeah, we'll see it. It's just a flash forward from Humanoid. You have to now pop the ultimate, and Well, Armut has the ward hop into Dragon's Rage, sends it straight over to Humanoid. Easy pickings on that one. Elyoya not even wasting his time. He's going to make sure that they pick up the Rift Herald. And now they've got 3 players in the bot lane, because why not with the Crescendum on Aphelios? They can burst through that tower so quickly, and the siege of an AP Kog'Maw, even without items, level 8, it's still too much. BRTT has to back up.
Man, there's nothing he can do. Finishes the recall, despite the fact BRTT has hit level 6 and was relatively close to Kazi. The last few minutes have just pushed him so far behind. Kaiser and Kazi continue to push down on the plates, and Karyuk will get spotted by this ward. Look at the damage already.
Just Humanoid also waiting in the fog of war. Even before, you know, punishing Karyuk there and putting down some damage, he was waiting to see, oh, if we actually land a hook, I'm in Lantern range. I'm here, and we can easily get that kill. The range of that champion is absolutely disturbing, and now with the Herald in bot lane, that's the easy turret, and Armut, he has a red buff. He's level 9. That's going to be full max on the E. He's ready to go. Robo can do nothing about it.
The tower falls. The gold lead extends to 4,000 right now. 3 kills, and the Infernal and the Mountain Drake will be spawning in just a moment. And this is a very, very strong opening. Mad Lions looking to finish the first round robin 3-0 as Armut is chasing down a potential another kill. He's got the Dragon Rage available, and the hook shot will get Robo out to safety, but he's falling further behind. 20 CS down and constantly being bullied by Armut.
I've never seen a player use a ward just to get an aggressive trade in lane like that before. Armut doesn't even care, but he's getting him within kill range. Now Robo has the passive up, which should soak a lot of the damage, but Armut just trades with his E, ward hops away. His E does more damage than a turret, and now his E is up in 3 seconds, and it's time to go for the dive.
As the support as Kazi and Kaiser rock up, and Robo will be donated away.
Whoa, in mid lane, it's a solo kill. Tinone's just solo killed Humanoid in the mid lane with Elyoya right next to him. At the same time, Pain got the Drake. We'll have to wait and see exactly what just happened on that. Could have just been a good bubble. But now Elyoya even trying himself. It's a dive in the bot lane.
What is happening now? Armut teleport down to the bottom lane and clear out the minion wave. Thanks to that, Tempest stays alive a few seconds longer, and finally will get taken out by Karyuk. That's the second kill, but now Elyoya, he's chasing Tinone's. Dark Binding goes wide. Teleport into the mid lane as Robo's going to join the fray.
Huge sleep.
Will land onto Elyoya. He should be taken out. The kill is secured by Robo. 3 back for Pain.
It's a major strike back from Pain. 2 kills in mid, 1 in the bot lane after the dive. Robo is even able to collect a kill himself. So what was a completely mad favored early game has pretty much collapsed in just a moment with the solo kill in mid from Tinones. They still hold a 3,000 gold advantage, so it's not time to panic just yet. But for Pain Gaming, that is such a huge momentum swing for them to have a chance to come back.
And of course, a number of plates there picked up by BRTT as well. Kill secured for Robo, who was really struggling in that top lane matchup. Was able to jump into mid and help out against Elyoya. But he's lost his tower and continues to be bullied backwards. This was the solo kill on the Humanoids.
Well, he has Blue Smite, which can be very powerful. Gets the slow down, and yeah, it's just 100-0 right there. No flash, of course, on Humanoid, using that in the fight in the river earlier top side. But very nicely done by Tinones to hit the Q from Fog of War, followed up very nicely, and come away with a major swing for Pain.
He needs to do that again and again, because Pain are still very far behind, but they got so much in the last few minutes, and Pain not willing yet to get be done. Kraken Slayer was just picked up there by Kazi in the bottom lane, and we're still working towards that first mythic here for Humanoid, but he's level 9 at the moment, making his way up, working towards that second tier Living Artillery, and then it's going to become such a frustrating champion for Pain. As long as he's able to spam out those Rs and just keep Pain at arm's length, that is exactly what Mad Lions want to do.
Definitely. I wonder if Mad Lions want to try and sneak their way up to the tower here. Armut's level 10, Elyoya behind him. They have a whole lot of tools trying to clear away the wave. I love it. The Gore Drinker. Now the kick to it might just be a kill.
Into the Dark Binding, but the Devour from Lucy will keep Robo alive. And just about the next plate, that's going to be a catch onto Karyuk. He throws out the Ragnarok, and Armut is not yet done. Does tag out.
Oh, he's crazy. Oh, the damage.
No Dragon's Rage just yet. Doesn't need it for the time being. The Tempest, the Cripple, the Sonic Wave goes out.
Ooh.
Now he's locked inside the baby cage. Turns his attention onto Robo. He manages to get one. Elyoya is trying to run up to the fight. Armut will sidestep one. Lands the Q, and that's not enough. Lucy will devour BRTT to keep him alive.
Wow, Armut's going crazy there. Already has his Gore Drinker finish, so he feels like he can and conquer the world, and it does end up just being the 1-for-1. Elyoya now way too far forward. He has the black shield, but it's not enough.
No, it absolutely is not. Against 3 members and the CC, Elyoya is just a sitting duck. He stays alive for the time being. The zap and the long-range skill shots from Pain will pick it up, and it's starting to get crazy. Mad Lions starting to get punished.
I mean, these are just like some pretty big mistakes from Mad Lions because it's a 1-for-1 trade, right? And Armut's going to be, okay, it's fine. I bought so much time. Everyone from Pain had to come up and defend it. And hey, Kaiser, you're pushing down the bot lane. So it's a winning trade for Mad Lions. But then Elyoya also is then trying to clear a ward when he's the only Mad Lions player on the top side of the map. You cannot do that. And it has now given Pain a window to strike back. Now, it is still, again, I have to say it, gold advantage for Mad Lions, scaling advantage for Mad Lions, but they can't continue to allow this to happen.
Yeah, the amount of control that we saw from the first 5 minutes has now gone the polar opposite direction. But when you see what Armut is already doing, it is terrifying. And I think Lucy just blocked that Q. Had it flown through, may have tagged on BRTT, but currently sitting 3-2-1, plus 20 CS in the top lane. And Armut is demonstrating absolute masterclass on how to play that Lee Sin. Look at the minimap, Pain Gaming making their way down bottom.
Yeah, they definitely are. Armut should be able to get out of this one and take it easy while his team gets the objective, but he makes a step into the jungle. He's so tanky, though, with the Gold Drink of the Sustain, that it's very hard to do anything. My biggest fear is, like, if you've heard Mad Lions' voice comms, they go wild sometimes, especially in late-game situations. Usually it's Karzi that's going a bit crazy himself, but already showing some cracks here. As with the pressure down mid lane, with the Rift Herald, they do have full control here. 20 seconds before the Ocean Drake does spawn.
Look at the gold difference, though. It's down to 1,000. At one point, it was 4,000. So huge props and kudos to Pain Gaming punishing the mistakes from Mad Lions. 10 seconds until Dragon. The Herald is going to help out a lot.
And notice Robo's positioning. He's been spotted out now all the way down in that bot side jungle, seeing if he can maybe find some sort of entrance into the back line. But Pain, control in the river. Mad Lions are going to fight tooth and nail to try and force them out of this area.
Oh, so much damage from that paddle star. Kazi's down below half, and Mad Lions, despite the Rift Herald being thrown down in the mid lane, they're a little late to the river. Pain Gaming were unyielding. They didn't concede the position, and now it looks as though Pain will take the long way around, and mid control is what Mad Lions are fighting for.
Yep, they absolutely are. No one really there to try and clear away the minion waves. Pain Gaming going to sack an entire wave to make sure they are the ones to get this objective. But yeah, Mad Lions not even going to bother walking down to the river. It's an easy tower and then jungle camps on the top side. Pick up the top wave as well. But Pain, they're here, and they have some damage with the ports on through. Karaoke is not in the area.
Sleepy Trouble Bubble and the Lantern, that was the tools you were talking about. High Skill Gaming to counter the sleep. Super Mega Death Rocket.
No, did you say High Skill Gaming?
Did a lot of damage, but Pain Gaming pick up the second Dragon. So they're on track for that Solace 1 potential win condition. They may just need it, because we talked a lot about the compositional challenges they're going to face.
These are all very good moves from Pain, though, because, right, like they are able to fully commit down towards the Drake, and then Mad Lions are forced off the mid lane tower, so they don't actually trade for the inner because of the teleport in from Lucy and a friend, and then Mad Lions expecting to full clear topside jungle, move to the top wave. Pain Gaming don't care about that. Barrel down mid, they get the tower for themselves. So again, Pain have done a fantastic job at stabilizing themselves. And it is now up to Mad Lions to sort of set the course back in the right direction again, because this lead has been continuing to slip away from them.
And of course, with the 2 Dragons already on Pain's side, and the fact that we're going to be playing for this Ocean Soul, at some point, we're going to see a battle around that objective. Mad, I feel, have tried to play the lane game, at least from the early stages, but then it got sloppy. They got caught out, they got punished, and that's what allowed Pain back into the game.
Well, we have reached a big breakpoint now for Humanoid. He's actually past it, level 12 now, but level 11 on the Kog'Maw. If you don't know, the range on his Living Artillery, the ultimate that he can just spam out for so much damage, apply the burn of his Leandry's, 1,300 range at level 6. At level 11, it then goes up to 1,550, and level 16, 1,800. It's like the size of your screen. If you're fully zoomed out, you're going to be hitting people from that far away. And now Mad Lions are setting up for this play. Robo has a TP, but there's CC, so he's not going to be able to escape.
Gonna get caught out. Hook shot interrupted by Armut's arc. Kazi's gonna chuck out the damage and get caught inside the Hex deck before he picks up his second kill of the game. The thing I want to highlight about that Living Artillery in the range, you need to be in control. You want to have the vision. You cannot afford to have some of those sloppy positions and get caught out. Otherwise, you don't have the time to chuck out those artilleries. But if Mad Lions can siege, if they can set up around an objective, then you can just go fishing and shoot fish in a barrel.
Really clever idea there from BRTT, trying to use his ultimate to interrupt the reset of Karzi in particular. You notice there was a giant wave building up in the top lane, and if you just delay 8 seconds off of Karzi, he would have have ended up missing a whole lot of those minions. Maybe it would have had to be Elyoya that picks it up. And of course, Carzzy's been doing absolutely fantastically in the gold department. Currently sitting at 8,700, the most in the game, as far as I can tell. And, well, he's going to continue collecting off of those top waves. So if the timing was just a little bit better, that could have had some consequences for Carzzy.
Advantage is in the top lane, advantage is in the bot lane. The Phantom Dancer was already picked up here for Carzzy. And almost there for BRTT completing his second big item. Mad Lions now trying to set up for a play. It's 2 minutes until the Dragon. It's 30 seconds until Baron, and a grouped up Mad Lions starting to push into Pain's jungle, setting up some vision and looking for an opportunity. Pain will be able to back away for now and may be able to get some damage on this tower.
And the question is, what can Tin Owns accomplish, either in an anti-siege situation or playing around the river, playing around the next Drake that ends up spawning? Because again, Bubble, absolutely useless. It's going to be good at maybe burning some of these critical cooldowns, but you have to land so many skill shots to make it work.
Bubble comes out. That's a flash forward from Kaiser into the death sentence. Good damage followed up by Carzzy and the rest of the Mad Lions. Stop binding interrupted by the Carriok, a Ragnarok, and that will open up the tower.
Oh, my brain just expanded to new horizons. Carzzy's ultimate on the Aphelios with Purple Gun for the root, then set, like, that's insane range already. Usually champions can't follow off of that unless you're like double flashing forward, but Humanoid's artillery, it lets him hit one or two of those. The damage you get off of that combination is disturbing.
The ultimate siege comp may be an appropriate title for this. It allowed Mad Lions to push Pain all the way back. I also really appreciate Kaiser's play there. He got caught by a Sleepy Trouble bubble, flashed and hooked before he was put to sleep, so managed to provide some additional utility to allow Mad Lions to push forward. And now that the game has slowed down after Pain regained their footing and evened things out, Mad Lions were able to punch back, extend that gold lead once again, and they've secured 5 towers to Pain Gaming's 3. I think that's their game plan with this.
Well, it's weird because, like, the first 10 minutes, Mad Lions played better than Pain. The next 10 minutes, Pain played better than Mad Lions, I do feel. But compositionally, it feels so challenging for Pain to find that angle to get back in here. We've already seen it be challenging a few times. Now, Carrier doesn't have his ultimate.
It will be available
just
right
came
now.
up.
It was literally 2 seconds away. Carzzy stepping forward. He does not have that Moonlight Vigil available to him. So much damage from the paddle star. The zap goes wide. Death sentence will
Look at the damage from Kog'Maw.
Look at the living artillery being spammed onto Pain Game. We're going to have to zoom out to keep track of it. Spit, spit,
move up.
That's all Humanoid's doing. And Pain have to just run for their lives. Flash away from Robo, chased by the Lee Syndrome. And despite a couple seconds longer, Armut will get the kill.
Yeah, it's all a bait and switch there as Armut turns around and gets the kill on to Robo. You see there, Mad Lions with control over the choke points, the long range damage they are able to put out. Pain Gaming need to have that decisive attack to begin a fight, but it's so hard to find because their only way of getting in there is a really good bubble, immediately countered, or Robo. And if Robo doesn't have the follow-up, if Robo doesn't have the angle, it is just not going to work.
It has felt like when Mad Lions are the ones making the plays and dictating things, their coordination is exceptional. They are comboing very, very well and using all the strengths of their team composition. But the moment one or two of them lose a little bit of focus, lose a little bit of awareness of where Pain are, that's where Pain is very capable of jumping onto targets and killing them. So can Pain manage to curate that? Can they set up wards? It's going to get significantly more difficult. And Mad Lions looking towards the Baron. Teleport is available for Robo, and they're challenging and clearing out the vision.
Very important ward outside of the pit. I assume that Lucy placed, but could have been another member on Pain. Will show the Mad Lions are not, in fact, starting up the Baron themselves. Right now, Carzzy's just full pushing that top wave. And, well, Pain, you look at like what tools they have, right? Robo, very good at picking off individual targets. You also have the global advantage of being able to roll into pretty much anywhere with the Tahm Kench. Because right now, I think 5v5s are going to be very, very difficult unless you're able to really spread apart the Mad Lions. And even then, may be a bit of a challenge. But because Mad Lions are just grouping as 5 around the Baron, they say, Pain, you must come to us. And this may be a death trap.
There's a ward just outside the Baron pit, so Pain Gaming are fully aware of this. Robo's going to arrive just a little bit late. 8,000 hit points on the Baron. It's going low. Pain Gaming trying to split things up. Sleepy Trouble Bubble will tag down onto Carzzy. Black Shield is being held for now. Mad Lions back away. Pain hold the Baron.
Surprising and yet impressive patience from Elyoya. It could have been that his Black Shield was on cooldown, but I don't think it was. It decided not to use it on Carzzy, realizing Tin Owns very likely could not follow up off of it. And even if Tin Owns had jumped forward with the Zoe, well, you could be bound. And while you do snap back, you are then locked there. You could also be hooked, and Kaiser can follow the hook. More and more of these compositional counters that make it very challenging. Tin Owns absolutely has to be smurfing here, landing everything. And probably playing more off of his paddle star than just the bubbles.
I think you have to give Pain just a little bit of credit for that one. Didn't commit the teleport as well. Mad Lions trying to force the play, force Pain's hand, and ultimately did not result in anything. Robo's going to shove that wave out. He's now neutralized the CS difference, and despite the gold difference in the kills that Armored has picked up, you still have to respect the damage that can come out. And once again, the game's going to slow down. 2 minutes until the next Dragon. Both teams need to pick up 2 for the Soul, so that's a little while away. And it feels as though Mad Lions just want to keep the game at their pace, keep Pain Gaming away, and we need to just keep looking at the wards, keep looking at the vision so they can maximize living artillery options available.
The difficulty is because both teams were able to get, 2 Drakes apiece, we're not going to reach a Soul point until very late into the game. Like, we're talking level 16s for Soul laners, and we've already decided that level 16 for a Kog'Maw, much better than a level 16 for a Zoe, if you can believe it.
Significantly better. 5 members of Mad Lions grouped together. Shield comes out from Armut as well as Alyoya, and Humanoid's got a lot of mana to play with, but you saw how Pain had to fall all the way back. A couple of shots from Humanoid's ultimate sends them reeling.
And Robo still pushing down in that bottom lane. So Pain Gaming doing a good job of not falling victim, full committing into any sort of fight. They realize, hey, Camille is actually much more valuable. If Camille can drag this Lee Sin into a side lane, well, Armut right now offers so much more to his team than Robo. So this is good from Pain, slowing it down, playing for the next Drake. Pain, I do think, have to fight for this Drake. They need to look for Soul Point, for a Soul on the 6th Drake. That's what it's really going to come down to, because again, the critical moments, level ups from the Mad Lions are going to be so hard to deal with that massive increase in the Kog'Maw's range.
What did you say, it was 1800 at level
1800,
16?
yeah. Right now it's 1550, which is already big.
And you could see again, like, just the setup to that red buff fight. A couple of living artillery shots is all it took. There was a tag onto BRTT, and I was wondering whether or not Kazi was going to fire out that ultimate. You were talking about the combination with his, I think it's the Gravitum of Purple Gun, being able to combo up. And this ward is what helped.
It's still there, yeah.
A moment or two
Might
ago.
have been replaced. I mean, right now they're being completely revealed. Robo may have to end up calling in the teleport, but Tinones, with a good position again at the top of the fight, can use this wall to land the bubbles and bait out those key cooldowns.
Robo going back and forth, unsure exactly where he wants to go. Voidooz comes out, Living Artillery fired. Baron down to 3,000. Paddlestar will not find
no
the
black
target.
shield now.
And Robo has completed the teleport.
Whoa,
Armut! Armut sends him into the death sentence, but the Devourer is ready. All of Pain Gaming group up, and the damage from Mad Lions is simply too much to deal with. Kaiser flashing over the wall. He will commit his life, but the Dark Binding will connect, and the rest of Mad Lions starting to push forward. Carriok gets chunked down. He's still got the flash available to him. Mad Lions chasing for it. They get themselves another. BRTT escapes with his life for now.
Oh my word, Kaiser going all the way in. He falls in the process, but sets up for another kill for the Mad Lions. Pain Gaming walking away and bleeding. The Mad Lions, they're going to be able to turn back for the Baron, and this should certainly be theirs, or is it Tinones? Has the teleport from the Unsealed Spellbook and is now back onto the map, but the rest of his team is hopelessly far away.
Super Mega Death Rocket is available for some additional support. Tom Kench Abyssal Voyage will bring in BRTT as well. Dark Binding will not find its target, and Tinones hasn't really had a meaningful impact on these skill shots. 3,000 HP for the Baron. There is a tiny possibility. Everyone dodges the rocket. 1,500, 1,200.
Red team stole the Baron!
It's stolen! Tinones! Tinones gets Baron!
Unbelievable. Mad Lions thought they juked the Jinx rocket, but I can do you one better. A Zoe over the wall.
Do they get the Ocean as well?
Oh, my
Putting themselves
word.
one dragon away from Soul. Mad Lions are trying to beeline, but I don't think they'll arrive in time. That is huge. Every time Mad Lions garner an advantage, somehow Pain bring it back.
Tinones used his Unsealed Spellbook. Of course, TP, the summoner he was rocking with, after teleporting back onto the map, he said, I don't need that anymore. Switched that to the Smite and came over the wall. He has the level advantage, of course, but look at this. From over the wall, pops in, takes it. A level up as well, because why not? Brilliant play from Tinones.
Vamos! Pain Gaming. Now, okay, what does this do for the context of the game? They are now even on gold, relative. They've got Baron buff. They've got themselves one dragon away from the Soul, but they still have to get through all of the challenges on the composition that Mad Lions have put together. Humanoid's almost level 16 as well.
Look, Pain Gaming have been doing everything they can to fight back in this game, but it's still so hard for them, and that's what feels the worst, because in these critical moments, Pain Gaming have been able to outplay the Mad Lions, yet team fights still going the way of Mad. Pressure on the map, even against the Baron buff, it's still Mad Lions pushing down the top lane. The Ocean Soul will be the moment where maybe Pain Gaming, if they can secure that, that, that would be such a big swing for them in this game. But for now, it is about not allowing Mad Lions to take much more off the map. Yes, Pain Gaming got the Baron buff, but this is a Baron buff to stall and maybe allow Robo to play the side lane.
And I think strategically speaking, it's been clear that Robo has wanted to play the side lane, and Mad Lions have been grouping and contesting either vision or objectives. Whether or not they can find an answer of a way to either push faster or deal with Robo will be one of the big questions, and if Mad Lions can once again push themselves back. There's 2 lanes of pressure as the Sleepy Trouble Bubble will tag Alyoya. He steps forward despite the Dark Binding, no meaningful impact, and Mad not yet able to commit. Humanoids in the bottom lane.
There are a few objectives Pain are looking for, so it's a big chunk of damage from Tinones. Right now, Pain Gaming, they want this mid lane inner turret. Remove a lot of the safety options from the Mad Lions. Next, dominate vision control in the bot side jungle. 3 minutes away from the Ocean Soul, so yes, that is quite a ways off. But if they can maintain that for a long, long time, they're probably going to have to reset, but then get back onto the map and deny Mad Lions away into the river. They will have the upper hand when it comes to that critical fight. Again, Pain Gaming are not looking for an inhibitor. That does not win them the game. It only risks losing it. It will be 3 minutes away from that moment that Pain Gaming can take it all.
Oh my word, Pain sitting at 1-1 in the group stage. We picked up a victory and now very, very even with the Mad Lions. Can they set up well enough around that Ocean Drake? It has felt as though the last few Dragons have been a little bit Mad Lions focused, being able to position, get into the river appropriately and correctly. Now they've got one shot to grab that soul.
Again, Mad Lions, major compositional advantage when it comes to the team fights. Now also, because we're 2 minutes away from the Drake, everyone's summoner spells are going to be back up. Huge flashes for like a Karzi perhaps, if there's ever a moment where the Black Shield or Lantern are not ready to go. BRTT is also going to have his over there. Robo has a flash perhaps to extend the range of his own hookshot and get some critical CC down too. These are all going to be very, very important, but nothing as important as level 16 on Humanoid.
Ding, ding,
it
ding.
has been achieved. He also has the Zonias to stay safe, but now Pain Gaming might not even see Humanoid on their screen, and he's still going to be chunking them for stupid damage.
Oh man, do they have the vision? Can they line it up? Combo it maybe with Karzi's ultimate as well.
The real question is, how much ARAM does Pain Gaming play? Because you only see the AP Kog'Maw in ARAM, and already it's starting to do the damage.
Well, for the time being, we don't yet have an answer. Humanoid 0, 1, and 3. It looks like Mad Lions cheating towards north side of the river. It's still 1 minute and 50 seconds until that Baron. Pain Gaming are going to keep pushing. Mid control is crucial if you want to set up in the river and set up for Dragon. Robo also, level 16, has teleport available, and he's now pushing out the top lane.
Mad Lions have no vision in the bot jungle, and now we have an opportunity to see, well, what is the weakness in Mad Lions' composition? Perhaps face checking into enemy territory. Now, you say with all the defensive tools, surely they can walk in, but it really is only Armut that feels super safe about going in and getting that vision himself. And you notice Robo full pushing that top lane. No one's there to defend, so Humanoid is teleporting in. Mad Lions say, with the numbers, we are going to dominate vision. It is now our chance to fight for it. You're going to have to call in Robo if Pain want to contest it.
Robo's not yet pulled that trigger. Teleport is up for him, remember. And keep tracking Humanoid's mana as well. The more he fires, the more expensive it becomes. Mad Lions pushed mid, they've got control.
This is so good for Pain, though, because Robo is still in the top lane. Now, Mad Lions, their counterattack is to try and hit this mid lane inhibitor. And with Pain spread out now, this may be exactly what Mad need.
There's so much damage that can come up. Purple-white on the side of Karzi. BRTT firing rockets from the side. Paddlestar interrupted there by the minions in the tower. Not yet falling.
Check this out. Robo still in the top lane. Hasn't hit the inhibitor just yet. And Carioca, crucially, canceled his reset. He's in the bot side Tri-Brush. He is waiting for this to go down. Pain don't even necessarily need to force the fight. He has a flash. If they give him vision, he can get over the wall. His ward has been seen now, and Armut has gone back to base.
Armut's got the teleport available as well. Abyssal Voyage coming in here from
They're going for the base race.
More BRTT inside the pit. It's Mad Lions to pick up the third dragon apiece, so the next one will be for Soul. The inhibitor is taken down by Pain Gaming.
Pain Gaming have 3 players here. They have a Jinx too. They smash through the turret. Armut's going to try his best.
Can they finish this one off? The Dragon's Rage has been used already. BRTT's taken out one tower, starts to pull backwards. Alyoya jumps in. Soul Shackles has been used. That's the first kill. As
Here come the Lions.
The Lantern comes forward as Armut continue to try to put damage, but BRTT stays alive. BRTT keeps shooting the rockets from afar. Karzi steps forward. He's got the flamethrower. Flashes forward, gets himself the fish, and now turns his attention back to Robo. Mad Lions hold the base for now. Tinones is looking for yet another target, and he won't be able to find the kill.
BRTT is getting excited. Tinones landing some crucial skill shots as well. It is tense. It is close. PNG, they lose the Drake. They lose one extra member from the Mad Lions, but they get the inhibitor. They get a Nexus tower, and now, with a Tahm Kench ultimate, with 2 teleports from solo laners ready to go, there is always the looming threat. If Mad Lions are not on top of their side lane game, they could just instantly lose the game. Pain Gaming just exposed a weakness that they may yet attack.
What is the answer to Robo in the side lane? Mad Lions have not committed anything for now. Baron is up 18 seconds before Robo spawns, and Mad step forward, realize nothing's happening, and back away.
Well, the answer could just be picking up the Baron for yourself, and yet, even with Karaoke not immediately there, Tin owns the threat of switching over to a Smite. Carzzy, of course, was just coming back onto the Rift too, so Mad Lions, everything will take a breather for just a moment. Bloodthirster finished on both 80 carries. This game is getting out of control.
I mean, this was the base defense, yeah. Recalls were not interrupted. That allowed the ability for Mad Lions to defend, but huge kudos to Pain Gaming. The resiliency to play from behind. That's how they beat Infinity on day one. That's how they managed to keep themselves relevant here today. And now we're in a very unique position. Both teams, one dragon away from Soul, setting up for the next Baron fight.
Side lane pressure is permanent, being applied to Mad Lions. Super minions in the top lane, Robo in the bottom lane. And Tin owns is doing a great job of poking, still making this Zoe work somehow. Mad Lions, they're throwing it all at the Baron here. Will it pay off?
Sleepy Trouble Bubble will tag Kaiser. Baron is going low. Teleport's going to have to be to the lane. Robo will be just a little bit late. Yoya
TP behind.
Going to be low. Pain Gaming may find the initiation that they want. They get the shutdown to BRTT. It's 2 quick kills for Carzzy. He managed to stay alive long enough to get to safety. Canon would take it out. That's a 3rd kill for Carzzy's Aphelios. Close range champions jumping onto Aphelios get destroyed.
Mad Lions kept the backline alive, and Robo goes in the backline. He just gets burst down. The Aphelios is too much now. Tin owns, he's trying to go for a little bit extra here. Armut put to sleep, slowed down by the tongue lash. Tin owns will be able to get away.
All right, so that will stop the Baron. Robo will lose his teleport, which buys some additional time for Mad Lions. They are the ones that now have the double teleports. Humanoid close to level 18, but they still have to deal with the super minions. They still have to deal with the threat of Robo on the side lane, but they were able to keep Carzzy alive.
But this shows the compositional mismatch here. Pain get a lot of what they want right. Tin owns on the side using the wall to put down some serious damage, and the TP on the flank, but Carzzy in the middle of a million people doesn't take any damage. Now that he has the Bloodthirster, he is healing instead of going down on the health bar. It's a triple kill, and with all the survival tools at their disposal, BRTT, you can see the look of frustration as he falls, not able to remove the enemy bot laner.
What a fantastic match so far, and look at that damage difference. The ultimate from Carzzy did so much work as Pain Gaming just barreled together.
But Trevor, no one got the Baron. The game is in the exact same position, except this time, flash on BRTT, no flash Humanoid, no flash Carzzy. Mad Lions backline may be a little bit vulnerable.
There's a little bit of breathing room for Mad Lions as Robo is not pushing the bottom lane. Those super minions on the top lane slowly making their way towards the base. Now, Humanoid, how many shots can you hit? This should be such a great position for Mad Lions. They step forward, and this is the vision that we're working with. The observers showing the tension and the decision-making that Mad have to play with.
Oh, it's getting down to so low HP. Karaoke still stuck inside the pit. Carzzy misses his ultimate. It's gone. The sleep does not connect either, though, and Karaoke takes so much damage. He's so low, and we are 30 seconds away from the end game Ocean Soul.
Fantastic play there from Humanoid, continuing to target Karaoke inside the pit. Baron is now regened all the way back to full.
Look at this, though. There's so many super minions in the top lane. Lucy just poured it in. Who'd he take with him? It's BRTT.
Oh.
Mad Lions have to get back to base.
They're going for the chase. 3 members of Mad Lions sticking onto Robo. It is going to be interrupted here by Karaoke as well. And crucially, it is Carzzy's Aphelios that stays inside the mid lane. BRTT and Tin.
Oh, BRTT, you're going to get it.
Nexus turrets. They've got the first one. They turn their attention to the second. It starts to get chunked down. Pain Gaming get lost. They don't have the damage.
Oh!
Mad Lions live to fight another day.
And the inhibitor respawned even. I don't think it mattered, but the Mad Lions have 5 players alive. Pain Gaming, 0 on the board. 38 minutes in with a minion wave to go. The Mad Lions are going to charge it straight back at Pain.
What a game. What decision making. And my apologies to anyone wearing headphones at home, because we just lost it. Pain Gaming threw everything at the wall and came tantalizingly close to taking down the Mad Lions, but it gets countered and Mad Lions go undefeated in the first round robin. Oh, man.
Just a matter of a second. Honestly, a incredible effort from Pain Gaming. BRTT and Lucy making the call to full send it into the Mad Lions base. They were so close. They knew in the team fights they did not have an answer to the Aphelios, and yet through smart side lane play, a Robo who was down 1-6 at one point in the game still found a way to have an impact and try to get that win.
Mad Lions never had an answer for Robo's side lane push. They simply couldn't. They focused on the objectives. They tried to pull Pain towards them. And ironically, the biggest bait of all was the Nexus. It pulled Pain all the way forward.
Oh, man.
And so close. There was a couple of auto attacks, I think, away from being taken out right at the beginning of the day. An MSI countdown. Vinesh was saying that one of the players you wanted to look at to step up was BRTT, and it was his last auto so close. But for him and the rest of Pain, the willingness to go for that play, it does show their desire and their drive, and it was so, so close.
Absolutely. I think for all the teams in this group, it is showing that the games are still very close. These teams very closely matched because Mad Lions, again, it was not clean from start to finish. They got out to a big lead. Compositionally was looking good. And yet today, yesterday, all these teams they've been facing have shown that they are able to fight on the same level.
They absolutely are. The wins yesterday and today for Mad Lions were hard fought. Their record of 3-0 does not tell the true tale of how close this group is for now. Congratulations to the Mad Lions. When we return, it'll be Infinity Esports. Correction, PSG Talent taking on the Wildcats. What a game. I lost my mind. Absolutely lost my mind.
Kaiser, thank you so much for joining me after this crazy game. Any first thoughts on that ending?
I think I need to really take a shower after this one. Like, I'm not sure, like, if what happened there, like in draft as well. Like, I mean, we didn't play that well, but oh my goodness, I can't. I don't have any words for this game.
That was fantastic from the beginning to the end, honestly. And you started so amazingly, so strong in the early game. Everything, I mean, done by also Alioya. But what happened in the mid game? I feel like too many slip-ups maybe that could have cost you the game actually.
So I think with our comp, it's really, really hard to like close out the game because we have like actually 0 engage. We need to be there at the objective first. But even then, like they have a split push in Camille. So as long as we don't set up the waves correctly, and as long as she can always trade objectives, it's like kind of bad for us to like even be there because they can just always like give up, for example, Ocean Drake for like, for example, tier 3 on top side or something. And their Tam Kenshult, like in late game, was really hard for us to play because let's say we go to Nash, maybe they Tam Kenshult into our base like they did it twice, and they almost ended the game twice even. I think this game was like so close because I mean it was mostly because our comp just kind of sucked, I would say, because we didn't have any engage and then we couldn't close out the game, even though we had like a really fat Arphilos in the early game.
All right, well, composition aside, can you tell me a bit more about the communication to make these big plays happen and to finally grab the win in the end?
I mean, the communication was not really anything special. I think we were just getting bored like halfway through the game, and I was just like, let's just go in, let's just and yeah, I mean, I just flash hooked somewhere, like we just like went in, and I mean, they played it really well, I would say. Like I have to commend them because like they never got really caught out. Like other teams may have like gotten hooked once or like gotten Morgana queued once and maybe would have gotten Baron earlier. But like they really played well around Vision. They let their Camille like slowly take our towers, take our objectives, and they also like stacked up Drakes really well. So it was really close because they had 3 Drakes at some point, and we were like really scared of them getting soul, stuff like this, you know. So it was like actually really hard for us to play. And yeah, just communication-wise, it was just we had to be really mindful. Like we had to assign like some people to, for example, side waves. Like we had to assign some people to like check if they are backdooring or stuff like this, you know. And the other people on Baron, for example. And I mean, it was just really chaotic in comms as well, for sure.
Yeah, and I agree, massive props to Pain Gaming during that game. But last question about you, Kaiser. It's your second international event here at MSI. How does it compare to the Worlds experience you had last year?
I mean, of course, we have more experience right now, so I think I'm more comfortable playing on stage. I think in Worlds, I mean, choked a bit. I think we also like played not to our level, of course. And I think right now we are playing at a more decent level. I think maybe it's not showing in the last 2 games. I think we had like some shaky performances, but I think like from scrims and like just like general like feeling, I think we have like really good chance of like winning it all. And yeah, I think that's like different from last year's Worlds where we were like happy to even go out of groups because we couldn't win a single game in scrims and stuff like this. So I think we have a way better form right now, and yeah, the experience of last year's Worlds really comes to fruition in that as well.
Big chance of winning it all. It's the second time I hear this from Mad Lions player, by the way, so I'll keep notes about this. But for now, Kaiser, thank you so much for the interview, and on behalf of Europe and viewers, thank you for this amazing game.
Thank you.
And Shocks, back to you for post-game.
Thank you very much, and welcome everyone to the State Farm Analyst Desk. Too close for comfort.
What? No.
No.
We all knew that inhibitor was literally just about to respawn anyway.
Everyone knew.
So it wasn't even close, honestly. Like, no, we were all sweating backstage. We were literally screaming. Yeah. It was quite the chaotic game. Oh, Raz, we didn't get to hear your reactions. How were you reacting to the game?
I was sweating, you know. I definitely, thank goodness for packing deodorant in the morning, guys.
Yeah, thank you, Axe. But in any case, I do want to have like a serious conversation about both sides because I know we're excited, right? But you know, that's close for comfort twice now for Mad Lions, and it's also such a heartbreak for Pain. I mean, you can't come any closer than this. But I do want to take a look at why exactly it was so close at the end. Every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Mad Lions get back to the base in time to save the game as the inhibitor respawns. Vedius, Raz, tell me.
Raz, tell her.
All right, I'll go straight for it. what's not being shown here is Olaf going just straight sicko mode, stopping as many backs as possible as the Tahm Kench ultimate just ships them into the top side. So like, for me, this was always the play for Pain. They even took positioning towards the left side of Baron just so they can at least have top lane pushing and they can use it. It was insane, and you heard it from Kaiser in the interview. Like, they couldn't start the fights that they wanted, and it was on Pain to make plays like these. They tried time and again, and you can see the emotion on their faces because they were just that close.
1 hit, 1 second.
It was, I genuinely believe though that inhibitor, even if the Mad Lions didn't get back there in time, like that inhibitor could have actually ruined the whole chances for Pain as well, just because of the timing of it. So like, it was really unfortunate because Pain were incredibly close. And I love what Kaiser said to us, because he was honest in that like their comp was very difficult, and in order for Pain to be able to win out that game, they had to leverage the advantage they had, which was their split pushing power. So huge props to Pain, because they leveraged the Camille extremely well. Robo did have a great game on the side lane, and if they had just tried to play 5v5s, Pain would have lost much faster.
Yeah, I mean, then we had the plan, of course, of the Mad Lions. Humanoid, I think Peter Dunn put us onto this on Twitter, but played this before in the first place match in summer where they lost to Rogue. Humanoid played the Kog'Maw mid, but it's not necessarily a meta pick, so it is clearly a different composition that they wanted to try out. And in the early game, it was all fine and dandy. Elyoya even absolutely smurfed it, Raz. This guy's a rookie, by the way, but he has no fear when it comes to jungling in the early game.
Yeah, and that's what makes this team so much different from Worlds, because it's the confidence that oozes from Elyoya and also in Armut in moments like these. He has a level advantage here as well. You have to bring in Zoe to at least help him out, the Olaf in this case, and he gets the smite steal and is now so far ahead of the Olaf in this matchup. It was a gambit that we saw from the Olaf in the early game to go red to red, and he lost out, and this was beautiful. Just track him straight into the Gromp, end up getting the kill, and Elyoya is set up to succeed.
And I think what I'm going to say now is maybe a bit controversial. The Mad Lions are 3-0, and whenever these kind of games would happen to G2 in the past, the fans would be very quick to say, happy game, funny game, troll game. They didn't take it seriously. Yesterday, when it was very close versus the Wildcats, we heard from the team itself, oh, we weren't as focused in the mid game. I don't necessarily think you can say that immediately about the Mad Lions, although I like that they've gone 3-0, but this is something that you're going to have to go up against stronger teams if you keep this up, and you also have another day ahead of you. So, as said, it's maybe a bit controversial, but, you know.
So, the one thing that I will say is that what we are actually seeing is some mistakes that we saw from Mad Lions, not only during the regular season, but also during the playoffs, which is that sometimes in the mid-game, they can let the ball drop. I think that they've showcased very strong early games in the past. I think they've also showcased that they have very strong team fighting and they have very talented individuals. But sometimes they do drop the ball. Individuals get caught out. Sometimes they don't set up for the objective properly. And I think that we did see some of that. Now, I will also say that compositionally, Pain did have a bit of an advantage in that how they used the split pushing, but it required good execution. And I think that Pain demonstrated that when you give these teams an opportunity to take the lead, they will not hesitate. They are first in their region for a reason. And just because these regions might not be as strong as the Big Four, that doesn't mean that you get there just because you're slightly better than everyone else. So huge credit to Pain. They definitely put up a good fight. I think that Mad was just barely able to win this game in the same way that Dalmon was just able to barely win it. And so it's fun, for sure.
3-0, Carzzy put up a monster performance in some of those team fights, but that's the way the cookie crumbles, unfortunately, for Brazil. But Group C are closing out the day, and coming up next, we'll see if fast-paced Wildcats can secure their first win as they take on PSG Town.
Welcome back to MSI 2021 in the last game of the day as we take a look at PSG Talent taking on the Istanbul Wildcats. And the Wildcats are currently 0-2 in this group. But if you look at just the record and the results, it does not tell the story of the game.
For sure.
They have been so back and forth and very, very interesting to deconstruct.
For sure, for sure. The games in this group have all been very, very close, and yet it's almost that means that this is a must-win game for the Wildcats, or else risking go 0-3. You only have 3 more games left to play in the group stage, and you have to make it into that top 2. With Mad Lions already sitting at 3-0, it's looking very good for them to go ahead and move on in the event, and a win here from the Wildcats would tie up Pain, PSG, and themselves.
Yeah, 1-2. Alternatively, if you see Talon picking up the win here, they put a bit of distance between themselves, Pain, and the Wildcats. And we turn our attention to the draft. And once again, we'll see what we're going to pick for these players. Now, one of the things that's interesting for me, we have seen River playing the Nidalee as well as the Rumble. We've seen Nocturne top. We've seen the Lee Sin in the middle. So these two teams have played around a little bit with some of the champions. And I want to see whether or not, similarly, Starscream, he's on that set in the top lane as well.
For sure. We've seen some different styles, mainly over from the Wildcats. They've really mixed it up in their 2 games. PSG, on the other hand, have played 2 games in R, have played 2 games of Kai'Sa and Leona on the bottom side of the map, and it really was the mid lane where the biggest change happened. You know, it was a set first, and then it was a Lucian. In the jungle was a Nidalee, then it was a Rumble. So still a similar idea in the jungle, but especially for Maple, I feel like this is a guy you always want to see in a carry position, a mainstay from the PCS and the international stage. Representing them is so skilled. Cannot understate how much of a star he is.
Been around for such a long time. I want to go back to that Gnar you mentioned just a moment ago. I know he played it twice already, and when you look at his regular season, he played 15 games of Gnar. The next closest was Renekton at 6. So definitely a high priority for Talon as well as Hanabi. And looking at the ban, Senna, Lee Sin, Varus, as well as Leona, all removed from the pool. But those flavor of group stage 1 in terms of the Morgana and the Rumble both still up, and only one of them potentially bannable.
Yeah, I'm thinking that I really like this late Udyr ban over on blue side when both Rumble and Morgana have been left open, because it basically says, okay, Wildcats, Rumble's probably too good to give up just in general, so you get that ban, and then you can go ahead and lock yourself in something like the Morgana, and that seems like a pretty good strategy we've seen a couple times so far this tournament.
Yeah, we really have. That third ban on the red side being Rumble has happened several times. Instead, it's going to be the Nocturne, so both available. Is there a priority that River or Ferret prefer? And is there another option in mind? So these bans definitely look different. And when I was looking at the potential for these teams, I knew something funny was going to happen, and that is a first pick Renekton.
No! I mean, maybe, because both Rumble and Morgana are open, so it's possible PSG are just happy with that trade, but I personally think that Rumble is just so crazy right now. Not in love with the first pick Renekton when that is an option.
Now, it is a denial from Starscreen. I was talking about how much Hanabi loves his Gnar. Starscreen loves his Renekton. 7 games played, and then 3 on Wukong. But it will be the Wildcats locking in their bottom lane. So Kai'Sa as well as Nocturne already secured, and leaving those jungle picks open, as you mentioned, because both are up, you can just pick one that you prefer.
Rumble Lucian is what I'm thinking here. If they want to reveal both solo laners, because the enemy side of Wildcats already locked in their bot lane, maybe we see an AD carry match, but I think that if you're locking in the Rumble in the jungle, probably hinting that you want to play some physical damage in the mid lane, and they've already run this combination with Lucian alongside the Rumble, so it would not surprise me to see that go ahead and get snapped in immediately.
Of course, if they do get that carry into Maple's hands, that's exactly what you want to see. Hovering on a number of options as we move towards this final pick on phase 1, and it does look like Kaiwing will be locking in the Thresh. So another champion, and we'll see whether or not the 80 champion pool will be pinched here by the Wildcats.
Well, it's Morgana. Almost certainly, right?
There was no doubt about that.
Yeah, Morgana too good. Also, when you consider like Morgana plus Nautilus, that's pretty menacing. The Black Shield gonna have a lot of value here too. You see the Thresh on the other side, even if you're not countering in the lane later on into the game, always going to have some pretty good use there. Now, interesting to see Wildcats targeting a Kalista Thresh, obviously a very powerful combination we've seen used around the world just to try and dominate inside the laning phase, but there are still a lot of physical damage options available for Maple. The nice thing is, because you're running a Renekton in the top side too, Maple does still hold on to some flexibility. He can play a mage, and that would still be totally fine, because Doggo, you know, is going to be bringing the physical damage from under.
And they could throw that Renekton mid, depending on what the Wildcats throw out, albeit not expecting it. It will be the Callista, followed up by the Gnaw as a removal for what Starscreen would consider. And I would expect probably another 80 carry ban maybe from Wildcats. There's the Jinx, another high priority pick here at MSI.
All right, it's interesting because when you have the Thresh open, we just saw how insane the Aphelios can be in the later stages of the game too, so that is a possibility. Okay, so PSG, they say, well, actually, because you're running Morgana jungle, you might want an AD mid laner. Oh, that makes some sense. We banned Illusion ourselves because, of course, coming out of this first phase of picks, it will not be PSG with first pick.
What are you thinking about here for Doggo? I mean, Tristana, Aphelios coming to mind for the time being. I wonder what preference he wants to lean towards, with 3 bans on the side of Wildcats targeting his role. And the fact that Kai'Sa has already been pinched away. Starscreen will run the Gangplank into Hanabi, and we'll find out what he prefers.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's nothing really wrong with going for the Aphelios if you need some more survivability. Of course, like, the Xayah ultimate is very effective up against the Nautilus. If that's coming towards you, it's one of the only things you can use to dodge the point and click, so you can get away no problem. If this does get locked in, it does mean there's a lot of flexibility for PSG inside the early game. I like that they are going for the Aphelios, but right, you can play towards topside here with Rumble and Renekton into the GP if you want to try and look for maybe early tower dives, stacking up the wave, building it in to look for a punish. Of course, also, as soon as level 6 rolls around for the bot lane too, you have a lot of setup when Rumble can just drop the equalizer and make it so easy for the follow-up to come through.
And the final lock-in, what will this be here for Maple? You know, a lot of damage from the Rumble, the Renekton, and it will be locking in the Aphelios. And just looking over at some of the ultimates that can be stolen, pretty big impact, not the largest right now, and Saren will need to decide what he wants to play into this Sylas. And when you look at the rest of the composition, this is just damage galore for
Yeah,
Talon.
for sure. And you have a lot of these like CC ultimates. I think that's really important to see here next to the Sylas, because if you have a Nautilus ult plus a Rumble, no counterplay to get away from that. And it's actually a Yone to go ahead and get locked in at the end. That's a little spice coming out of Saren in the mid lane for the Wildcats. A big switch up because, right, we were looking for maybe some physical damage to come out of that position for Saren. And well, this is going to be a very different look, because it all of a sudden just went from, oh, we have like some scaling elements in the top lane, it's going to be okay, to it's time to fight hard. We've got melee mid laners duking it out right next to some AP junglers with heavy impact ultimates.
Yeah, but what do these two compositions do when you zoom out and now look at them? There is just damage galore, no traditional real frontline in that regard. Maybe Renekton you can talk about. But it just feels to me like they want to fight, and they just want to land their skill shots to get the first kill.
Yeah, well, I think that, like, as far as PSG have it, like, whatever Maple does, he's going to find an ultimate to set up for the Rumble ult. And then what you want to do is you want to take River and Maple, get them out of the mid lane, attack top or attack bot lane, wherever you have the wave stacking up and looking for dives, because there's not a lot of great ways to escape from that sort of a combination. Of course, you have the late game reliable scaling of that Aphelios can be so hard to match, even with a Yone diving into the back line. We've seen fighters try to get into the face of an Aphelios. You think you've got him, he's down to 10%. No, it turns straight around your face, and you are feeling real bad afterwards.
Really the case, but if you look at the other side then, Morgana wants to peel back just a little bit. Nautilus can do, forward or backwards, and similar question, how do we see the Wildcats ideally wanting to play this composition out?
Ooh, it's interesting, right? Because I think Saren can potentially play side lanes later on into the game too. You're always going to have the threat of the Gangplank ultimate raining down from the sky, and on top of that, you can look to attack side lanes like Kai'Sa and these sorts of things. So I think that there's a very dynamic composition over from the Wildcats where they can be a little bit more flexible because of what they've locked in.
That's interesting. Then it also breeds the question around execution, right? Whatever plan or lane they decide to commit to, wherever they decide to move that Yone from the mid lane, what will it do? We do have a very brief pause as we've loaded up onto Summoner's Rift, so I will give you an update as soon as I can. But as we close out the first round robin here at MSI, another very interesting draft from the Wildcats and from Talon, and a lot at stake. These two teams will come back on Monday. They'll close out the back half of the round robin. And there's more pressure on the Wildcats as they've yet to pick up a win, especially when you last pick a Yone.
Yeah.
You have to execute, and this is one of the champions that is feast or famine.
Oh, for sure, and especially because Maple was like, okay, what am I going to pick in the mid lane? Okay, it's the blind Sylas. What have you got? Maple feeling confident to run that champion into just about everything. Well, Saren now on the Yone going to hold a large burden on his shoulders. See what he can get done around the mid lane. Can you disrupt Maple from teaming up with River and impacting the rest of the map? We already know it's going to be hard to attack bot lane for the Wildcats. It's going to be hard to attack top lane. Mid lane could be the answer.
Mid lane could be the answer. Okay, let's see, can they do it though? As we see Saren already stepping into lane, facing down. Got himself the Conqueror, flash TP, matched on the other side. And we're seeing this Rumble versus Morgana matchup. It's two junglers that have taken over the meta, and discussion had a huge impact on all the other lanes. There's just a fan out here start from both sides, and both Ferret as well as River starting on the top half of the map.
For the time being, you see Rumble just smash that W key, get the Fury up. Of course, the big buffs there being the attack speed when you go for the overheat, the percent HP damage as well. It makes his jungle clear just absolutely crazy. He's always going to be showing up to the Scuttle Crab before it even spawns. And the Wildcats don't have many great level 1 tools to try and disrupt anything that PSG are trying to do. So I like the late ward on the enemy Raptor camp. See that will spot out Ferret as he paths top to bot.
And I was just taking a look through the rest of the summoner spells during draft. You mentioned all the CC on Talon's side. Only Phoenix running that cleanse, going to be crucially important, but so many tools and such long range to start your initiations when you consider the Equalizer as well as the potential that can come down from Aphelios and then follow it up. We'll see Hanabi and Starscreen starting to match up. And I think once you start seeing these teams get a little bit of hit, get a little damage under their belt, they've got so many tools to find those picks and find those kills.
Yeah, Starscreen going to have to be on watch in this early game. We'll note Ferret will be starting topside, moving away from it. We already mentioned like stacking up the 3rd or 4th wave for Hanabi, especially when River is going to be up towards that side of the map, especially as it gets super, super volatile up there. Starscreen is actually stepping into the trades, which, well, Gangplank does like to do, utilize the true damage of his passive, but does need to have the forethought that, well, his jungler's not going to be here for very long, and River is only going to get ever so close around the 3 to 4 minute mark.
And we saw their Farfetch stepping very far forward, throws out the dredge line, managed to connect there with Kaiwing, and able to just about to ding. Keeping my eyes on River and where he's going to move, starting off on bottom half of the map, making his way north. Ferret the exact opposite.
Yeah, Saren just matched the ward on the enemy Raptor camp. It's like a peace of mind ward because I think it's not the hardest thing in the world. It's like, okay, well, Rumble's going to be here pretty soon, but now you see that he's going to be going towards the top side. And again, Starscreen does have to look out just a little bit. The same like threat of a dive or whatnot isn't really present in the bot lane 2 versus 2. So very clearly, Ferret just farming through the early jungle again. Ferret doesn't really like super speed through the jungle until it feels like maybe that first base that comes on through. But River will be just ever so behind in early tempo.
Yeah, you were talking about that Morgana earlier today, how kind of ramps up in effectiveness to clear multiple camps at the same time. And Starscreen will have this wave moving just a little bit closer as River will clear off his blue buff as expected. And Saren continues to push out that mid lane. Ferret just hits level 4, and a lot of pressure down bottom as Holy Phoenix and Farfetch are shoving in.
Well, check this out. Starscreen was channeling the recall for just a moment, decided not to end up going for it in the top side of the map, and that wave is building up. So after Scuttle Crab, the option is going to be there, and I think the right choice for Starscreen would be to go back to base, maybe teleport back in with full HP.
So a little bit of Ferret's Morgana in the river. Unsure if Talon noticed. I didn't see any pings. There was the recall from Starscreen. He's going to TP back to this top lane. Just a small CS deficit, as River has already recalled once he picked up that top scuttle. So no meaningful advantage as of yet outside of this top lane CS, and you expect that in the early levels.
It's the force play, though, right? Yeah. It's something that Starscreen has to do. Of course, the dive didn't end up coming through, but you have to pay the respect, and it causes River to end up going for the early base. You'll notice both mid laners did also hold on to their teleport. Hanabi doesn't even have to go back to base just yet, but Ferret will be in the area. There was a ward left in that tri-brush. And there's a TP flank here from Saren. He's just sending it.
Well, let's see what Saren can do. Dredge line will not find its target. River will arrive just in time. Dogger's already flashed, still has heal available to him. Now River's going to start firing up those Electro Harpoons, as well as the Flame Spitter for first blood. Turns his attention to Farfetch, and it is donated to Maple.
That is just a terrible teleport. I don't know what Saren was thinking. Ferret just recalled walk topside. River, you knew his pathing. He's only ever going to be bot lane, and Maple also had the TP to respond. even if River wasn't there, Hanabi has his teleport, so that is just inexcusable. Saren's trying to send it to look for the early edge, but did not do his homework before.
You just mentioned that both mid laners had the teleport, and River was able to be there just in time by a couple extra seconds for Maple to arrive, who's now picked up a kill and an assist. River on that rumble with a kill of his own, and now Ferret and Farfetch stepping forward, but Maple is paying respects. He's not overstepping his bounds, and he doesn't get caught out. It's 1,300 gold at 5 minutes.
Yeah, he's got the ward there that sees them moving over, and again, it's just math. Right now it's 3 versus 2, but it's about to be 4 versus 3 in favor of PSG. They don't have the burst damage to finish off Doggo either. He even holds onto the flash through this play, so just a big misread there from the Wildcats, and it kind of explodes the entire bot lane for them too.
We'll be able to at least pick up the dragon here, Ender. And after how disappointed you are at that teleport, let's talk about what this means for a champion like Yone. He's still a little bit ahead on the CS, but I said during draft, this is a champion that's going to feast or famine. Does it start to make you a little bit nervous?
I mean, yes, it does make me nervous. It's not even as much about the Yone, I think, as it is about the Aphelios, right? Aphelios completely can take over games, and there's not a lot of great dive threats from the Wildcats, right? You have the GP ult and, of course, the Yone, and especially if Yone has a black shield on him, like, that's really threatening going over towards Doggo, but Doggo's always going to have Kaiwing sitting next to him, and there's a threshold you reach on Aphelios where you get a little bit of life steal, you walk into the fights with the right guns, and you are nigh unkillable, and that has just got sent forward just a little bit with those couple of assists to start off the game.
So many years of experience helping out there as well, and that's going to be a difficult challenge to overcome as the Wildcats start to fall back. And also, remember that these players already have the pressure being down 0-2 during the course of the group stage. It becomes so difficult if they're unable to claw this one back. And I think you have to highlight the fact here that Seren is farming just a little bit better in this middle lane, hit level 6 a tad earlier. He's marginally ahead, but he needs to have a positive impact. And of course, Hanabi is still doing very well in this top lane. Continues to bully, continues to push into Starscream. And while he won't be able to have that global impact that Starscream's ultimate will have, you need to fear those Renekton's. We've seen just how big they can be when they attack that back line.
I do like the idea from Farfetch and Holy Phoenix to see if they can make an attack on mid, but I don't think it's going to work out against Maple. You'll notice, if you look at the bot lane on your minimap, like it's being sort of pushed against PSG. PSG can just hold the wave in front of their turret. Because Ferret's in the top side, you can't step forward because Holy Phoenix and Farfetch, neither of them have the flash, so it's impossible to lane. Look at it, it's just miserable. They have to go to their jungle camps and farm them. That's making Ferret unhappy. Holy Phoenix is unhappy because he's not getting his actual minions in his actual lane, and this is the type of snowball effect that destroys a team on the international stage. One mistake to start off the game has turned into so much more, and I think the Wildcats are going to take some solace in the fact that on this stacking wave, PSG aren't actually setting up some sort of turret dive, which very well could have been a possibility if they'd wanted to.
And then you add on to the fact that Starscream's under so much pressure in the top lane, he feels the need to use the counter barrage to clear the waves out. I mean, you've seen that at 8 minutes into the game. It is a worrying sign if you're a fan of the Wildcats from Istanbul, and they're down 2k gold. They do have that dragon, which is one small solace to talk about, and they do have the ability to blow up one of the smaller or squishier targets on the side of Talon.
I like it. Zooming on forward to place down the ward, and then you snap back into the lane. It's the little things.
You just watch Talon picking this one up. And where did they decide to put it? River has access to the ultimate. Dominus is up for Hanabi as well. He's got those plated steel caps too. So now the dive power is on the cards, and Doggo swapping
I think this is a brilliant play from PSG to run to the top lane because, they're winning top lane, they're winning bot lane. Why swap, you ask? Well, the one lane swap tool was just blown. Starscream used his cannon barrage to clear a wave in the top lane, and usually if you go for a swap against a GP, you always lose on the turret pressure because of that global, that wave clear tool. Now Ferret is zooming up into the top lane, but Doggo doesn't take the bait. I like it. The patience comes through. Farfetch had to go for the preemptive hook, and does not connect.
As you predicted, didn't manage to catch this time round, and I think important to call out, Holy Phoenix has closed that gap ever so slightly. Kaiwing will get caught up by the Hex Flash Dredge line. There's the equalizer coming out. Doggo gets pulled forward, white-red combination, gonna melt through Starscream. Ferret may be the next target, as the Soul Shackles will find itself a stun, and there's a lot of damage followed up from the root, the Dredge line as well. Heal is thrown down from Doggo, who continues to fire out, and the fate is unsealed. Seren is in the game.
PSG go for the fight on the top side, and the Wildcats like, yeah, I don't think you want to go for that one. Seren was already on the rotation over, so he's able to right some of the wrongs of the early game. That is an important kill to get the bot lane back in the game.
Crucially, though, it shows how difficult it may be to deal with the Felios. He didn't have the damage at that time, and if he manages to pick up those items, we'll see in the new X Effect replay, not this time, it is going to be scary as the game plays out, was the point I was trying to get to.
Well, Farfetch was using the Hex Flash over the wall. Kaiwing just a little bit too far forward, trying to clear away the waves, and it's a lot of pain coming off of that play, as well as Doggo is removed from the map, doesn't get to clear out the following wave. And again, if you did a freeze frame before that play, everything's going well for PSG, because Hanabi had actually forced Holy Phoenix to base. He's like, you can't 1v1 me. Well, now we've got 3 players in the bot lane.
No flash from Starscream, and that was well set up there by Kaiwing. Flash into the flate, easily set up and donated to Doggo. Good boy there, picking up his first kill. He's got 2 assists as well, and this will also open up damage onto these plates.
Yeah, well, we've also got Rift Herald too, right? That's in the bot lane too on River's back, and they can just whack this turret a couple of times, place that themselves. They might not even need to use it necessarily, depending on the defense. You'll see Seren is on the way down, and Starscream does have ult and TP when he does spawn.
Seren is going to make his way down to the bottom here, and River's going to step by. No ultimate available for that Yone. Death Sentence will connect onto Farfetch, and the dredge line will be dodged away from once again.
You know, I have to say, like, looking at Doggo's positioning, just literally standing so close to Wildcats, but behind the Herald, he's kind of mad like that. You know, I watched him domestically a bit, and he was just so crazy playing the Tristan, always jumping forward. Seems like he was out of control, but mechanically very, very gifted player, and it's plays like those Doggo plays where he surprises you, because not a lot of players stand there. Like, he's not really doing anything, but he's just staring you down saying, yeah, I dare you to try and go on me.
It's the confidence and the bravado to be in that position, right? To dare the Wildcats to do anything about it. The gold lead gets extended. The first tower has now fallen, all plates secured. And the Wildcats now trying to make their way down south.
This could be pretty big here. 4 players, and they have the teleport if they want to get involved. It's going down.
The box has been thrown out, and Ferret's on the wrong side of the rift, but the damage has already been connected, and Doggo will be taken out. It's traded for Holy Phoenix and Farfetch, and 2 more quick kills from Talon. Ferret will be the next target for River and Kaiwing. While that's going on, Starscreen is being run down by Hanabi and Maple. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 kills, the ace at 12 minutes.
Just brutal there. The Wildcats walked straight across the equalizer, it looked like, and well, that does a lot of damage. River now sitting 3-0-4 on the Rumble. The Wildcats had a couple of good fights, but they full sent it there, thinking that Ferret's positioning was good enough. Well, it wasn't. Now PSG are going to get the Drake.
I'm going to have to ask you to explain something to me. So excuse me for the small diatribe. What does sent it mean?
Sent it?
Yeah.
Oh, you're like full sending it. You're going in. Send it! Yeah, you're going in.
So is this like common lingo? Because this is
this is a thing.
Well, let's take a look at this team fight here.
Okay. See, they're sending it. They're sending it while they, flash forward, dash forward, do all that. They're going all in. But yeah, you'll notice they just walk into the meat grinder. They're all dead, and that's even without the stolen depth charge.
There's not enough damage connecting to the players of Talon, and the response, because they have 4 threats, from top to bot. Every single one of them has the ability to destroy the Wildcats. Talon just extend that lead even further. We've had very dominant wins over the course of the last few days, and Talon stepping up to the plate, led by River and by Maple, and they're just going to push this lead even further.
The thing is, it's like such a massive gold lead in the carry positions. Like the difference, like look at the CS in the top lane. Yep. 121 to 68. 1,700 gold. Bot lane is over 2,000 now. Before the fight, it was still big. Now it's even larger, and it's Wildcats willingly walking into these equal numbered fights. These are not the fights that they want to be finding. They need to attack a side lane, outmaneuver PSG in some way, but they continue to send it. It's not working for them.
Remember, I'm not down with the kids' lingo these days, so I had to ask at some point. And it's going to take such a long time before the Wildcats' itemization will be able to, balance out this difference. There's 3 mythics on the side of Talon already versus thrift shopping from the Wildcats. So that's going to be complicated even further. The plates have just fallen. It's 1 dragon apiece, and Farfetch is just waiting in the top lane here. Flash just about available for Doggo, and the rest of both teams
I like the idea, but River's right here, and even with 4 players, the equalizer does so much damage. Night Harvester finish, Gale Force on Doggo too. Like, the power of items, the power of money is just, frankly, more than the power of friendship in this game.
That means that they can threaten wherever they want to. Long-range engage for that equalizer just sets up the follow-up, right? Damage, the slow, allows Thresh or Maple to jump onto the targets, and Ferret's now going to step forward. That's the dash coming at you from Maple. Saren continues to hold on to the ult for now. No follow-up, and dashes back, and second Herald will now be picked up. Is there an attempt on the top lane? Holy Phoenix and Farfetch not yet extended enough for the engage.
All right. Wow. I'm just like looking around the map because like PSG just seems to be bullying the Wildcats everywhere. I'm like, when was the last time we saw Hanabi and Starscreen on our screen? And it was like, well, it's because Hanabi's just been completely bullying him. We've been censoring that. And if you look at the total gold on the left side of your screen, yeah, that's just how this game is going. PSG miles ahead in every single position.
It really is. 3 versus 4 for now, but Hanabi is making his way up through the river. White-red from Doggo allows a lot of damage to go onto the tower and still sticking around, still staying forward until the Lantern actually times out. And I think, again, you know, before this game started, we were talking about how the games in this group have kind of played out. Wildcats started their tournament against Pain and had a pretty good, pretty aggressive early game, generated a big lead, and then unfortunately weren't able to close it out.
Look at Hanabi. He's just going on a little trip through the enemy jungle. Don't mind me.
He's going to be doing so much
Thanks
damage.
for the ult.
144 CS, 101. Doesn't care, doesn't give a damn because they've just got such a gigantic advantage.
Yeah, so he was bot lane for quite some time, and Starscreen's decided to try and freeze the lane and just get as much gold as he can. And Hanabi's like, okay, whatever, dude. I'm gonna get the work done inside the jungle. So they get the tower off that play. Starscreen will be telling his team, it's okay, guys, I'm getting gold, and that is true for the time being. But when push comes to shove, Hanabi's still incredibly, incredibly powerful, and now it's up to PSG to attack, to punish Starscreen for going for the freeze, because there's no objectives on the map. No Herald, no Drake for the next minute or whatnot, so they already got the top lane tower. Now it's about hitting the mid lane.
Well, Maple's going to start this one off. River arrives. He's going to be caught out here. Equalizer comes down. Snaren forced to dash away with his ultimate. Cannot hold the lane. Herald could be dropped to put pressure on this tower.
Yeah, the Herald's going to be too much. I was going to say before the Herald, maybe you can use the Cannon Barrage to cut down on that minion wave. Then only your teammate needs to delete the cannon minion. Yeah, see, I don't think that Cannon Barrage is going to accomplish much of anything. It does keep the tower alive for the time being, but look at this. River and Hanabi, they're already into the ball lane, and Starscreen's freeze is slipping away.
There's still a flash available for this Gangplank. He's already used it, gets caught by those harpoons, and is melted on the Night
Like a glacier in 2021, it's melting.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. There's a solo kill up in the top lane as Maple gets himself yet another. That's a dash forward from Doggo thanks to the Gale Force. Now he's got caught out and taken out, a little bit eager. Saren continues the pressure and damage onto Kaiwood.
Remember when I told you that Doggo was kind of crazy sometimes?
Yes!
He's wild with it, okay? He's got his flash, he's got his heal up. No problem, guys. He's just gonna run it down mid lane while the rest of his team gets this lead even bigger.
The proof is in the pudding, and Doggo continues to pressure using the abilities. But the thing is, right, when you have this gigantic lead, you do tend to see teams play a little bit looser, a little bit more eager, shall we say. Oh man, and Maple just committing the flash for that one.
Are you winning, son?
No, absolutely not. And even if you could try to get away, Maple with a stolen ultimate would be able to jump right in there. And if you look at the minimap, there is no more map for the Wildcats to play for. They've now lost their second dragon. Wildcats are looking down the barrel of an 0-3 start to MSI.
Not the position you want to be in. Only 3 more games left to play in the group stage. If you want to move on to the Rumble stage, only the top 2 teams in each group will get that honor. And well, PSG, now it's just about closing it out. 6.5K gold. They're looking oh so good now. Already, you know, we were just waiting on like one more mythic item. Maple was a little bit behind the curve for a moment.
The interesting thing is the lead is so big so early that the pace of the game slows down very drastically because it becomes a lot more difficult to push those inner turrets. It becomes a lot more risky, obviously, to push into the enemy jungle. And also, what objectives are you going to play for? Baron's not up yet. It's still 4 minutes away from Dragon. I think Wildcats a little lucky to have picked up that first Dragon. It'll just slow down the soul. But ultimately, to bring back the game from this deficit and the amount of control they have and the challenges they need to overcome with Talon's composition, they're hoping for some Talon mistakes.
Yeah, well, PSG have already hinted to us what their game plan is until, you know, the Baron and the big objectives do end up spawning before. It's like, Hanabi, well, when the lane and bot lane gets frozen, it's about him walking into the enemy jungle, getting behind enemy lines, setting up picks inside enemy territory. And you can see they've done a good job at isolating this bottom side jungle. That one ward from the Wildcats is going to end up timing out. Very, very shallow vision from the red side team here. And, well, they've given up top side vision, but that does mean that they are able to cut off rotations between both mid and bot lane. So what they can do is they can full push this wave in mid lane and then sort of fake out and run down towards the bot lane, do this sort of ping pong effect. The second you see the Wildcats, you know, overstep or commit too many into one of these lanes.
Yeah, you just keep applying pressure until somebody makes a move. And it feels as though Farfetch's dredge lines have been countered by that Lantern from Kaiwing. Timeless, countless times this game already.
And the other great thing about having a Rumble here is, like, River's allowed to just stay inside of the jungle because his ultimate, very high range. He can sort of play both between mid lane and bot lane. If the Wildcats were ever trying to attack one area, he could very quickly respond.
I mean, you just feel the fishing here from Wildcats. They're just hoping for a skill shot to land. If they find something connecting, they do have some ability with Seren, with Holy Phoenix, with the Cannon Barrage to jump on and target. But it has to work, because if they don't, much like that team fight we saw probably like 6-7 minutes ago in the bottom lane, yeah, they managed to get a kill onto Doggo, but everyone else from Talon just melted through the Wildcats for a very early ace.
And don't let the KDA fool you. Doggo has more gold than anyone else in the game. It's evident there with the 2 items. He's also sitting on enough for a BF sword, 1,400 in the inventory. So he finished off that item. We'll see what direction he goes. Very likely just the Infinity Edge, perhaps, for him.
2,000 lead in the top lane, 2,500 lead in the bot lane, 1,300 lead in the mid lane, 1,300 lead in the jungle. I mean, look, it's 8K in the advantage, right? So, like, obviously.
So it's a lot, is what I'm gathering.
But I think it is important to call out, like, the tower plates and swapping to get additional plates up top is a big reason on why Doggo's Aphelios has been able to build up this lead. And he's becoming almost unkillable. He's getting to that point, 2-3 items where Aphelios is truly activated. And I think a good thing for Talon, now that Baron is up, because of the amount of control and the amount of pressure they've applied to Wildcats, they can now start baiting and forcing Wildcats' hands just a little bit more.
I don't even know if he wanted that hook. If it did land Farfetch, these guys do a whole lot of damage. And now, because there is a major objective with the gravity to try and pull in all the players on the map can contest it whenever PSG disappear into the fog of war, Wildcats have to play so aggressively here, but they don't know where anyone is. Look at the equalizer.
The equalizer is not going to be followed up just yet by Maple. Farfetch is the first victim of the fray. Hanabi, will he be able to TP in? There's enough damage to force Seren and Ferret to 50%.
PSG only used the equalizer. Every other ultimate is ready to go. Maple's playing in the same exact position on the flank. And the Wildcats, they used so much in that play. They lost Farfetch, and they're getting hooked.
Oh, man, the Lantern as well as the death sentence. Goodbye, Ferret. There will be a turret picked up by
Maple,
Wildcats.
do your thing.
Maple's going to go golden. Hanabi will arrive in time to buy some time. That's a gigantic heal coming out from Maple on the Silas. Holy Phoenix is so low, and Ferret has...
By the way, PSG is still on the Baron.
Unbelievable. The turnaround, Hanabi will buy some time thanks to the Q and not be able to escape with his life, but they get themselves a couple of kills. Doggo and River should be able to finish this one off.
Yeah, Doggo has the crescendum just railing away at the Baron. Easily picked up by them, and now we're teleporting to the bot lane. Maple is a little bit bored. He wants to end things quickly. He sees kill, he wants it, and instead he's changing his mind. He's now going back towards the mid lane.
Won't be able to figure it out because it is 10 seconds until the dragon. Kaiwing survives the engage. Now Maple wants to get something back. It's caught by the dredge line. Lantern comes up. River arrives to help out if needed. Equalizer is back and available. We've been fighting for so long. It came back up. Farfetch flashes away from the death sentence, gets the black shield to buy some additional time, and he's not going to be able to escape. The flash harpoon from a River. Third dragon is available. It may not even be needed. Starscreen will just finish the recall. And this is just a one-sided affair. Talon are styling on the Wildcats.
By the way, that equalizer, you're wondering why it was up so fast? It's a 51-second cooldown.
That is ridiculous.
At this point in the game. If you're not running Ultimate Hunter on your Rumble Jungle, guys, you're making a mistake. That rune is crazy. And, I mean, River's just proven it here.
5-0-7 on the Rumble. Maple 6-0-3 on the Silas, and ended during the draft. You talked about how you wanted to see those two combining, putting pressure on the other lanes, and it's worked out fantastically. If you look at the minimap, by the way, notice the Talon members starting to move towards the mid lane.
And we're really going to show Saren getting killed again. Man can't catch a break here. River, of course, was just clearing his jungle camps and said, hello, I'll help out and pick up another assist.
It's really, really difficult. I mean, Wildcats now starting to fall further behind. Give Farfetch a leak. He's about as useful as that Pokemon. River will be able to finish off the 14th kill. 3 dragons already secured, and we look at the minimap now. Talon running their way
PSG
forward.
are angry, it would seem.
Equalizer comes down. The words you used a moment ago, Ender, was that Maple wants to finish this game quick. Ferret flashes forward, throws down the ulti, goes golden, will buy enough time. Not enough to complete the Soul Shackles. Cannon Barrage has dropped out as well. Hanabi picks up Holy Phoenix on the back. And it's Maple that gets the second kill into Farfetch. It's another one for Doggo. And the last man standing, Saren, running for his life. Still 55 seconds left on this Baron. And PSG Talon are looking to close the game out, go 2-1 in the groups, and set themselves up as one of the preferred or favorites as we move into the second round.
That wasn't even a strategy. Nope. That was just aggressively charging face first at your opponents, and they can't escape PSG. Oh, they see Hero the kill Hero, and now they've got themselves an inhibitor. Not looking for the end just yet. You'll notice the rest of the team, the Soul Laners, just trying to min-max the CS, take jungle camps left and right. And it doesn't get better from here.
No, it doesn't. I mean, Saren even committed the ultimate there for a potential pick on the way out. Didn't find the target. His Talon escaped. They've got supers in the top lane. But it asks more questions when we look at how the games have been played in this group. Every single team has had very different looks and very different results for each game. That's what you said. Just run them down. Just run him down.
Not sure what more I can tell you guys on this one. We literally just walked in a straight line. There's no damage that can really be done in the back line at all. Doggo sustains through it all. Doesn't really matter. Hanabi charges into the back line, kills Holy Phoenix. What can you say?
Well, you can say that Talon are just playing this one great. You know, a few little messy plays every now and again, but 26 minutes, 12k gold. The Infinity Edge completed there for Doggo. They've got supers in the top lane. They may not even need the Soul or the next Baron to close this one out because it doesn't feel like Wildcats can really do anything to stop PSG, and they definitely cannot deal with the range.
There's no answer to this one.
No,
this is, you know, Wildcats get one more chance, and then I think PSG are taking it.
Okay, so let's look ahead, right?
Yeah.
So these teams now come back on Monday. PSG, and I think Wildcats as well. They've shown a couple of different champions that are a little bit of a surprise. I wondered if Kaiwing is going to follow that one through. And Talon are going to push into the base. You have to think about River's impact that he's shown here on this Rumble. The performance Maple has had on the Silence, and whether or not they can do this again, because if Talon want to advance to the Rumble stage, then you'll be able to pick up some wins, push Pain, and push Wildcats down.
Yeah, would send them up to 2 wins, right? So would put them in a very good position for those later matchups. And I think that PSG, very clearly the stronger team between these two based off of this performance from start to finish. These towers now really starting to get knocked down. Wildcats are sending it.
Barrett's looking for Maple, and now he's on the wrong side of the enemy team. Holy Phoenix still got the ultimate if he wants to use it. Ferret, by some additional time, stays alive. The Lantern from Doggo, who, by the way, was on the other side of the team, 1 versus 4. Just playing exactly the same way he does regionally. Maple
1v4? We'll take a 1v3.
Won't be able to find the damage just yet. Fate Unsealed is stolen. He catches 1 and 2. The rest of the support comes in from Talon. Doggo will be able to pick up the kill there onto Starscreen, and Maple is finally taken down for the first time this game, and it does not matter. Maple does not give a damn. Talon destroy the Wildcats. 22 kills to 6. 14,000 gold in the lead, and Talon in the first round robin at MSI, 2 wins to 1.
Putting the PCS in a good position to move on into the Rumble stage. 3 more games left to play. This marks the end of the first half round robin.
Yep.
And of course, each group is going to play all their games, each, you know, following the next 3 days. Yeah.
So they got a day to rest and recuperate. Wildcats in a very difficult situation, right? The one game that they could have won against Pain, they had an advantage, they had the lead. Pain Gaming dug deep and came back. I think I also want to call out the fact that Pain dug deep and pushed Mad Lions as well, really made them work for it. But for Wildcats, they're the first team on the verge of being eliminated.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough for them to try and battle back. the next couple of days here, and yet at the same time, like, PSG just took one big mistake from the Wildcats in the early game, right? Like, the teleport into the bot lane really got things off on the wrong foot, and I don't think they made too many more mistakes themselves, right? You know, there's maybe like one or two missteps on the top side of the map, but really throughout every single lane was just so far ahead. Hanabi, we didn't really talk about him. He was kind of quietly just smashing his way through the top lane, and it was a big factor in their win.
It has been a hell of a day here at MSI. We'll talk a little bit about it at MSI Cooldown in just a few minutes, where I will be joined by Vedius and Araz for a look at today's highlights. We'll see you then.
Oh, I get to leave?
You get to leave.
So I don't see them.
I'll see you tomorrow.
I don't. Okay, later, dude. Later.
Find X3 Pro.
Welcome to MSI Cooldown after a literally insane day of games from Reykjavik, Iceland. I'm Quickshot, joined by Vedius and Raz. Was busting a move during the ad break. Raz, did you have fun today? What do you think of the games?
Hell yeah, the games were a lot more funner than I expected. Every time I go into predicting the next day, I'm like, man, this feels like a boring day. Man, it's going to be one-sided. And then it's the opposite. So I'm happy with what's been happening so far.
How many group stages have we watched together, Raz?
Many.
Because
a lot.
You were there with me for the FPX group stage with Splice. How can you sit there and now still be surprised after this many years? We were there together for SKT RNG Fnatic too. Like, come on, man. It's group stages. These things always happen.
Well, let's take a look at how...
I'm never going to be the type to walk up and be like, oh, I expect upsets to happen, at least to the degree with Detonation Focus Me. I know we'll get into it, but like...
The upset did not happen. The upset didn't happen. Look, let's take a look at the results, of course. Mad Lions, Damonkey, and RNG are still undefeated. Raz, I'll go to you first. The game was incredible, and I wanted the upset to happen, but Detonation Focus Me couldn't close it out, Raz.
I choose to believe Detonation Focus Me won. You know, if I go back to sleep tonight, it's because you're right. They played so well, and it's just been 2 games in a row with Detonation Focus Me, where it feels like they are playing much smarter than I really remembered and watched when they were playing domestically. And it started with bullying Khan in the top lane. Time and time again, he didn't even need the jungle help after a while. He was just doing it solo from Evie.
I think that what, to me, this opens up the conversation about is, like, draft. And the reason why I think that's so important is, for a long time, I think the best regions in the world could draft whatever they wanted, and because they just had better players, they would just win anyway. But we're now getting to a point where the rank 1 team in every region across the world has the players to be able to manipulate and use their champions properly. And that means the draft is so much more important. So when you get a good draft against a top team, you can push them to the very limit because you know what you're doing. And the only problem for DFM was, like, in this situation, they just overcommitted. If they just let the Baron do the work for them, instead they let their emotions get the better of them. And like,
Put yourself in their shoes for a second. This is the first time that an LJL team has faced off against the #1 seed from a major region, from one of the big 4. They managed to pick up a win yesterday. Today, they were on the verge of winning. And I was invested. I was screaming backstage because I wanted the upset to happen. I mean, let's turn our attention to the next game that also, like, nearly killed my energy. Mad Lions and Pain Gaming. Vedius, what do you make of that? Because I said it was really exciting, and you said, well, not that much.
No, I was joking. Okay, I was joking. It was very stressful. It was very tense, but I think that it comes back again to this conversation about draft. And I love what Kaiser was saying in the interview, where he sent so much praise to Pain, because if Pain had just grouped 5v5 and had contested Mad at every objective, they would have just lost. Because with the gold advantage that Mad had, that was no way they were going to win. But they were able to find crazy plays like this. This was a little lucky, I will say, because the fact that he was able to steal this with a Zoe Q, but then what they did with it was just beautiful. They played the side lanes extremely well. They utilized the Tahm Kench ultimate, and like going for this play, I think was like, it was super fun. Did they have to do this play? I don't know, but it was like they were so close, and they came so close multiple times to being able to take this game off of Madden. I have nothing but respect for Pain, and they just go to show that they can still tangle with the best.
Yeah, 100%. It's fun to watch them play because you say draft, I agree. It's gotten to a point where you do have to care a lot about the draft when you're going up against these teams, or they feel like they get better and better.
Yeah.
You know, I already mentioned this with Detonation Focus Me, and it's certainly true with Pain, is that I don't know what's happening behind them scrims, but they are definitely growing into a beast, where I feel like my biggest criticism when I watch them domestically is that they group too much, they team fight too much, they lose track of side lanes a lot. This was literally the opposite for Pain, where they recognized their win condition was in their side lane, they played around it, and sure, they jumped the gun at the end, but like now that I look to the next game, it feels like we're just going to see a better and better Pain.
Raz, talk to me a little bit about Pain Gaming, how 2 of the matches, they've fallen behind early, but they've dug deep. They've found ways to get back into the game. You know, they took down the Wildcats a couple days ago. Today, they were on the verge of taking down Mad Lions. And both of those games, the common thread is that they fall behind, but they manage to find a way to still look good.
Yeah, it's the resilience from the players. Like, so when I was watching the game, the things that I really enjoyed watching were like, yes, the team fights, like how they clawed back when they were in a big a 5v5 setting. I know that Kaiser did mention like not having real engage, so if they had a huge like advantage, like yeah, sure you would get a poke on towards a Tom Kench who has cleanse, or if you get another person, Tom Kench would help. So I think this was a more difficult game for the opposition, but it does say quite a bit about Pain, the players themselves, the veteran talent. We keep talking about BRTT, but he's certainly, like the team themselves come back, and BRTT is a person that is always gonna, when you see these teams play, super confident, and you never see them kind of waffling in these moments. In big team fight moments, they take the fight. So I feel like they're ready for it. I'm really excited to see the next game, because for me, I'm never going to watch their games and expect them to like play too passively.
For me, Robo and Tinones have just been superstars. I think that they've been playing fantastically. Robo in particular, his Darius performance against the Wildcats, and again today his Camille. He was someone that I didn't have high expectations for coming into the tournament. I did know that Pain would usually play around him, but now you see what happens when Pain really put resources into him. And he did struggle against Armut, but he bounced back very well. And I think that he's definitely a player to watch as we move into the second round robin for sure.
Absolutely the case. And for me, watching BRTT is so great. He's one of the very few players who's almost as old as I am. Let's turn our attention, of course, to LCS. Cloud9, they picked up their first win. It was an interesting game to watch because it did feel like Infinity had the ability to find kills where they wanted, but Vedius, really, Cloud9 were in control. They played the map, and Perks was just unleashed on that Tristan.
I feel like Cloud9 just kept it simple. They went back to basics. They drafted a composition that was easy for them to execute. They knew they had the better scaling, and they didn't try and do anything too crazy. This fight in particular, I thought was very close. That Gangplank ultimate did a lot of work, but Fudge really stepped up here. He tanked up a lot of the damage. He allowed time for the carries to actually heal off the Drake, and with the damage he was able to do, Cloud9 ended up securing the next Drake off of this, and they're able to close out the game shortly after. So impressive stuff from Cloud9 overall. Hopefully we see this level of consistency as they also move into the second round robin.
Yeah, I love the draft from the opposition, I think. But like at the end, as you mentioned, Cloud9 just didn't want to take risks here. And you cannot overstate that enough. Like the fact that if they ended up losing this game, they're in a really bad position in this group. Like absolutely. So playing to the advantage that you have in the macro, like that one team fight you were talking about that where they could have easily lost, like the difference was literally just bursting the support as they were walking into your vision. Their vision control won them that fight. And so things like these, Cloud9 will be confident in that they have over a lot of the teams, the developmenting regions. So you just need to see more from them, because the expectations when they go up against the other major reasons that they actually play a big part. So that's what I want to see from them growing and growing too. When they do face against Dom1 once again, that is a banger.
Be a couple of days before that happens. I think they play on Monday, if I recall correctly. But let's move on. The drive to victory today, presented by Mercedes-Benz, is PSG Talon's ace in the bot lane at 12 minutes. Now, this particular play actually tilted Ender off the face of the earth, and it really just signaled how Talon could take control and just run over the rest of the game, Vedius.
I think, to me, it showcased why this team is considered one of the favorites in the group. And after they were dismantled by Mad, many people started to question, are PSG actually that strong? And then PSG came back and said, yeah, we are. Maple has been absolutely dominant in the mid lane. In the jungle as well, we've seen some very incredible performances, and I feel like that overall PSG is looking solid and setting us up for a great rematch between them and the Mad Lions in the near future.
What do you make of the rest of the games and the results from this group? Because I was talking with Ender quite a lot about it. If you look at the 3-0 and the 0-3, but then you look at how the games played out, it's not indicative, right? And we've seen Mad Lions with a very controlled win, with a very scary win, and then a kind of difficult win. So do you think it's quite volatile going into next week, or do you still think Mad and Talon have the edge?
In my opinion, I still think those two are clearly the strongest two in the group. I think the Wildcats have struggled to find a clear identity or form that can net them some success. And while I think Pain has promise, the problem is with the position that they're in right now, they're going to have to find... It's fine if you can pull something back in the late game, but it seems to me like their early game is their biggest weakness right now. And PSG and Mads have proven that they have very dominant early games. So unless Pain are able to find a way to control the early game a little bit more, I think it's going to be difficult for them to suddenly upset and challenge for a spot out of this group.
Yeah, and the volatility is also just naturally, it's the first week of coming into patch after patch after patch. It's a new meta. And so teams are just trying to figure it out. Every time we walk into a Worlds play-ins or an MSI first week, it's the same thing. So the volatility for the top teams, especially from Damwon, because remember, they're having also like really close games. A lot of it's just the teams trying to figure out not only what is strong in the meta, but also what's good for them. And so that was a great example of a game where, hey, you know what? You get the pick on Aphelios, but Rumble, who's overheated, is the true carry. So we probably are not going to see that pick all too often in the next one as it gets banned. So I think every team is just still soul searching.
And I think what we also saw, and I'm surprised we haven't talked about it more, to be honest, is that Damwon looked beatable. And you could sit there and you can make the same argument like, okay, maybe the draft wasn't the strongest, or like maybe DFM just had a really good comp, or maybe you can even throw the argument out like DFM just had a lucky game if you want to. But I think that what they have showcased is that this is not the same level of dominance that we would often see from a Damwon from last year. It doesn't seem like we're getting the same level of crispness, of precision. And I think that that just makes the tournament more exciting, in my opinion, because now how big is the gap between Damwon, RNG, MAD, and maybe even Cloud9 as we move forward into this tournament?
Classic, the gap. How big is it? We'll have to find out. We'll have to find out. Look, it is time for our MasterCard question of the day. Twitter user @Ferascal asks, any oddball or sleeper picks that you guys think might pop up on this patch? I mean, I think we've seen a lot. Raz, I'm going to throw this one to you first.
Yeah, I'll just go for, take it as you may. I think Lulu as a pick will be seen more and more. We've already seen a little bit of like Kog'Maw being thrown in, Aphelios, and we're seeing a lot of Tom Kench Varus, so naturally you'd want to have a mage support to match that. And maybe there'll be somebody that wants to pick up Lulu top lane and run Olaf. So it is much more flexible, and I think we'll, get more standard games. We'll see it more.
I think we have seen one Lulu already, though, but I can't remember if it won or lost. Yeah. Let's take a look at tomorrow's games coming up. It will be
not going to ask me?
Pentanet.gg, Unicorns of Love, as well as RNG. Obviously, the assumption here is that RNG will be smashing their way through, and we'll be taking a close look at UOL and Pentanet. Verius, I'll go to you now. What do you think is going to happen between those two teams?
I think that RNG will not get upset and they will go 8-0. I do think that UOL and Pentanet suddenly became a lot more exciting after today's result. But I will give the edge to the Unicorns of Love. The thing is, they won't have a huge amount of time to prep and adapt, whereas it does seem that Pentanet are very quickly figuring out what is good for them on the current meta. So right now, I'm more on the tentative side of UOL, but I'm a little more optimistic about Pentanet than I was in the past.
Okay, Raz?
I'm going the opposite. I think Pentanet, for the same reason, I think UOL is a little outdated. Every time we see, or at least the drafts, I mean, they just very much undervalue Rumble as a pick. And also, they were trying to force the Kassadin for themselves when they, I think at the moment, this is not the meta that works for them. And they have no time to be able to change that going into the next stage. While Pentanet's actually been a lot more flexible, and they have an understanding of like picking more engaged, like you've been hearing from Pabu. So more optimistic there.
Well, we'll have to see how it pans out. The action will start tomorrow. That is it from us here in Berlin. It was a fantastic day. For anyone that was watching Mad Lions vs. Pain on headphones, I apologize because I lost my mind. We'll be back tomorrow as Group A close out their group stage. We'll see you then. I'm back.
Rose up! SK Telecom continue to rule the world!